The word charity. It's so innocent, it's so simple, it's so fantastic. Its message, its delivery is everything that is wanted when it comes to just a word. It is all about togetherness, it's about unity, it's about peace, it's about love, it's about harmony. It is that message that we here today are running into right now with two fantastic events that will be going on today on the iRacing service, presented here by WTF1 here on the Races YouTube channel. We are here for the 10th anniversary charity streaming event brought to you, presented by the Global Sim Racing channel and helped supported by Fanatec and by iRacing. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everybody watching around the world here for fantastic coverage of this event. I'm Jake Sperry here in the commentary box, joined alongside me by two very, very good friends of mine, Bo Albert, coming all the way from Australia, and Peter Mackay, who resides in Scotland. Your cameras will be directed today by Sean Ambrose, and the camera pack is created by Dougie Beard. It's a wonderful track though. We got two great races, and the first of those two is a 90-minute endurance event for drivers, and it is here in Towcester, England, as we get ourselves ready for Silverstone to play host to a multi-class category event. GT3 and GT4 in the books. Bo, first and foremost, Silverstone as a track, you do not find many places which can host all styles of racing. Silverstone, one of the crown jewels, one of the earliest circuits in the world, is one of them.
Absolutely, Jake. You only have to say the words maggots, Beckett to send shivers down the spines of a number of racing fans. This is a track that has history beyond its wildest dreams. It hosted the very first Grand Prix way back in the 1950s, and like you say, since then it's hosted a category of a different series that has just been phenomenal. It's hosted GT1, Endurance, it's hosted just about anything you could possibly throw at, and it has all the different configurations to produce brilliant racing, big braking zones, long straights, fast corners. It's got everything. If you want a challenge for these drivers here tonight in this 90-minute endurance race we've got coming up, boy, this circuit is the perfect playing field.
It is the pinnacle of racing action. We are going to see that today. We are currently in practice at the moment. We've got about 30 minutes of this practice before they take themselves over to qualifying, and then the 90-minute race that comes up. And of course, after that, we'll be heading over to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, for the Pro Invitational event that will be coming up on that. So there'll be some brilliant effort going along to try and see who will put themselves into best perspective. But of course, we have to talk about actually the cause of why we're here, Peter, because this event, of course, does not just happen to be a celebration of an anniversary of a very, very successful website which has perforated itself into the sports mainstream. We're talking about something a little bit more than that as well, and that is, of course, celebrating the life of Tom Peach, who is, of course, the brother-in-law to Tom Bellingham, who is the owner of WTF1, and someone who really did light up a smile when it came to this area of the sports world.
Yes, it's an absolute pleasure to be involved with this broadcast today here at the home of British Motorsport at Silverstone, and for such a fantastic cause, the Royal Brompton and Harefield Hospitals charity. And of course it was Harefield Hospital that made the latter stage of Tom Peach's life a lot more comfortable with their care, and that's what we're going to try as hard as we can today to raise as much money as we can for that cause. And during this stream, please do give generously. You just go onto justgiving.com/fundraising /WTF1 hyphen charity hyphen race. Now, I think it's quite fitting actually that the 10th anniversary of a platform like WTF1 that was set up to engage with a new, younger audience of motorsport fans. I think it's quite fitting that we're going to be going sim racing today to celebrate such a momentous occasion, because of course sim racing in 2020 has opened up motorsport to so many new fans, and what a great thing that is.
It's opened new doors, it's opened new possibilities. But for you, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of understanding the story of why we are behind this event, we have a little video package here brought to you right now. So we'll roll the tape and we'll just see just why we are all here today.
This Friday marks 10 years since Tommy founded WTF1. To celebrate our 10th anniversary, we're raising money for the Royal Brompton and Harefield Hospital in memory of Tommy's brother-in-law, Tom Peach. Tom was not just a huge F1 fan, but a massive WTF1 fan too. No one was prouder of WTF1 and all that it achieved. Tom was a healthy and active person, but at the end of 2015 he suffered end-stage heart failure unexpectedly and had to have emergency surgery at Harefield Hospital to fit a machine that acted as an artificial heart. He spent Christmas that year in intensive care. Despite everything life threw at him, Tom always remained positive. He got married in 2016, and in December 2018, him and his wife announced they were having a baby. However, just 1 month later, Tom's health worsened, and he was taken in for a full heart transplant. Tom saw this as his best chance to return to living a normal life with his family, but it also came with massive risks. Sadly, there were major complications following the surgery, and after 10 days in critical care, he passed away on Valentine's Day 2019. He leaves behind his wife Gina and their daughter, who was born 8th of August 2019. We want to honour Tom's memory and help raise as much money as possible for Harefield Hospital, the place that did so much for him. The hospital is in desperate need of redevelopment, so if you can, please donate to our Just Giving page and help raise as much money as possible for a charity that means a lot to us, WTF1.
And there we see exactly what we are here racing for today over the course of 2 races, this endurance and, of course, the Pro Invitational that will be coming up in just a little bit. But, of course, it is not just all about that, but let's get a look on what exactly we are racing here today. It's GT3 and GT4 vehicles that will be racing around the track. 6 different types of car here in split 2 categories. There you can see going across screen right now this fantastic BMW trying to make a push. That is the brand new M4 that has been added onto the iRacing service just this week as part of iRacing's Week 13 builds, where the majority of content gets added into the service. But Bo, let's just talk through the cars a little bit. GT3, GT4, effectively it's Nürburgring spec for the GT3. For GT4s, it's the 2 GT4s in category. How will they play a factor into today's racing?
It's going to be an interesting one because, of course, these cars, while looking very similar aesthetically overall, lap time-wise is quite a significant difference between the two. We're looking at lap time differences of about 14 seconds. So during this 90-minute race, we will be expecting traffic between the two classes. We've got the GT3s averaging 550 brake horsepower. They've got the assist, they've got the traction control, ABS. These cars are basically built for drivability, primarily over a long period of time, which is fantastic for what we're doing today. And in that class, we have the gorgeous-sounding BMW Z4, the Ferrari 488 GT3, Mercedes-AMG GT3, and if you're watching the WTF1 stream, that is the car that Maddie will be driving, is the Audi R8 GT3 LMS. A great range, and the balanced performance will mean that all 4 of those cars will achieve near enough identical lap times. When we go over to the GT4 category, we have the brilliant Porsche 718 Cayman. Very, very fast car, super nimble, and a much shorter wheelbase than the new BMW that we have seen on track already. And that is a much longer car, but more powerful, and has a slightly bigger fuel tank as well, which we'll talk about later, because that will become a very big factor in tonight's race.
Peter, let's talk strategy for a moment. What are the different strategies that the 2 categories of class will have?
Well, this is the fascinating thing, because as we say, there's quite a big difference in lap time between the pace of the GT4 cars and the GT3 cars. However, the GT4 cars do have a little bit of an advantage in economy, and we believe that the GT4 cars have the possibility to make it all the way to the end of this 90-minute race without having to take a pit stop. Now, by the end of that 90-minute race, for sure, their tyres will be on their very last legs, and it will probably require a little bit of fuel saving throughout the race. So if you're in the GT4 category, I think to win, you've got to really be very, very clever with both your tyres and your full fuel load. For the GT3 cars, they're only going to last about an hour on a full tank of fuel before they have to come in, and then it will just be the decision whether you take tires or not. So I think with the GT3 cars, you have the option to only run for 45 minutes and maybe split it in half and take tires and just push all the way to the end, I think we're going to see people split it up. And of course, for those that get involved in any altercations with their fellow competitors, they might have to come in and take repairs. Now, it's worth making our viewers aware also that our drivers do not have an access to the iRacing fast repairs. So that means if they do take damage and they have to come into pit lane, they could be in there a long time. So avoiding contact is going to be crucial in this race.
Absolutely, and on top of that as well, live stewarding is going to be in full effect for this race. A fantastic trio working on that behind the scenes, worked and pretty much put together by Alex Everett, who is the chief race director here today. We flanked by Jake Ringwood and Mia Ott to help out as well. Fantastic group that have been working hard together behind the scenes to make sure that this event runs smoothly alongside as well. And that's going to be something very interesting, how race control is going to maybe have an impact on this race today, Bo, because you've got the very unpredictability of this style of racing, endurance class racing, but there is also that potential for a safety car to come out at any given point in time.
Absolutely. If we feel the need for it, if there is a major incident on track where we have cars stranded on the circuit, we're not allowing drivers to just get themselves off the circuit by escaping as you would normally see on iRacing. If you get involved in an incident, you have to be towed back to the circuit at the clearance of the race stewards. And in that time, they may decide that the incident requires a safety car, which will throw all kinds of strategy out the window and provide us with a very, very interesting finish. But that is, of course, only an incident of a crash. Now, otherwise, like you said, we do have live race control, so we're not going to be seeing any free-for-alls out there today. The stewards will be watching closely what the drivers are doing. If there's any kind of contact, track extending, which of course is always a hot topic here at Silverstone, any of that nature, you will be at the wrath of the stewards, and penalties can range from anywhere from a simple drive-through all out to disqualification from the event if the penalty or the incident that you had justifies having that kind of a penalty. So overall for these drivers, they do have to be careful. They have to make sure they're abiding by the rules set, and it's usually just the standard iRacing rulebook. No hitting drivers, track extending, or anything of that like. So drivers have to make sure they're paying a lot of respect with one another on track as well, especially in multi-class, because like you say, the pace difference is pretty significant between the two classes. So the GT3s will have to show a lot of patience not to cause any kind of issues with the slower traffic.
Absolutely, and that is something just to keep in mind. But let's just talk for 1 second about track conditions here today. What are the drivers expecting in terms of how the track will react?
Well, we're seeing the track temperature there up at 91 degrees Fahrenheit, so relatively toasty for Silverstone. Of course, those who have been to Silverstone in real life will know that you can get four seasons in a day here at the home of British Motorsport. And of course, a former World War II airfield as well, so it's very open and exposed. So that wind, not too bad today, 11 miles an hour. But normally you can get the wind really blowing through at Silverstone. And we saw actually a couple of years ago when the MotoGP paddock came to Silverstone, the race was actually rained off after the track had been controversially resurfaced and was not clearing water very well. So no problem with that today, though. Nice sunny temperatures. So I don't see it to be a problem. But as I say, it's all going to be about, particularly for the GT4 cars, really making those Michelin tyres last over the whole race.
So right now, drivers are just working their way in practice for this upcoming session. It is a half-an-hour practice, and the drivers, like you say, just trying to get adjusted to the current track conditions. 33-degree temp does make the strategy a little bit tricky for these drivers in GT3. There is also the potential for these tyres to go off, and that's one thing they will have to be careful about. Silverstone, of course, a circuit where tyre degradation can be extremely high at the best of times, so nursing the tyres in GT3 will be critical. But if those GT4 cars are actually able to stretch themselves over that entire race on a single tank of fuel, which we do think could be possible if the drivers are willing to fuel save just a little bit, well then, these drivers have to take very good care of their tyres, because an hour and a half on these tyres, Peter, is going to be an exceptional challenge.
It certainly will, Bo. You're absolutely right. The other option, of course, is that you could always just fuel up to split the race in half, because, of course, these GT4 cars have enormous fuel tanks, and of course that carries a lot of extra weight. And perhaps you think, well, I'm going to go for half a stint length on the fuel, and then come in for new tyres and fuel and just really go 100%. So interesting to see if anyone uses that strategy. Here at Silverstone, we do have a very long pit lane, so that would probably lean towards trying to make it last over the whole race and avoid that pit lane.
Absolutely, a very long pit lane, and not just that, a very slow one as well. When you've just come from 45 minutes of racing and you have to put that pit speed limiter on for 50 kilometers an hour, it can be a large deficit in speed. You often feel like you are absolutely crawling around the circuit, and for these drivers, they'll be avoiding that pit lane as much as they can. The GT3s, though, will only be able to stretch their fuel tank over the course of an hour or so. They will not be able to go much further, so we are definitely expecting a pit stop from them. And like you say, there is a bit of strategy for them, whether they actually go all the way to the hour and actually burn that fuel down as light as they can. They've got the lightest car, the fastest car around the circuit as well, whereas some might actually opt to pit a little bit earlier and try and do the 50-50 strategy, and then also have nicer tyres over a longer period of time in this race. Currently on screen, we have one of our very popular members in this race, Mr. Jimmy Broadbent, a very popular figure who I'm sure everybody is familiar with. And he's running the BMW M4 GT4 in this one, a car we've already spoken about. But for Jimmy, he's just one of a number of fantastic drivers that we have entered in this race today, Peter.
Yeah, and of course Jimmy is one of the real personalities of sim racing. I think he's brought he's brought sim racing to a lot of new fans through his presence on social media and stuff like that. And Jimmy will actually be racing in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans in about 10 days' time with W Series champion Jamie Chadwick. So that'll be great fun for them to take on that 24-hour challenge. Now, he's currently sitting 5th in class, and for our viewers, you'll notice that some of the cars, you'll see they have a little LED screen, either on the front windscreen or on the side window, and basically that will give a number of where that car sits in its class. So Jimmy's car had a 05 along the side, which means he's 5th in class, and this Ferrari we're looking at, number 10 car, is 3rd in class of Christian Furs. So if you want to know where your favourite driver is, if you see them on screen, you should be able to get a good look at where they are in their class.
A very awesome initiative that is there held in all of GT racing now, the LED screens allowing you to see exactly where your favourite driver is currently in the race. But right now, practice is being led by Archie Forsyth, who is looking very fast in that Audi R8 GT3, and we are expecting the Audis to be one of the strongest cars here at Silverstone. That mid-engine layout of the Audi really works well in the slow to medium speed corners, but in the high speed can be a little bit dicey. So for these drivers in the Audi, whilst it is very, very quick over one lap, you cannot deny that, over the course of a stint, these drivers will have to be nursing their car a little bit more. And that's where drivers like Jack Gooden, Christian Furs, currently 2nd and 3rd in class right now in that Ferrari, may have a little bit of a
2-litre V10 naturally aspirated motor that just sounds absolutely extraordinary. But having all that weight in the middle of the car does, with quite a short wheelbase, does make it fairly twitchy. So if you're going to make that car last over the whole length of the race, you've done very well indeed. Now, interestingly, in iRacing and the majority of GT3 racing that I've commentated on the last few weeks, very much not only the Mercedes AMG GT3 has been very much the car of choice, but also been the car that's been finishing up the top of the order most of the time. Now, interestingly, I've been watching in our paddock group chat over the course of this week, and quite a few drivers had initially picked the Mercedes AMG GT3. We had a few drivers who made a last-minute change. So, obviously, once a few of the drivers done a bit of testing, they decided to make the switch from the Mercedes to the Audi.
The Mercedes is one of those cars that we all know as an absolute staple of GT3 racing. It is actually one of the heaviest cars we have on the field today, but it has unstoppable amounts of torque and is a safe bet in the corners. So for an endurance race, it is one of those cars you can always rely on. It's an absolute workhorse of a car. But right now, like you say, we've only got a couple in this race. In our highest place of them is Leon Penn, who currently finds himself 11th in class. and are doing a very nice job in the opening parts of practice right now. But that Mercedes, a car you would often see dominating a GT3 field, and today just has not been the case. In the GT4s though, we have obviously only the two cars, the Porsche and the BMW, and right now it's actually the Porsche that is coming out on top. We have the driver of Andrew Chinichi, who is currently leading in that class on a 2:14.6. You can see the pace difference there between our GT4s and GT3s quite clearly at 13 seconds there. But that Porsche, a very fun car to drive, that's also had a couple of updates in the last couple of weeks. So that car's a lot more drivable now. I think that's why we might be seeing a couple more drivers, perhaps not electing to go to the brand new shiny BMW, but going to the Porsche that they've already had a season to develop setups on, but now they can relax those setups because the car's just a little nicer to drive.
Yeah, I think that's something that's so important. And the one thing that is completely unique about sim racing compared to the real world is that track time or seat time is so vital, because of course in the real world it's of course very expensive to go and rent a circuit and go testing and what have you and go racing. But on iRacing or any sim racing platform, you can really, you're unlimited in the amount of time that you can have behind the wheel, and therefore the very best in the world are practicing for huge amounts of time every single day. So really in sim racing, that seat time is so important. And of course, if you're taking to the track in this new BMW GT4, you only will have had 3 or 4 days at the wheel of it. So you're absolutely right there. I think the Caymans might have a little bit of an advantage there as well. And of course, like the Audi is running a mid-engine layout, unlike the BMW, which is a front-engine layout.
Absolutely, and that makes all the difference where the weight is positioned on the car and how it achieves its lap times. It's one of the beautiful things about GT racing is the balance of performance, where cars, although all try to equalize on a similar lap time over the course of the circuit, they still have strengths and weaknesses. One might be stronger in the corners, one might be good on corner exits, straight line speed, acceleration. It's always a different ball game. Just a reminder, of course, to all of you just joining into the stream today, of course, the link in the description for the Just Giving page for a fantastic cause here today. We're, of course, celebrating the 10th anniversary of WTF1 and, of course, the life of a very fond member of the community as well. But right now, we are nearing the end of the practice session, and qualifying will be coming up very, very soon indeed. If you are wondering what the format is, we're putting the drivers in the absolute pressure cooker of a situation. You've got 15 minutes to play with, but you only get a total of 3 laps to set that lap time. So that's a big challenge for these drivers, especially when you consider these cars use the new tire model. So you have to get them up to temperature, you have to get them up to pressure in the correct operating window to get the most out of them. And Peter, you've only got 3 laps to do it.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. I noticed earlier on doing a few laps in the Audi R8, it's a completely different animal from lap to lap. When you go out on cold tires, it's like driving on a skating rink. And once you do get once you do get the confidence in the car and you get the tires up to temperature, it begins to come alive. And this Silverstone circuit, you can't be second guessing your machine. There's so many big commitment corners like Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel. You know, Lewis Hamilton actually says, Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, he says Eau Rouge has nothing on that section. He loves it. Just an update on the Just Giving page. It's delighted to see that we're really rocketing on. We've had over £600 in donations in the last 10 minutes, and we're now up to about £9,300. Now, Bo, I believe there is a bit of a wager on the go for Tommy from WTF1. He has made a pledge if we reach £20,000. Is that right?
That is indeed correct, and we actually have a number of pledges as well, and we're already up to our first goal. We'll build up to what Tommy's is for £20,000. But first off, the goal we've already managed to achieve is that Matt is going to be doing a shoey live on the WTF1 stream for surpassing 8,000 pounds. That is a great effort there for everyone to already be smashing past that goal. Our second goal for £10,000. Matt, at some point at a future F1 race, will have to shout into a microphone as loud as he can and basically all around make a fool of himself in public, which I know everybody here loves to see. If we manage to get up to £15,000, now I have to quote Jake Sperry for this. He has called it the Lando Norris special that Matt will have to do, where he'll be taking a bath in milk. Yes, I really did just say that, a bath in milk. for £15,000. And I think, well, some might want to see that. Some may be slightly concerned to see that, but I'm sure all round that is for a brilliant cause. And then, like you alluded to as well, Peter, for £20,000, Tommy will be getting a permanent WTF1 tattoo on himself. And Peter, that will stand out.
It certainly would, and you know the WTF1 community is so strong, and what the folks there have done in the last 10 years with the platform is just fantastic, and crucially opening up motorsport to a new audience. And you know, sometimes Formula One does come into a little bit of criticism for maybe being a little bit stiff and a little bit corporate, and it's brilliant to see some real life being injected into the sport by the team at WTF1. So there you go, £20,000 is your target, and you get to see all of those things happening. The Lando Norris special, the tattoo, the shoey. I'm looking forward to seeing the shoey. I've had to do one myself, and it's not as bad as it sounds. So just make sure you've got, I would say a loafer is a good shoe for a shoey, because they're a little bit harder and it kind of acts a bit more like a cup. So that's a top tip for a pro shoey, is to use a nice leather loafer.
Well, there you go. There's the pro tip. Of course, I'm Australian, so that's basically a generic breakfast for me, is just waking up, have a shoey. It's all very standard for us. But as you can see, the checkered flag has flown on the practice session, and now the drivers are thrust into the pressure cooker that is qualifying. 15 minutes on the clock for all of our drivers here today. We have 45 cars who are ready to kick off today's qualifying session, and this is going to be an interesting one. A lot of drivers already making their way out onto the circuit, which is all well and good, but you have 15 minutes to play with and only 3 laps. So what some drivers may be doing here is trying to play the conditions to their favor. When we first jumped into this session, it was 33 degrees track temp. Silverstone, being Silverstone, is quite a cool location, and we've already dropped the track temperature by 2 degrees, which of course is going to allow the drivers to just have a little bit more grip through the high-speed corners. So Peter, do you think some drivers may be willing to just leave their run right to the end of this session?
Well, possibly. I mean, that's when you're at the very highest level of sim racing and real world racing. This is this kind of minutiae of detail that you really need to look at. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be about the drivers who have put in the preparation time and know exactly where the limit is. And of course, that is in this GT4 category. That's really going to play into the favour of those who have selected the Porsche. So if for any of the BMW drivers, for them to stick it on pole would be very, very impressive indeed. Of course, although the cars are very well balanced, they are of course laser scanned exactly to the real thing. So it will be interesting to see just what car comes out as the favourite in the GT4 category over the coming weeks. And of course, iRacing's headquarters is just down the road from a company called Turner Motorsport, who campaign the M4 in the GT4 Michelin Pilot Challenge in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship paddock, and also the M6 GT3 car in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. And of course, I do have to give a shout out to Stevie P. Adams, who is our sole driver of a BMW Z4 GT3 in this field, and I love that car. What a brilliant noise from its V8 that it makes, and he was quick in practice, so he could be a feature in this race.
He absolutely could be, and starting his very first qualifying lap now is Stevie P. Adams in the beautiful BMW Z4. Currently looking at the 588 up on screen at the moment, and then we switch to this glorious BMW Z4, and if we go on board, you will hear the glorious V8 throwing itself around this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And as you can see now, we jump on board, and this is a very interesting lap in these GT cars, because of course these are long corners that are primarily made for open wheel cars, so a lot of downforce typically. These GT cars don't have the downforce an open wheeler has, so it's a lot of long corners, and it really is so much about driving technique to get the most out of this circuit, Peter.
Well, I certainly find this BMW Z4 is so confidence inspiring. I think it's probably the easiest car to drive quickly of the GT3 category, and I love using it, not only because it's a little different from the typical Audis and Audis and Mercedes now, but just like you say, that soundtrack of that V8 is just fantastic. And of course, This car, we talked about Turner Motorsport in the United States. They went on to win the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship GTD category in 2014 with Dane Cameron, and that was in that beautiful blue and yellow paint scheme, which is so typical of Turner Motorsport. Which actually the inspiration for that livery came from the Renault Lagunas in the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-90s.
Well, there you go. That's a fun fact I did not know at all. So very good little tidbit of information there about Turner Motorsport, who, like you say, have had so much success in all of real-world motorsport, and it's great to see that they've been able to bring that BMW M4 GT4 into iRacing as well. Stevie P. Adams is going to cross his way across the start-finish line, and he's actually going to record our first lap time of the night on a 2:01.8, which is matched by Reese Atkin. Extremely close between the two of currently set lap times. Now, you're seeing a couple of drivers who have finished their first lap and have not actually got a time against their name. So why is that? Well, track limits, of course. In qualifying, if you are found to be cutting the course or extending the course in any way, shape, or form, your lap time will be removed from the session. But we do have some scary lap times happening in GT3 all of a sudden, as Jack Gooden actually goes and punches in the fastest lap of the night so far on a 2:05. Early days in qualifying. That is a very, very fast lap time indeed. Jack Mace crosses the line to start what I believe is his first flying lap of the night in the BMW as he works his way through the very high-speed opening section here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which then leads into this very tight and technical section, which, as you can see, the car just wants to understeer ever so slightly, and you really have to get a good flow for that section of circuit. Now we take a look at Jimmy Broadbent working his way towards the back half of this circuit now into the final few corners. All he has between himself and the finish line now is club corner, hard braking zone. Slow it down through the left and then open up this right-hander as much as you can. Jimmy will jump on the power, and what kind of lap time can he produce as he makes his run to the start-finish line? And Jimmy will find himself currently in 24th, but more importantly, 4th in class. A great effort there from Jimmy.
You make a great point about the track limits, Bo. I found in Silverstone it's so easy to just tread that little bit over where you think you're okay, and if you just tread over the curb, it's enough to remove your lap. And of course, when you've only got 3 laps of qualifying, that's just not what you want for your mindset. You know, if you want to feel like you've got time in hand and you can just build up your lap pace, and of course, as the fuel runs down and the tires warm up, you don't want to lose one of your crucial laps because of a tiny little trip off track limit. So again, the drivers who have spent the most time practicing this week, they'll know exactly where they can take liberties and where they can't.
And that is so important, being able to push the track limits to where you know you're allowed to and get away with it. That is going to make all of the difference at the end of this qualifying session as we get some of our drivers now starting their 3rd and final lap. And that is the lap where you are going to be seeing the fastest lap times, the tires up to temperature by that point, up to pressure, and really providing the maximum amount of grip around this circuit. But right now, it's all Jack Gooden, who has a very healthy advantage of half a second over P2 right now, and Christian Furs. A great effort there from our current pole sitter. Have another driver coming across the start-finish line now. That's Ben Craner, who gets himself up into 3rd spot on the grid. That is a really nice effort indeed, because Ben has actually been having some technical difficulties before the start of this race. He only got his wheel working just a few moments ago, so to be able to get that lap time on the board is a brilliant effort there for him to make a recovery after what was a very difficult preparation for this event. Currently now halfway through the qualifying session, and most of our drivers do have laps on the board. One driver that has not got a so much respective lap time on the board is Matthew Gallagher. And Matthew, do you reckon Matt might go for a last to first challenge here?
Well, if he's doing it on purpose, he's going the right way about it, that's for sure. But that would be really cool to see that happen. That would be, and I tell you what, if Matt does that, who wants to put up a bounty if he can win from last to first? Now, let's look at the order. We've got 2 Ferraris up the front. The 22 of Jack Gordon, a 2:03.76 in his Ferrari 488 GT3, and also Christian Furs in it with a 2:08.88. So they're looking very quick indeed. And the first Mercedes is back in 13th place. So those drivers who made that late swap out of the Mercedes into an Audi or a Ferrari have really made the right choice, it would seem.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, doesn't? Of course, the Mercedes being such a heavy car and a long wheelbase as well doesn't necessarily work with the tight sections at Silverstone, nor does it work for the high-speed corners as well. The Mercedes very good on the straights, and that's where you're going to see the biggest advantage. So going down the Hangar Straight and also making the run down the village, well, down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands, that's where the Mercedes will have a bit of an advantage over the rest of the cars. But yeah, those Ferraris looking very quick indeed right now. And the top Audi right now is Marcus Soholm, who is really trying to get this final lap in, as actually Ben Craner goes P2 now in the Audi to make it a bit of an advantage for the Audi there onto the front row of the grid. That's great to see, but we'll see what Marcus can do on his final lap of the night as he works his way through this final slow section of corners. Can he get himself up the order? He was looking very fast in practice. Can he go even faster in qualifying as well? 2-minute point 3 is the challenge or the benchmark he has to chase down. He will cross the line, and sadly, the Audi did not have the tires in it to produce a fast lap time right at the ends there, and he will be starting no higher than the second row of the grid tonight.
Just want to give an update on the GT4 field. We have a Cayman GT4 in the lead of Andrew Chinichi in the 35 car, but after that, there are 4 BMW M4 GT4s in a row. So that is fascinating that actually 4 out of the top 5 are in this brand new BMW M4. So it's been really quick out the box.
It definitely seems that way, and I'm sure plenty of drivers are eagerly anticipating just how that car will go in race conditions. Of course, it's a bit of an unknown factor at the moment. The Porsche, we've already had a season to see what the strengths and weaknesses over a stint are. The BMW is totally a learning experience. We've currently got Mark Rusi on screen right now, gets himself up into P9 in another of the Porsches, so a great effort there. And it will be starting in the 5th row of the grid provisionally for the GT4 class. But yeah, that Porsche at the front looking very, very fast, but very ominous that there are so many BMWs just lurking behind as well. Benjamin Gilchrist is on a lap right now, looking a little off the pace though, and he will pull himself off into the pit lane. He will be relegated to 14th at best for the race start tonight. Works his way into this very slow speed pit lane like we mentioned earlier, that does cut the club corner just a little bit. So you can sometimes, in race conditions, if you make a pit stop, you can actually get a fast lap of the race because it is such a short run to the finish line from cutting the club corner. But in qualifying, no siree, will not happen. Maurice Glazer on screen as well, can't go any faster in the Mercedes AMG. So those Mercedes, they were very popular like you said, Peter, but lap times just not forthcoming in qualifying.
No, they really aren't, and we're just not used to seeing that. We're used to seeing AMG GT3 domination. Of course, normally the real attribute that people like about the Mercedes AMG GT3 is its stability, and of course that's everything that Audi does not. But it would appear that is worth the trade-off for the speed that the Audi's clearly showing, and also the Ferrari as well. Now, in the real world, of course, there are so many different varieties of GT3 car that you can have. You can have a big rumbling Bentley, you can have a Lexus RCF, you could have a Callaway Corvette, you can have a rear-engine 911, and so many others. But you don't see too many customers now going for the Ferrari 488 GT3 because it is a seriously expensive car to buy compared to other GT3 cars, and of course to run as well. So most customer teams going for things like the Audi or the Porsche or the Mercedes.
They are, so the Ferrari not as popular as perhaps it once was. Of course, I remember back in the day in the Blancpain GT series era, where you would often see a whole field of Ferraris, including the SMP racing car, which was always fighting towards the front. But sadly, right now, it has not been the car that we see too often in real-world GT racing. But for iRacing, we are seeing plenty. We've got another on screen right now. Andrew Mather working their way across the end of the lap. Currently doesn't have a lap time on the board. And by the way, for those wondering, we did get Matthew Gallagher setting a lap time. He went P6, a great effort there from Matty to find himself well up the order on the 3rd row of the grid as Andrew Mather gets himself his first lap time and sadly did invalidate his lap somewhere across the circuit. So that lap time will not count, and he'll be starting right down the order. Jack Johns cannot improve in the Ferrari 488 GT3 either. So a lot of the drivers on screen right now have actually finished their runs quite early. So we didn't see too many leaving their runs right to the end of the session, which did prove to be the right strategy because the track temperature has not budged. So at the looks of it, we have had all our drivers complete their final runs.
We have, and that confirms the number 22 of Jack Godden with a blistering 2-minute .376 lap time. Absolutely extraordinary lap time from the Ferrari driver in his 488 GT3. And of course, Jack has an iRating of 3,200, so he is pretty handy. And more importantly, has a safety rating of 4.99 with an A license. So clearly a very clean driver, and that's going to be very important as this race goes on.
Absolutely. Being able to make sure you're safe in traffic and being safe with track limits and not losing control of your car is definitely a skill you need in this race coming up. 90 minutes here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit should be a fantastic race coming up. Jake, you've been watching from the sidelines through qualifying. What were your thoughts?
Well, I was watching briefly for a couple of seconds here or hereabouts, but I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, for a few issues on my end that I've been having. But ultimately, this race should be a fantastic spectacle for everyone to go through. Got some brilliant names up there at the top, and you can't count out Ben Craner's experience. He's a Euro NASCAR modified driver when he gets out there on the track, so he's had a really good qualifying by his standards. A few drivers will not be in position, but let's run you through the grids then and how they will stack. So Jack Godden will be on pole position then in the GT3 category with Ben Craner alongside. Christian Furtzer will start from third with Marcus Soholm in fourth. Archie Forsyth starts fifth with Matthew Gallagher. Yes, he will be on dries. He has no choice but to be on dries. He's in sixth place with Stevie Adams seventh and Jamie Lawrence in eighth. And then it's Hisham Ashraf and Reese Atkin who will round out the top 10. Bo has 11 through 20.
And 11 through 20 will start off with Seb Hopkins and Jaroslav Honzik on the sixth row of the grid. A great effort there from them. Pascal Radshan will start from 13th with Leon Pan and Benjamin Gilchrist, your top 15 on the grid. Tom Leben will kick things off on the 8th row of the grid. Daniel Tenerio on 17th, Adval Diod here in 18th, Jack Johns and Maurice Glaser, the top 20.
And then you look over the page into 21st. You've got Mark Grondike with William Hardman, Harry Reynolds there with Sem Cole in 24th. Aidan Bliss starts 25th. Josh Trappert, Angus Love, and Casper Stollart 28th. And now you start to hit the likes of your GT4 field, which is there, of course, with Peter.
So heading pole position in the 35 car in the Porsche Cayman GT4 is Andrew Chinichi. Joining him on the front row of their class grid will be Bob Woodhouse in the first of the BMWs. On row 16 will be Alex Robinson and Jimmy Broadbent in the 00. Row 17 will be Jack Mace and Jody Mills. Row 18 will be Liam Mangan and Dave Christie. Row 19 will be Freddie Scattini and Mark Woozy. And row 20 will be Cohen Visser and Darren Catesy, who did set no time.
And you got the likes of Andrew Mather, Niall Richardson, Andrew Holden, Callum Ireland, and the aptly named Smith. A name so good, they had to say it twice. That's why he's called Smith. So they've got 2 minutes to grid up, or they start from that place known as the pit lane. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, there is live timing and scoring available for you. If you head over to GSRC/live, you'll be able to pick that up and available for you. And of course, give some love to charity as well with the Just Giving link down in the description below. Some brilliant events coming up, and especially that Pro Invitational, which follows on from this event. We'll see who puts themselves in the best place possible. 90 minutes is a very, very tough battleground for these drivers to find, and with 2 minutes all but put up on the clock, the iRacing Porsche first safety car does begin its slow pull away over towards the final section of the road through the fantastic Stowe corner, which used to be the first real overtaking opportunity on a Formula 1 lap, or on this track's lap, so to speak, before it decided to change the layouts. And actually, I think it's been a change for the best. So the pace car will dive down onto the lane. The pace behind car number 22, that is Jack Godden, heading through the left of the Vale corner and then through Club, the long double apex right. Let's get ourselves ready. Let's get ourselves up to speed. Silverstone, 90 minutes starts now. Here's the green flag, and here is the get and go. Godden gets a good start, but it's side by side with third behind, as Furtzer and also Serholm will now look to try and go at it here into the first corner, and already drivers running a little bit wide in the opening goings. In fact, spinners, lots of spinners. 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles off to the side of the road.
and one of them was race leader Jack Godden, who has dropped it. So Ben Craner, the Euro NASCAR driver, will work their way into the race lead now with all kinds of carnages. GT4 has a dramatic start indeed. One of the cars up and over. You can see GT3 is also in a bit of trouble as they try and get themselves on the circuit right in front of the GT4 pack, who I think overall looking a lot clearer than the GT3s were.
Well, that's not going to be ideal then in terms of the start of this race. The GT4 field moving forward, just about getting themselves through, so that's going to be not ideal at all. Jimmy Broadbent's got through unscathed, and he's already looked to attack the drivers that he needs to here in this event. So he's got himself a good run of things, but out in front then in this race, it is Ben Craner who's got the lead. Furtzer in second, Gallagher in third position with Surholm there in fourth place. All of the incidents pretty much fanned out there, Peter, to the edges of the circuit, and that's why we didn't see a safety car.
Yes, of course, the good thing about Silverstone is it has massive runoffs, which of course is why it's an FIA Grade 1 track here in the United Kingdom and can host Formula 1 for that reason. I also saw Stevie Adams there in the sole BMW Z4, not M4, Z4, was given a big help into the wall there by one of the Audis. Not sure who it was, but and struggled to get going. So there he is there just at the back of shot in that black Z4 BMW. And of course, remember viewers, we do not have any fast repairs available for our drivers. So if drivers have taken damage, they could be in pit lane for some time.
They absolutely could, and that could be a huge key into how this race is going. And you can see right now here, drivers having some very good battles going on, especially in the mid to late, the pack, so to speak here, Bo, which you've got your eye on.
Absolutely, you can see on board right now Marcus Surholm chasing down Matthew Gallagher for P3 at the moment. You can see the cars dancing around, a lot of movement in these Audis on the opening lap. Of course, cold tyres still building up to their correct operating window, and Matthew will have to get used to that as well as they work their way through this incredibly slow section of corners. One quick point I want to make is actually both of our pole sitters are from the classes, both Andrew Chinichi and Ben Craner, did actually, sadly, not even lead the first lap of the race. So for both of the pole sitters, a bit of a curse here in today's race.
And that could be really, really interesting here. Nobody in a prime position in the early goings, but you can now start to see here drivers in big battles going on, especially in your GT4 field at the moment, which has seen an interesting look at for the race lead right now. Look how close things are going here, because you've got likes of Alex Robinson right now desperately trying to chase down the likes of Jimmy Broadbent here for the overall lead in your GT4 field. But ultimately, a bit of contact there as Kasper Stollarts makes her way through GT3 vehicle, making some progress.
This is so tricky here for Jimmy leading this GT4 pack, because he's got a couple of slower GT3 cars around him, and of course clearly they're at the very back of the GT3 field, so maybe a little bit less experienced, a little bit less skilled, but of course their cars much faster in normal conditions. So that's going to be tricky for Jimmy Broadbent to manage here at the front of this GT4 field. As you can see there, the Ferrari gets a big run, but not able to make the pass just yet.
No, definitely not able to make the pass just yet, as we see drivers pushing forward. Worth keeping an eye out on this battle going on for first and second in your GT3 category, and then third and fourth behind. Christian Furtzer's caught the back of Ben Craner here. They find themselves just under a second behind, and then you've got Gallagher and Surholm right now, third and fourth. Not very far away from each other right now. So some brilliant efforts in the early stages, but those are the pre-race nerves which have come out now here, Bo. It's now this stage where you start dialing it into a rhythm.
Absolutely, and that's what these drivers need to do, is start hitting their marks, not overdriving the car, making sure you're looking after your tyre, how's your fuel consumption, where is your place on the track, do you have to worry about traffic right now? There's a lot of factors that drivers just need to try and forget about, just do what they did in practice, get themselves into that rhythm, and start developing the race from there. But the issue for drivers like Matthew Gallagher and also Ben Craner right now is they've got their mirrors filled with other cars behind them trying to make a pass. You can see right now Christian Furz is applying a lot of pressure to Ben Craner through this slow speed section of corners. And one thing we did see in qualifying that we didn't see in practice is those Ferraris are very fast. So for right now, Ben Craner in the race lead, you'd have to be feeling a little worried with that Italian stallion right behind.
Got some side-by-side here as Leon Penn tries to navigate her way through on Reese Atkin. Has done a brilliant up and under at Luffield Corner, and then heading towards Copse, the old turn 1. He's got it on the inside, but again, carrying the pace through the corner there is the Audi, making great progress back to the outside then of Maggot's Corner. This small flick left and then through the right. Beckett is the third left-hander out on track, and ultimately position remains in Leon Penn's hands. So good work from the 17, up another place, a crucial place in terms of the way this race is going. So that's going to be one key battleground to keep in mind. The pit stop window is wide for these drivers in the GT3 field. Effectively here, Peter, they've got half an hour's window to go out there and battle, as well as this fantastic scrap that we've got going on for what is 4th, 5th and 6th in your GT4 field, because this is Freddie Scattini currently under pressure from Mark Woozy and Bob Woodhouse.
Yeah, the drivers in the GT3 class have got a lot of options of how they approach this race, and perhaps if they feel they've got more ultimate speed and they're getting held up, then they might feel they can just pit a little bit early and try and get the undercut. So that's going to be fascinating to watch. We know that these GT3 cars can go for a maximum of around an hour depending on driving style. So obviously we've got an hour and a half race here, so there is options for the drivers. They don't have to go all the way to the end of the stint if they don't need to. Now, got to give a shout out to WTF1's own Matthew Gallagher, who is setting a blistering pace in his Audi in third position. Fastest lap of the race again, a 2:01.934, the first driver to get into the 2:01s.
Exactly, and that's been the key, just pushing through the order, making some great progress. We've also got battles going on in the mid-pack right now as Pascal Juan Marcos Raschen trying to find a way through on Tom Levin in the battle for 10th, 11th and 12th. This is behind Jaroslav Honzik as you've got some great work going on behind some side-by-siders. That's Groendyke trying to get past Daniel Tenorio there, Bo.
Absolutely, you can see they were getting very close with one another, heading towards the scary Copse Corner right now. High speed, even in these GT cars, has a look up the inside, but doesn't really commit. He has to be very careful because this is not a section of corner of the circuit where you can really make a pass unless you have a very clear overlap. And right now, Mark just needs to get a little bit closer to the Mercedes in front, and it's not quite happening. But this is the part of the circuit where that Audi is going to have a noticeable advantage on the Mercedes, but sadly for Mark Ronjic, just overshoots that initial part of Max and Beckett's a bit of a wiggle on the exit as well. Careful, lucky not to lose the back end of the Audi a little bit more there and find himself firing off the circuit, but does hold on, but has lost a bunch of ground to the Mercedes in front.
Yeah, and that's the key here. The Mercedes in front are having these great scraps in this field in the early stages. Only 4 laps score complete. They're on to lap 5 right now. So of 90 minutes, they've only done 8 of which at this point in time. So they've got a lot of work to do to push themselves up through the order. Back though to your GT4 field as Broadbent runs wide through the old turn 1 at Copse Corner, because it's been great work from Alex Robinson to chase down that gap. They've got 3 seconds here, Peter, over the rest of the GT4 field, and at the moment they're not a million miles away in terms of being off of the back of some of the stragglers here in GT3. And look at the run Robinson gets. He will have a look here when it comes to Stowe Corner down the Hanger Straight.
Yes, here he goes then, going into the draft down the famous Hanger Straight underneath the Johnny Walker Scotch Whisky Bridge, down towards Stowe Corner. Really, really fast right corner, of course, almost flat in a Formula 1 car, not in one of these BMW GT4s. Now, these two guys have got to be clever here because they're clearly the class of the GT4 field at this moment in time. But as we know, it's going to be very, very tight to get these GT4 cars all the way to the end of the race without having to go into pit lane. And that requires not only managing the way the tyres wear out, but also managing the fuel load. So if you're going full rich and absolutely battering every last gear change, throughout the race, you could be getting the fuel light coming on with the closing laps. And that is really not what you want to see.
That will be worrying. A few drivers have not found themselves with the best results here today. The likes of Callum Ireland and Darren Cassie have got themselves nowhere through on the opening laps. Andrew Cincini 3 laps down. Dave Christie 2 laps down as well. On for the race lead though at the moment. Keep an eye on this because this is going to be Ben Craner, and Christian Furtzer has just been whittling away, almost like you could say Michelangelo at this stage. A 10th here, a 10th there, like he's working on marble. And it's clear that the 10 has the pace on the 38, but Craner just doing what he needs to at the moment, holding station at the front of this field, Bo. But Furtzer can play this a number of ways. The way that I might decide to choose as a out onlooker looking in is maybe play the fuel number strategy.
The fuel strategy can always pay off. If you're able to just save a little bit of fuel in this first stint, it means you have two options. You can go longer and try and overcut the driver in front, or you can just overall pit on the same lap as the driver in front and have a much shorter pit stop because you have less fuel needed to make your way to the end of the race. But just looking at the body language right now of the Ferrari 488, I think he's willing to attack. He's not thinking about any kind of fuel saving. He wants the race lead. Ben Craner doesn't want him to, defends the inside, and he's going to make Furtze go the long way around the outside if he's going to have any chance of the race lead today. But Christian is playing a long game. He's not willing to risk the car because this is not the 90th minute in the race. It's only the 11th minute right now. There is a long way to go. Exits Luffield, gets the power and will not get the run into Cop's corner. So right now, he is just playing the long game, not risking the car. And I think that's the smart call because he's got the pace. There's no need to do anything silly.
Yes, but you've got to remember as well, the more that they fight, they're going to allow Gallagher here, ex-Matty G, Matt WTF1, just behind there, along with Marcus Soholm being dragged along behind that, all into the battle. That's going to be something very much worth keeping an eye out on. And in just a few moments' time here, we're going to start to see the first stages of lapped traffic overtakes here in this event, and that's going to be a nightmare for these drivers to try and navigate through what were 10 or so, now down to about 8 GT4 vehicles who are having their own scraps.
Yeah, Christian Furs, he's doing the clever thing here in that Ferrari. Let Ben Craner do all the hard work, because actually they can work together, Craner and Furs, because Matty Gallagher, he's coming up really quickly in that Audi. And actually, as you rightly say there, Jake, if they make each other's life difficult by going for little moves, it's just going to allow Matt to catch up. But he's bridging the gap already, and he's already had a couple of purple laps, fastest laps of the race so far. So Matty Gallagher of WTF1, he's flying the flag on the 10th anniversary race today. Now, also just an update on the Just Giving page. We are now over £10,000 raised, which is absolutely fantastic for the Royal Brompton and Harefield Hospitals charity. So keep going. Of course, we've got the Lando Norris challenge at 15,000 and Tommy's tattoo challenge at 20,000.
So what we can establish is that there's going to be a lot of shouts because Cohen Visa is going to take the very egregious battle here going on, as it's on here just behind them right now, as you've got the likes of Ashraf here and Seb Hopkins battling 5th, 6th, 7th on the road, and Hopkins can't find a way through just yet to navigate behind or navigate around Hisham Ashraf at the moment. Jamie Lawrence is effectively the great equaliser in this battle right now here in GT3's both for 5th, 6th and 7th, and that's going to be what will annoy Seb Hopkins. Is he'll feel he'll have pace, but the draft is really helping Hisham Ashraf right now.
It absolutely is. The weakness of the Ferrari is that punch out of the corner. The acceleration that the Ferrari has is not as good as the Audi. So the fact that Ashraf has that draft right now is helping him all kinds in terms of getting out on the acceleration point of the circuit, where he might become vulnerable to Seb Hopkins. But we'll see how it goes in front. As I'm just looking up in front, a lot of traffic beginning to play a factor as well, as Mark Woosie finds himself falling down the GT3 order, as of course he's in the GT4 car. A big pace difference between the two there, as Ashraf is just closing up to the back of Jamie Lawrence now. So in fact, it's Ashraf applying the pressure to Lawrence, when earlier in the lap it was Hopkins applying the pressure to Ashraf.
Look at the race lead for GT4 at the moment. Broadbent is having to defend into turn 1. Not a natural place to defend it. Turn 3 defends again here at the village corner. Runs slightly wide though, and that could allow an opportunity here at turn 4 to get this one down the inside for Robinson. But again, just sitting behind, waiting for power application. Both drivers having a little bit of a wiggle there on power, trying to get themselves over towards the Wellington Straight and back onto the old layout of the circuit. Broadbent defends hard to the inside, but Robinson is going to follow every stage of the way. Looks to the outside line to try and get this one done, and ultimately forced to stay behind once again. Broadbent's car placement is très magnifique. It is impeccable right now, and really, Peter, it's a case of Robinson may just have to try and use the traffic to his advantage.
Yes, he will. It's interesting to see if Robinson's in a rush to get past Broadbent here, but it's Broadbent who's having to do all the hard work, really, out at the front of this race, but they are battling like it's the last lap here. Now, again, he cannot stress enough that they could be really compromising themselves here by really wearing out those tyres. Now, the slipstream, the draft effect is so important here at Silverstone, and we're going to get a really good demonstration here as we stay on board with Robinson as we head on to the long hanger straight. We've got two long straights, the hanger straight, which we're about to come on to now, and the Wellington straight. And we saw all the way back in 1969 when Jochen Rindt and Jackie Stewart slipstreamed one another. As look at this, Robinson goes for the move. So do you think Broadbent let him by there? It looked pretty straightforward.
It looked like a slowdown penalty for Jimmy Broadbent. That is determined by the iRacing system. If you cut the corner too much, you get a little time penalty that pops up on the relative. You must slow down by X amount or you face a drive-through. And that was where Jimmy Broadbent made the mistake, cutting the corner too much through Chapel. And that's where the race leaders changed. Now look at the leading four, though, for your GT3 race lead, because they are 1, 2, 3, and 4, navigating through a few drivers. Bob Woodhouse and Liam Mangan together out on track, having a fight for 4th and 5th in GT4's category. But at the moment, Ben Crane has just realised that he's not in a scrap. He's in a full-on dogfight right now, Bo.
He really is. He has to defend for everything he is worth right now because Christian Furtz is applying all kinds of pressure. But like you said, that we do now have a third party involved in this fight for the race lead. Matthew Gallagher has really been able to use traffic on that previous lap to his advantage. While the other two got held up pretty badly, he was able to gain quite a lot on these two drivers in front. In fact, taking it close to a second of your race leaders. You see there that the driver of Christian Furtz ran a little bit wide through the opening section. That hurt his exit through here. He's a little bit too far back to try anything on Ben Craner, who also gets the draft off of the GT4 cars. But we'll stay looking at this because you'll get an idea of the pace difference between these two classes, as the GT3 is so much more aero, so much more grip and confidence, inspiring ability in these cars, really allows them to just fly through on the GT4s like they were standing still. Of course, the GT4s have been told to hold their line. They don't have to dive out of the way. They just need to hold their line. That's exactly what happened there. That is great multi-class action that we've just witnessed.
Fantastic multi-class racing that we are witnessing right now in terms of the battles. We've also got some other battles going on a little bit further down the order when it comes to these categories. You've got the Tom Levin, Benjamin Gilchrist battle going on right now between the 34 and the 20. They're quite close, as well as Pascal Juan Marcos Radschin right now, who's on the back of Adkin, but it's the battle in front of that, Woodhouse and Mangan, that is worth keeping an eye out on right now. So Liam Mangan currently is going to be in a place where Bob Woodhouse is really applying that pressure, and now the traffic starts to come in. And remember, they are allowed to fight each other here, Peter, but not too aggressively here, because these drivers are just going to breeze on by, and they're both having their own scrap.
Yeah, that's often the case with multi-class racing is, of course, everybody is in their own race, and it's obviously most important to you behind the wheel, of course. Your own race, you're not worried about the GT3 or the GT4 category, depending on which seat you're in. So a big shout out there to Matty Gallagher. He made a gap that I didn't, to be honest, look like wasn't there, passing that slower GT4 car, the BMW, and Matty just absolutely threaded the eye of the needle in his big Audi R8 GT3, using the carb, going through maggots and Beckett's, and doing very, very well to get through there and not lose too much time. So he's really driving very, very well, and just knowing when to take that measured risk, that's so important. And I have to say that looking at that car on screen now, that number one, doesn't that car look good in the black on black? Fantastic.
And we've just seen a change of positions right now, as there's going to be a replay up on screen. You're going to see it right now. This is how it all happened as they went on through the next section, and Bo, take us through it.
Well, right now we're taking a look at Seb Hopkins, who is going through this next section of corners, very slow speed. You can see a big checkup with GT4s. Mika Hakkinen spec are going either side. He dives late on the brakes, and that is beautiful use of traffic there. Whilst one GT3 had to go the long way, he found the short way through, and that is an easy position and fantastic racing skill and a racecraft there from Seb Hopkins to have finds that place a lot easier than diving late on the brakes to make it happen. He just used traffic, and it was all too easy. So for Seb Hopkins, he moves up a spot, and his next target is Hishram Ashraf.
Exactly, and Ashraf there in 6th position overall. We'll see Seb Hopkins now trying to really chase down in terms of this battle. Front three, very much as they were at the moment when they crossed the line. Craner 2031. You got Furtzer 2031, and we got ourselves a penalty coming in for Stevie Adams for causing a collision. It's the first penalty that has been done there, so a drive-through penalty will come in for Stevie Adams, who is in 24th position, and so he is the first to be tagged by the stewards.
Matty Gallagher spun. Matty Gallagher in the number 1 Audi has spun just coming out of Stowe, so that's really going to compromise. You'll see him fall down the order there. We're going to get a replay of this. How do you see this one, Jake?
All on his own. That was just an easy looping of the rear tyres, trying to put the power down. Torque coming in, and back live, he's in a scrap, trying to get some positions back. He's side by side with the pole sitter, Jack Godden, as they head towards turn number 1. No inch given between them, but Gallagher, an unforced error by his own accord, something that he would want to iron out over these 90 minutes, now finds himself in a different battle where he's having to play the defensive card instead of the offensive one.
The issue with the Audi is it is so fast, but the second you trail brake or come off the brake a little bit too fastly, the rear will snap. And I think that's exactly what we've just seen from Matthew Gallagher. And like you said, he's not on the offense anymore. He's in the defense, and he has to be careful of Jack Godden, who is in the slipstream, closing very, very quickly indeed. Not close enough to make any kind of move. Matthew still feels the need to go defensive though, and all he's done is slow himself up. So now what Gooden's going to do is he takes a slightly wider run, try and cut back a little bit, get the exit, but now Gallagher is blocking a little bit, and they make contact, and Gallagher very lucky not to go for a second rotation in half a lap, as Gooden just taps the back there as he's slowed up on the middle of the corner. So what they've now done is allowed Leon Penn to close up as they fire their way into Cop's corner, and also Jaroslav Honzik. So this is an all-star class battle that we have going on track right now, and they're all dicing for every bit of real estate.
In all of that, Seb Hopkins has found a way through, and Hisham Ashraf did that one down at the Wellington Straight, but Gallagher really out of the frying pan into the fire, and that's Kasper Stollarts, who is 1 lap down now, going for a spin there at the chicane, going through Chapel, so he's able to keep himself going, did so out of dramas between everyone at the moment, but everywhere you look here in GT3 at the moment, Peter, it is a battle of epic proportions, as Honzik having a little look down to the inside. He can't find it. Gallagher going a little bit tentative there as he tries to go through Stowe corner, but now will come up under pressure from Jack Godden, who clearly has the pace but can't find a way through.
Yeah, that was a really costly error from Matty Gallagher, because he's really now into a really difficult pack of drivers where he was running with the top guys, was really comfortable running their pace, and now he's back with the with the snarling pack behind him of the Mercedes, Ferrari and BMW here, and that's just not what he needs. And of course he might now look at, we know that these GT3 cars can go for a full hour on a tank of fuel, so maybe if you're Matty Gallagher here, maybe you want to take a little bit of a risk. Once we go past that hour to go mark, we've got 1 hour and 6 minutes and 47 seconds to go in this race. So maybe in about 10 minutes time, perhaps Matty Gallagher can go in early, maybe even take 4 tyres and fill up with fuel, and then try and get some open air and put in some fast laps. Because when he does have open air, he's the fastest guy on track right now.
Exactly, and that's the key. He just needs some clean air, and he needs to not be pressured behind by Godden, which is happening at the moment. Honzik and Penn just waiting behind. You can see just how aggressive behind Gallagher Jack Godden is at the moment. But focus on the race leaders right now for the moment, though. Christian Furtzer there with also Ben Craner, and this has been key about Furtzer's race. He's not actually gone for an aggressive move for the last 4, 5, 6 laps or so. He's trying to get there, but he's not just got it at the moment. As you can see, again, Godden on the back of Gallagher, just happy to sit, happy to wait, not quite there. But the point making is, I think Furtzer's saving fuel here and is going to try and undercut his driver when it comes to the stop.
Well, that's definitely a possibility. If Furtzer is able to just get a bit more of a fuel advantage, he will get big benefits. But I do need to cut back to Jack Gooden, who is well and truly in the slipstream now of Matt Gallagher, one of the best runs he's had for quite some time. Is he going to dive on the brakes? We'll see how he goes. Not quite able to do anything there as Matthew there slides wide again. Matthew just overdriving the car a little bit right now, missing a lot of apexes. What he needs to do, just try and refresh, reset himself more than anything. You can see just not quite hitting his marks where he needs to. and that is just giving Jack Gooden the opportunity to steady knees. And you can see Gooden jumping on the brakes slightly through here because he was too worried that he was actually going to be running to the side of Matthew Gallagher, who was again slowed out of this corner. Gooden not going to be able to do anything with this, but Gallagher does have to be sort of hitting his marks a lot better, because right now he's just putting more pressure on himself than he really needs to. As you can see, he's just going defensive everywhere and into this slow section of corners. This is where the Audi should be strong, and he's not using the car's benefit.
Atkins around here, and he's around on the front stretch here. That could be a safety car that we could see right now. Heavy damage for Rhys Atkin. This could be the first safety car that we see. He needs to find himself a way through. I think we could have a situation where the field could get neutralized at the moment. Craner and Furtzer close together. Gallagher's got a warning as well, so a lot happening at the moment, so that is going to be absolutely massive at the moment. So at the moment, Atkin just about getting some movement going, but Craner and Furtzer at the moment still battling it out overall for the race lead right now. So that's done some really, really good work here between them. Able to move was that driver, Rhys Atkin. Able to escape. We stay green out on track for the moment, but Craner and Furtzer really close right now.
Yeah, I just want to give an update to the GT4 battle, and you're absolutely spot on there, Jake, that the Jimmy Broadbent did get a penalty for a slowdown penalty for just cutting the course through the Maggots and Beckett section, which he lost 2.8 seconds on that lap when battling with Robinson. But look at it now, he's back to just 1.1 seconds behind Robinson. However, interestingly, Robinson has far better pace, with Robinson setting a much, much faster best lap of the race. So Robinson has the pace if he needs it, so perhaps he's just conserving his tyres and fuel right now while he's got that buffer from Jimmy Broadbent.
Exactly, and as cars fly on by, it's all about management of this race, and it's not often that you talk about management of traffic as it's on again at the front of the field as Furtzer and Craner close at the moment at this pivot point here at the front of this race. But you've also got a few drivers now starting to fall back into better packs, as I believe that's Gallagher who's dropped a long way back and has spun and has dropped a handful of places, and he did spin coming into the Vale corner. So on the brakes he went, the rears went, and Gallagher in the number one goes around, just about avoided by Honzik and others there as he tried to stop the vehicle, went on going. He did well, did Gallagher actually stop that. But look at this, side by side for the race lead for the moment, Bo, as Craner and Furtzer taking the long wide line at Luffield corner, trying to get by the Audi, and it's class warfare for the race lead.
It certainly is, and sometimes you need to take that wide line to build momentum up into cops and try something there, but I think Furtzer just a little bit too wide, and has actually ends up hurting himself a bit. But you can see the advantage is still definitely in his favour, the ball in his court, so to say, as they work themselves now into Audi territory. And that's the issue that the Ferrari right now is having, is that this, right before the best overtake opportunity, probably on the lap for a Christian, this section of track is all Audi territory. This is where the Audi strives and where it has the legs over the Ferrari. But now in the slipstream, we'll see what Christian Furtz can do as he works his way closer and closer to the back of the Audi R8. But the issue is he's going to get close, but he's going to run out of time. The straight ends, and they jump on the anchors now. As you can see, a bit of lap traffic, and Furtz there looking a bit more opportunistic around the outside, but is in the end very, very safe when it comes to the lap traffic, and decides not to play it too risky. There was an opportunity, but Christian isn't willing to risk the car still.
No, and that's the key here to Furtz's race, just keeping it calm, keeping it steady. There's still time in this race. We have to remember as well here, Peter, in terms of this one, we're not even over the half-hour stage of this race. So 1/3 distance scored the next time they cross over the start-finish line, and that's going to be huge for the way this race is going. Now look at how it's closing up here for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Ashraf's back through on Hopkins, but now you've got Lawrence and Gooden on the back here of what is a very, very important 4-car scrap.
It certainly is, and yeah, just a shout out again to Matty Gallagher, obviously having another spin. I mean, that Audi is a twitchy car, and if you get out of a rhythm with it, it's so hard to get back into the rhythm. If I was Matt Gallagher, I definitely would come into pit lane right now, fill up until the end of the race, and put 4 new tyres on, because certainly having 4 new tyres is going to really help that car behave a little bit better and perhaps get his confidence back up and get into the rhythm that we know he has. And of course, look at these guys on screen. Ben Craner and Christian Furz, really, really impressive speed from both drivers. And you've got to think that Furs is pretty comfortable in there, sitting behind Craner in the Audi, and that might make a big difference when they eventually do come down onto pit lane, and how long they have to sit there fueling up, because you can be sure that Furs will just be able to just shift up the gearbox that little bit earlier as they go down the Hangar Straight and the Wellington Straight. You know, we see the slipstream is so important here at Silverstone, and of course the one thing that the slipstream helps with the car in front punching a big hole in the air for you is it really helps with fuel economy.
Exactly. Look at this from Jack Godden, though, at the moment. You've got a bit of traffic here. Of course, that's Curtin Visa as drivers try to navigate a way through, but now that puts Hopkins at the biggest disadvantage. All about power off the exit of Chapel, and it is Godden who's got the best of it here. No DRS despite moving past the DRS board, but going to the outside to try and cover. Now, how clever do you be if you're Seb Hopkins? Do you allow Godden the chance to get the draft on the outsides? They head into Stowe Corner and breezing on around, trying to hold the narrow line there is Lawrence, but it is Jack Goddens who comfortably now moves up into 6th position in this race overall. So a good battle between those two that really has worked out, as they will now start to hit the second attempt to go through drivers. Struggles for Craner though, as he went to try and get past lap traffic, and it's side by side as Furtzer is going to try and go around the outside, trying to get this one done. Woozy there was the vehicle trying to get by, and a huge narrow line defending, going through, but can't defend it all the way through. Let's go side by side as they head through Aintree Corner, and just like that, it is not over and done with yet. Using the AstroTurf on the outside, here comes Ben Craner back again to try and get this move. The outside line looking here on the brakes, and so much more confident, taking the big wider line, maintains position here, Bo.
That was a fantastic scrap, but it's not over yet. You can see Christian just trying to line something against the Audi. When the Audi driver of Ben Craner is now in that mindset where he's just been involved in that fight, he had to defend aggressively for everything he was worth. He's now been rattled slightly, so if Christian's going to make another attack, he needs to do it soon before the chance for Ben Craner to recover and get himself back into a nice smooth rhythm. So that's what Christian needs to be doing, is attacking now. But sadly, I think Ben, he's a very smart driver, very intelligent, knows what he's doing behind the wheel, has been able to already get himself back into that mental state, get himself back onto his marks, and not making little errors. So for Ben, that is a fantastic effort. But either way, kudos for both of them. That could have so easily ended in tears. But out of nowhere, they were able to keep it on track, and nothing came of that.
Well, we've seen a slowdown penalty come in, and it's a big issue there for that driver, just getting caught out a little bit as they went on through. I had my eyes there at the moment at Jimmy Broadbent, who was right on the back there, Peter, of Alex Robinson for the race lead once again. But the big issue that came through was that the lap traffic trying to come through really compromised the line through the final couple of corners.
Yeah, the lap traffic's so important here, and we've seen Jimmy Broadbent, after getting that slowdown penalty a couple of laps ago, he's slowly but surely chipping away at that gap between getting through that, all the lap traffic, and also being lapped is very important. If you get GT3 cars coming through that are being a little indecisive, it can really put you off. So, you know, somebody like Jimmy, who's got a lot of experience racing in multi-class racing here in the sim racing world, and of course you'll need all this experience for going to the virtual Le Mans 24 hours in 10 days time.
Exactly, and that's a key as well, is that drivers have commitments pretty much everywhere for event here, event there, event everywhere. So if they do have time to jump in, give themselves a good strong race, then they will do so. But some drivers maybe not in as good of a position as some others are out on circuit, though. We've got some good battles going on up and down the order here. You've got the likes of Ben Gilchrist here in 12th place, who has lost contact to Pascal Juan Marcos Radchen in 11th, but behind him is Daniel Tenorio right now, as we've got ourselves a bit of a problem here, Bo, out on track. Oh, it's Furtzer!
Yeah,
It's Furtzer!
Unreal! He's off the circuit now at Cops Corner, so how has this happened? And we'll have to get a replay up on screen, but I've got a feeling it has been done with lapped traffic on the circuit. We'll get a replay up on screen now and pinpoint exactly what has happened to our perennial second place driver in this race. You can see Lap's car on the outside. He dives up the inside. The gap was closing quick. Gets the wiggle on the inside. And lucky not to collect the BMW there as he threw the Ferrari 488 off the road. A big moment there. You can see just how close this was. So almost nailing the BMW there, and he was very lucky there not to cause a complete cluster of an accident.
And all of a sudden, Ben Craner, for the first time in this race, finally gets a chance to relax as he sees the gap between himself and Marcus Serholm now stand at around 3 seconds, 4 seconds now out on track. So Ben Craner given license, almost like a bird being released out of a cage, to go out there and do well. Everybody up a position right now, and actually something that is worth talking about in terms of the storylines here today. Gallagher, yes, he's dropping backwards now. He's down into what is 14th place and struggling on tyres, which are hyperheated by the fact that he has spun so many times. But crucially, car 22, this is Jack Godden right now, Peter, who's up from going down to 15th on the opening lap, all the way now back to 4th position. And you know what? He's not a million miles away from Hisham Ashraf. He could go for 3rd place here.
Yeah, he made brilliant recovery from his early, of course, our pole sitter in the Ferrari, but making his way back up the field very impressively. You've got to feel for Christian Furza there. He was doing everything right. He was just a little bit quicker than Craner on outright lap pace, but the BMW M4 just shut the door on him. I don't know if he saw him or whatever, but the door shut very quickly, and as you say, did very, very well to avoid a big incident with that M4.
Has to be careful. Actually, he's going to go back on the offensive once again. He's trying to find a way through down the inside of Jamie Lawrence. The door opens up for him as Jaroslav Honchik gets by the lap traffic as well. But look at this from Furza, trying to go around the outside to the inside of Beckett's corner. Oh, it's brave, and they come together, and they just about save it. No, Furza's going to go around. Is he going to tag someone? Yes, he does, but just about gets away with it. Just peels it off of the circuit, looks to try and get the rejoin there. I think Leon Penn has just escaped there, Bo, without too many dramas.
The saying is, when it rains, it pours, and right now it is pouring pretty significantly for Christian Furth, sadly. It was 2nd place moments ago, and now it's spinning through Maggotts and Beckett. You can see, side by side, it rarely works, and sadly the aero doesn't work, and he just pushes wide. Contact made with the Audi and spins back onto the circuit, and very light contact with the Mercedes there. He was pushed wide, but thankfully nothing too much more substantial for the Mercedes driver, who will escape just about unscathed. But for Christian, it's one of those deals where if you can't get yourself in the mindset to just play it safe once again after a little mistake, you can often lead yourself into more errors. And I think if Christian goes back and watches that, he'll see that perhaps side by side through Maggotts and Beckett in GT3s wasn't the best move he could have come up with.
I wonder if Penn got damaged from that.
Oh,
he's
race
come
leader's
down...
off!
Craner? Wow, so Craner's gone off, and that's a big incident. He was trying to navigate around Trappett and Broadbent. Trappett was slow, contact as they went through, and it is Ben Craner who goes around, needs to find a way back moving forward, and ultimately Marcus Serholm now has the race lead by a couple of seconds here out on track. A big incident for Ben Craner in the 38 machine there.
Yeah, just got a little bit impatient trying to go round the outside of Aintree, trying to use the exit room and just clip the back of that back marker. Just a bit impatient, and of course this Audi R8 is so twitchy, it does absolutely nothing to help you when you get into trouble. Now, again, we've only got 51 minutes of this race left, so our drivers have been out there for nearly 40 minutes now, so they'll have used about 2/3 of their tank of fuel. I think if you're Craner and if you're Furza, you need to kind of break this rut a little bit. You both made mistakes, both maybe nursing a little bit of damage perhaps. Maybe now's a good time to get in and try and change the storyline of this race.
Exactly, that's going to be the key. How much are they going to battle? How much are they worth? How much do they have remaining in the tank to go out there to push to attack? So Marcus Serholm now will take the race lead overall, but look at the race lead battle going on for GT4 still. Broadbent, through all of the dramas that have been going on around him, as there's a big lunge by Craner. Oh, he tags the back here. Robinson, Broadbent gets in the side as well, and all of a sudden it's been gifted the race lead here to Jimmy Broadbent. And now I think the stewards might have a look at Ben Craner's moment, because Alex Robinson did absolutely nothing wrong there on the brakes.
Absolutely, that was a big hit there. You can see the BMW launched into the air after that contact from Jimmy, who tried to go for the gap to squeeze past, sadly couldn't do it. But this was a major lunge from the Audi there of Ben Craner. It was never going to happen, sadly, and he'll be feeling very regretful about that indeed, and the stewards will definitely be looking at that. As you can see, all kinds of chaos happening out on circuit at the moment. But the thing that this is all allowed is Jack Gooden, our GT3 pole sitter, has now found himself only 6.5 seconds off of the race lead. So could he perhaps go from pole to spin to win?
Well, that could be something that happens, and he's not a million miles away. He's 7 seconds off of the race lead at the moment, so not quite the circumstances that we were expecting here in this race, but a change for your GT4 race lead. Alex Robinson saying, my race is all but over now, and I'm not very happy with you, Mr. Craner. Jimmy Broadbent leads this race, but crucially, Robinson is still there in second place with Jack Mace there in third overall. So Broadbent just got to stay calm, and the race will remain in his hands for the foreseeable future of this one going on. Looking, though, at battles going on a little bit further down in the order, it is starting to spread itself out a little bit. Drivers now finding 2-second, 3-second gaps. One of the closest scraps out on track is between Pascal Juan Marcos Radjon and Christian Furtzer. And Furtzer, over the last lap, was 1/10 quicker here over that last revolution of the circuit right now, Peter, and this is key for Pascal Juan Marcos right now. He's just got to stay calm. There's a bit of traffic in front. That's Jack Mace, who's third overall in category, and this is going to help him in terms of just closing down those extra couple of tenths.
Yeah, he is, and of course, just got to try and use the traffic to your advantage and to just cut the way through as best as you possibly can. I want to go back to that GT4 incident there. I don't think Jimmy Broadbent's BMW M4 is very healthy indeed. We see a lot of damage at the front of that 00 car. Yeah, he was not a terribly high-speed impact, but looks to be a lot of damage at the front there, so that could have caused engine damage, it could have caused suspension or anything like that. So, as we know, the secret to winning the GT4 category is going to be running without any trips to pit lane, and we'll just have to keep a close eye on Jimmy's pace just to see how much effect that damage is having or not. But at the moment, he leads the race by over 6.5 seconds from Robinson, so he's certainly pulling time from Robinson. So Robinson's obviously got more damage, but can Jimmy nurse that car to the finish with Mace just 9.8 seconds back?
Penalty comes in, a 30-second stop and hold for Ben Craner for his incident with Robinson. So a 30-second stop and hold. Ben Craner, this is right on the pit stop window because Sepp Hopkins has come in from 5th place. Get this one, Bo. This is big. Ben Craner's in for a stop and hold.
He is, and that is going to ruin his race, sadly. But when you saw that incident, you had to say we all saw it coming. It was a big hit on the GT4 car, and I think even Ben himself would know that's coming. But the good news is he can play that slightly into his favor with a pit stop window coming up. But regardless, losing 30 seconds right now will put him at best down in 9th place. He's off the road at Magnussen Beckett as well. He's had a little bit of a moment. He keeps it on straight. He keeps it going, but that was a big wiggle through the grass there for Ben Craner. So he's being rattled now and is not having a good race indeed. You can see Jack Gooden actually just seconds behind him now on track. So that gap was a lot larger just a few moments ago. And Ben Craner is in quite a lot of issues, and he's going to find his way now onto pit lane and serve that penalty as soon as he can. Get it out of the way and use the rest of the race to recover that position.
Exactly, and there we can see the incident that's happened as drivers have come in. Furtzer has come into the pits. Matt Gallagher is down on the lane, making his mandatory stop, the one and only that he has to make on this race because they are unable to get over the line through the fuel. Mather spins that Copse corner all on his own, able to keep that one going out on track and continue in this race. But really interesting right now is this battle because Marcus Serholm right now 2:04.4 last time by. Godden 2:02.1. The difference is startling right now, Peter. That's 2.3 seconds a lap.
Not even at a long lap like Silverstone, that is a long, long way. Just a mention to Furtzer there. We saw his car going up on the jack, so that's him taking tyres as well. So Furtzer hopefully been able to sort out any damage in the pits, fill his car up with fuel, and we know that he's got very, very good pace. He's currently in 16th place, but with plenty others to cut to pit in front of him. Watching him on screen in the number 10 car, that car's still looking a little bit damaged, but not too bad. But he's got fresh Michelin tyres on that Ferrari 488. And round here at Silverstone, the difference between fresh tyres and ruined tyres is massive because it's obviously such a big commitment circuit. Watching Ben Craner serving his penalty as well. Now, back in GT4, 4, we've got Jimmy Broadbent now just 5.2 seconds behind. So that has actually started to level out a little bit. So perhaps Jimmy is maybe struggling a little bit with the damage, because Robinson is able to recover. I'll just have to have a quick look at his pace.
It's 1 second, that last lap, from Alex Robinson to Jimmy Broadbent. Broadbent, a 5.2 second margin at the moment in this field, Peter. But crucially, right now, you've got to look at Alex Robinson, who has, I would say, even despite all the hits, the much healthier looking vehicle compared to Jimmy Broadbent. Remember, Broadbent had a head-on collision with Alex Robinson, nowhere for him to go, but that was going to be crucial. Race leader Marcus Serholm comes down in onto the lane to get tyres, to get fuel. Jack Godden now will take back over the race lead after falling back to 15th place. But remember, this is going to be all about strategy and making the stop.
Yeah, the difference between Broadbent and Robinson, obviously 1.1 seconds in the favour of Robinson on that last lap. However, they are sitting about 2.5 to 3 seconds slower than the pace they were setting earlier on. So that's going to play into the hands of Mason. There he is in that red BMW M4 there, just not too far behind, about halfway back down the hangar straight. And if Broadbent and Robinson are there, and look at that, the number 13 car, and we're just hearing that we've got Jimmy Broadbent coming into pit lane. So obviously that damaged too much, and he's going to have to come in and perhaps maybe take a little splash of fuel and maybe some tyres as well. Let's see.
And this is key for Jimmy Broadbent. Remember, it's a splash and dash, but it'll be a lot more, Bo, because of the fact that he had the damage. All that aero work that has been done on that vehicle, when you scuff it up and bump it up the way that Jimmy Broadbent's car's had, that's going to affect the aero over the car. That's going to affect how quickly you can push through around the circuit. That's going to affect the fuel mileage. And in a race where you only need a splash and a dash, it might be a little more than a splash that Jimmy Broadbent needs at this point.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. That's the biggest factor, I think, for Jimmy right now, is this is a fuel-critical race where drivers are trying to use as little as possible and trying to fill the car up as little as possible to get themselves to the end of the race. And right now, that fuel mileage of his BMW M4 GT4 has been absolutely tarnished by plenty of drag that's being produced by the scraped bodywork and all kinds of bent fenders that don't line up in the slightest. So for Jimmy, that is a disaster for him in regards to how he's able to attack this race in the second half now. But it does lead a big question as to what Alex Robinson does, because of course with Jimmy now taking damage repairs, perhaps a slightly longer pit stop, and third place in a GT4 being a little bit further back in the form of Jack Mace, well, that does lead to Alex Robinson perhaps being able to be a little safer on fuel to the end of the race, being able to save more on track right now before he comes in and takes his final stop.
I just want to keep an eye on Marcus Serholm, because at the moment he is in all sorts of trouble right now. Race leader Godden comes in, and he'll see when he goes onto the lane with Jaroslav Honjic just behind that Marcus Serholm is still there on the lane. Off goes Niall Richardson, so it looks like it's been a forever and a year stop for Marcus Serholm right now. And I just think that he's going to be out of position now here in this race, if not pretty much in a whole world of hurt, as there goes through Ben Craner, who's going to pick up that place. Serholm, I think, may be staying for a lot longer as Broadbent leaves the lane here, Peter.
Yeah, Jimmy Broadbent back on the move again. So I didn't see if he took tyres or not, but certainly got the fuel to go to the end and a little bit healthier race car. And of course, he was running about 3 seconds or so off of the pace that he's capable of. And of course, with about 20 laps or so to go in this race, of course, that equates to a minute that he could effectively afford to spend in pit lane to put that damage right. So now we know that Jimmy's not going to be dangerous on fuel, but Robinson still might be.
Well, that's going to be crucial right now in terms of the way this race is going. We've got drivers now on the strategy cards. Daniel Tenorio is on the lane. Maurice Glasser isn't, though. Out of the pits comes Jack Godden, right in the middle of this battle with Stevie Adams as well. And remember, Stevie Adams was the first to pick up a penalty moving through. So this is a battle for position right now that he finds himself in. And this is awkward here in terms of the way that Godden's got out. Yes, he's got a gap, but you also have to remember, in terms of this race, this is going to be about now Godden just managing himself between now and the end. Drivers who pitted around him are not a million miles away, like Jaroslav Honjic, whose stop has actually put him out ahead of Hisham Ashraf right now here, Bo.
Absolutely, so that's a great little jump off position there for Jaroslav Honchik, who's been able to find that advantage in the pit lane, and so often drivers focus way too much on finding every 10th on the circuit, and then they just leave seconds on the board when it comes to the pit strategy. So being able to be a little smart, being able to be a bit clever there, can often win you the races, as Jaroslav Honchik actually has a massive moment coming out of the slow section of corners there, heading his way through the cops now, and that actually hurt his exit. Hishram Ashraf not able to make any kind of move in terms of getting alongside the BMW in front, but now traffic comes into it very slow indeed in front, and that's going to cause a big checkup, and they all have to be a little bit careful here. This is dicey. You can see GT4 traffic in front as well, and there's going to be a big checkup as they all have to go single file, and if anyone's willing to be a bit opportunistic here, there are some big time gains to be found as the Ferrari goes all kinds of wide in front of the BMW right now. Yaroslav getting held up awfully. Jack Johns right behind, tries to get an advantage, and they all got all kinds of extra speed differences. We've got 3 wide, we're going to go 4 wide now, down the straight. This is so close racing. 2 Ferraris, a BMW, and a 3rd Ferrari in the background as well. Side by side they'll go. Jack Johns almost touching the back of Jaroslav Honchik as they go side by side. Hishram Ashraf finds the way through as well. Jack Johns loses 2 spots in a single straight there, but that was awfully dangerous. Kashpa goes sideways, and it's going to hit the... They make contact, and Hishram Ashraf is gone into the gravel, and sadly his race, not the first we have seen in today's race, has gone in all kinds of chaos in the final corner. A disaster there, Sperry.
There was an uh-oh with a boatload of SpaghettiOs to go with that one. Hisham Ashraf caught out there by Stollarts there, I believe, just catching the grass on entry under brakes. You can see he goes to hit the brakes, he's looking for his mark, catches the grass, and then slide, he goes up and over the curb, and while Max Verstappen, Sebastian Vettel eat your heart out, Kasper Stollarts has put almost a miracle together with an almost identical move.
That was certainly what you could definitely classify as a T-bone there, and we've seen so much action at that club section there at the final set part of the lap, and always a good overtaking opportunity, but as we saw there, always an opportunity for real calamity as well. So I tell you what, guys, I don't know who wants to win this GT3 race. There's all sorts of things going on. We've seen Craner drop off, we've seen Kurza drop off. It's Furza, sorry. Who is going to win this race? It's going to be so hard to predict.
At the moment, it looks like Jack Godden with a nice, neat bow on it at the moment. A handful of drivers have yet to come down in and make the stop. Jamie Lawrence has control of this race at the front, but he's yet to pit, as is Pascal Juan Marcos Radjan at the moment. But Godden, in terms of drivers who maybe have come in and made a stop, finds himself now 12 seconds clear of Jaroslav Honchik at the moment. Maurice Glasser, I believe, and Stevie Adams will need to come in and pit again. So Godden right now has himself everything with a nice, neat bow on things. Worth keeping in mind that Broadbent stop puts him behind Mark Woozy out on track, and that will be not ideal. Stollarts will get a penalty out on circuit for his incident that he's had, but ultimately Alex Robinson right now having himself a good move at this stage. Alex Robinson with a gap of about 4 seconds at the moment, which is key. The 21 and the 13 close at the moment out on circuit, Bo.
All I'm going to say, Jake, is I think you're very brave for predicting the race winner after everything we have seen so far in this race. As we can see, though, GT4 is closing up pretty nicely at the moment, with Jack Mace getting a very nice advantage at the moment, and closing in bit by bit on your race leader. Last lap around, though, was not in Jack's favour, as he actually lost some time to the driver of Alex Robinson in front, as we have Hisham Ashraf actually diving back into the pit lane now with the damage that he sustained during that incident. So for Hisham, that's a disaster to see. In fact, race leader Jamie Lawrence in the pits as well. So those that haven't pitted yet are diving into the pits now, as we see the GT4 multi-class situation happening as they just go a lap down there. But more importantly, race leader is in the pits, and we'll see what happens with that as second place dives into the pits as well. So after this, our GT3 field should be cleansed.
Absolutely, and that will put Jack Godden then in control of the field at the front. Once again in car number 22 in control of this one. We've got some good work that has been going on in this field. We've seen Ashraf down in on the lane once again after making stops out on track, but it has been a very chaotic, I would say, first 53 minutes of this race. There's only half an hour to go, and now this becomes a game of strategy, a game of cards, at the moment. Drivers who have done well in the early stages now, maybe not so good right now. You see Marcus Sörholm lost an entire lap when it came to the pits here, Peter. He's down now in 26th position. Matt Gallagher, who started 6th, down to 19th place after everything that had been going on with his race. Craner back there in 16th position. Overall, all the drivers that were up there near the front have run themselves into some form of trouble over the course of this race today.
They have. It's all been about staying out of trouble. And speaking of trouble, we saw Stevie Adams getting into a little spot of bother with the stewards early on in the race in his BMW Z4. Now, interestingly, Stevie, he is about 16 or 17 laps into his stint, so roughly about just over half an hour. So he's probably just going to have to come in for a little splash and dash. However, unless we get a safety car, if we have any length of time under the safety car, he might just be able to stretch the fuel in that BMW to the end. Of course, has he served his penalty yet, guys? Do you know?
I believe he has, and that would have been administered by the iRacing system, because part of the iRacing system now, Bo, in part of the Week 13 updates that came along, you now get a nice feature that allows you to manually assign a drive-through penalty. So that's going to be good for him. Jack Godden currently will have control of this race and lead overall, but we're talking about that GT4 fuel in terms of saving fuel. Right now, here's the next question. 4 minutes of fuel really to save. Who's brave enough to lift and coast their way to victory?
And that's the thing, is it on paper it looks like potentially 4 minutes of fuel, but where the leader is on track for the GT3s, it has the potential to be almost 6 minutes of fuel if the timing is bad enough for the GT4 leaders. So if you are brave enough to save fuel, you better make sure that you save plenty of it, because the chance of this race going a bit longer than you might expect in regards to where you are on track means that you could actually end up having to save about 3 laps of fuel. Worst case scenario. So for the likes of Alex Robinson, who is yet to pit, for the likes of Jack Mace, Bob Woodhouse, and just about half of the GT4 field, these drivers do need to be careful, and if they're not going to commit to a pit stop in this race like so many have already, well, they need to make sure they're on maximum fuel save, because there are so many variables that are here to play and could change the running order. Just quickly though, I want to say a bit of a shout out to those in the YouTube chat for the race, because one of you did mention that for Jimmy Broadbent, it was actually a mandatory repairs he was required to have for his car. So 1.5 minutes of required repairs for Jimmy Broadbent, and that's why he went sailing down the leaderboard.
Oh, and Jack Mace right now, who was chasing down, not really too happy there with the two GT3s that were coming through Maggott's and Beckett's section. So Jack Mace not very happy at the moment as they battle in front. This is Penn and Gilchrist at the moment fighting for position right now. And look at this for side-by-side, Peter. Gilchrist there on the inside, holding place for the moment, but Penn's going to try and look here at the Vale corner. Can't quite get it slowed down enough to make the move. Has to stay back into line, but for the time being there, Jack Mace not happy there as lap traffic, feeling like he was maybe a little bit pushed out of the way in terms of that battle in front.
Yeah, this is going to be a very long 32 minutes for our GT4 field. Of course, we've seen the BMW M4 be absolutely dominant today. Of course, the 35 car, the Porsche, got taken out early. But yeah, the BMW looking like straight out the box, very, very good indeed. But we really don't know, unless our drivers have done a complete long run, a 90-minute run in practice on a full tank of fuel. We really won't know if that car will make it. We know that it's so marginal, and of course the 21 of Robinson was involved in that really, really fierce dice with Broadbent in the early stages. So if Mace has been clever in that red 13 car and been saving fuel throughout the race, I think if you start saving fuel now, it's probably too late. So you know, if Robinson or Mace or both of them have got to go into pit lane, do not count out Jimmy Broadbent for an outside chance for the win here, because he's got his car back up to condition again and doesn't have to worry about fuel, so he can push on, and he's running faster than these guys right now after his trip to pit lane.
Change of position as Jaroslav Honchik moves up into 4th place. He passes Maurice Glasser coming out of Chapel. Had a little bit of worries with Cohen Visser, who's just been reminded of blue flags in the GT4 category class. We've got a replay up on screen for you here. Bo, take us through it.
Well, this was a very close moment, like you said, and you're going to be looking for the right-hander and then onto the exit onto the back straight, and this is a perfect angle to see it. Look how close Honjic will get as he passes the Mercedes, and then so close to the GT4 on exit as well. But that is beautiful use of traffic there from Jaroslav Honjic. He makes a brilliant move there and made that look all too easy for Maurice Glacier.
Well, that was some brilliant work that's gone on then to make that move, and Jaroslav Honjic moving up forward here in this field as we got ourselves another little look at exactly what's happened. This is Honjic going around the outside. Absolutely fantastic work to get that one all sorted. So not really too many dramas there, but enough to just maybe tickle the fancy, some would think, at the moment. Now this is something that's quite interesting right now. You've got Stevie Adams there in second position. He's 5.8 off of Jack Gooden at the moment. Jamie Lawrence, after taking that stop, he is third, potentially net second, with the Adams penalty that came along earlier on in the race with the drive-through penalty. So this is really interesting here for this GT3 field right now, Peter, that we are looking at the moment, because Lawrence is currently net second, Honjic is there in net third, and at the moment we're hitting the very, very limits of those who maybe are still out there on track who have yet to come down in.
So just to clarify, has Adams served his penalty yet, or are we still waiting for him to come in? He has served his penalty. Okay, so looking at his stint length, it looks like he's got about 20 minutes or so left of fuel. So yes, in he comes, and he takes that out of doubt now. And of course, such a long trip into pit lane now here at Silverstone, but perhaps without that drive-through penalty, he could have been competing for this race today.
Oh, look at this for P10. Penn and Gilchrist still there together in terms of one Gilchrist to another to be very safe as a wicket keeper right now. It's pretty much guarding at the stumps right now for Ben Gilchrist, very much like one famous Australian icon of cricket, Adam Gilchrist, at this moment. So here comes Leon Penn, looking to try and find a way through, potentially on the inside in car number 17. On the brakes down to the inside, but again, that wide arc there coming from Gilchrist is just covering off the line, but will not get as good a run off the exit. Penn may have a chance down the inside here at turn number penultimate, we could say at this point, all over the anti-cut, and there's a spinner just in front, and that's Cohen Visa there, who's down on the old layout there, the old national one. He caught the curb, he went around in terms of his battle with the 42 machine of Wuxi, but ultimately there we see a change of position, not yet for Penn and Gilchrist, because Gilchrist is just guarding like an absolute angel at this moment in time. Look at 3, not quite enough on the brakes there, Bo.
He's looking everywhere, isn't he? Penn really desperate to make this move happen. He's got a bit of traffic in front now. We'll see if he can make it. Oh, a big moment in front. One of the Porsches stranded on the circuit either side. There we'll go. And any chance Ben has of making a move happen in the next few corners is gone, because his exit has been absolutely tarnished by that spun GT4 screen right now. We'll get a replay up on screen. That was a big moment in the middle of the circuit. The 42 car was left. So how has this happened? You can see going into the slow section of the corners now. Got a GT3 behind, and right now he's pushing a bit wide onto the grass, and he's going to loop out a bit of contact with the Audi, and he's spun off to the circuit. And is this going to be a case of a not-so-brilliant rejoin? We'll have a look, and that is close quarters, and a big hit into one of your BMWs. And who was that? Was that
Stevie Adams, who just come out the pit.
Adams. That is the worst timing possible for Stevie Adams. Out of the pit lane and straight back in, more than likely, with a very big impact there. We'll get a look from the BMW now, and there is nothing you can do about that. Not only was that a fairly poor rejoin, but once on the circuit, hit the brakes as well. Stevie Adams, complete passenger there, Sperry.
Well, let's go back live, because he's in a 3-car scrap, and it is the Gilchrist and also battle going on with Leon Penn, as you got Wuxi's going to get a stop and go 30-second penalty for that one. Round the outside tries Gilchrist, but there is the advantage of the BMW through the corners, working absolutely fantastically now as they fight 8, 9 and 10 here in this race. As look at this from Penn down the inside, trying to pick this move up. Can't quite find it at the moment, but continuing to search again and again to find his place. But again, nothing quite there doing at the moment. Your race leader is Jack Godden. He is 15 seconds here, Peter, down the road. And also you've got that battle going on between Robinson and Mace at the moment, and they are split by not very much. It's half a hanger, so to speak, in terms of relative time.
we're riding on board here with Leon Penn. He's really, really feisty here, the Scotsman. Almost like Alan McNish-esque, desperately trying to get past this Ferrari of Gilchrist here. But yeah, it's such a shame for Stevie Adams there. That was really, really poor from the driver in the Cayman there, because sometimes you can forgive it if you don't have the peripheral vision, but that car was pointing straight at the track. He would have seen the traffic coming, so to rejoin there is kind of inexcusable. So he does, yeah. Gilchrist lets Leon Penn through, and he certainly was the faster car. That was quite clear. So Gilchrist will hopefully try and tag onto the back of him and try and work their way up the field.
So Benjamin Gilchrist then trying to play the long game here with Leon Penn, who'd been trying to get by for a number of laps, but ultimately just running wide there into Brooklands corner, enough to see the position changed. It was close. There was a look down to the inside, and I'm just wondering, was there anything untoward there with Gilchrist's line? Nope, he just went a little bit too deep, and there was the position changed in a blink of an eye. So that pretty much does that, but we've still got to keep an eye out on the times between second and third. Lawrence and Honjic, 2:03 flat from Jamie Lawrence, but it was a 2:03.3 from Jaroslav Honjic in third place, which means the gap is extending right now, and that gap's enough. But look at this behind.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a great little fight behind. We'll have a look there up on screen right now. But for Honjic, the gap not going the right way, like you said. And Honjic there, going to have to try and pull something out a little bit more over the next few laps to really reel that in, because 0.3 of a second is a lot to be losing in one lap. And we know the pace Yaroslav has. He's always a very quick driver, has plenty of potential. I believe recently signed to the team Fordzilla as well. So he's got all the backing, all the right places and pieces coming into his favor. But right now, the pace is in the favor of Jamie Lawrence in that Audi R8, who was doing a great job. In fact, was only a little bit off your race leader right now, Jack Gooden. But Jack Gooden, definitely the pace setter in GT3. And I don't think Jamie has any chance of getting to the win. So Jamie just going to be looking after second place right now.
It's worth noting here that Jimmy Broadbent has got himself back up into fifth place with Visa and Woosie's woes out here on track. He's behind Mangden, Woodhouse, Mace and Robinson at the moment out on track. So that's worth keeping just in mind at this moment, the longer that this one goes on. But you can see right now there, the 41 making good progress. This is Jamie Lawrence second. You can see Club California here in iRacing just behind, having a very, very good run of things there in second, pulling away from Jaroslav Honjic and doing a brilliant job as well, just to keep that gap stationary enough here to make sure that the run is going on. We've also got another little scrap which has changed for position over the last couple of laps here, Peter, because Christian Furtzer has moved up back into sixth place. He's gone through on Ton Leben without really too many worries.
Yeah, he certainly had an eventful race as far as it all started so calmly running out the front there with Craner, but now back up to sixth place in his Ferrari, and that's a quick race car that he's got underneath him right now. So let's see if he can keep battling up the field. We've got 22 minutes to go, and I tell you what, I'm just intrigued with what's going to happen in this GT4 race, because Robinson has really picked up his pace a little bit, so it's just going to be fascinating to see if Robinson and Mace can make it to the end without going down pit lane. If they do have to go down pit lane, it is going to be incredibly close finish in our GT4 field.
Absolutely, it will do. Alex Robinson, the times have been fluctuating. The last lap, or the lap before last even, I should say, it was almost a second in favour of Robinson. This lap is 4/10 back the other way for Jack Mace. So it seems like consistency needs to be the key for Mace. If he can keep running those mid-270 lap times, Bo, he could close onto the back of Robinson for this overall race victory. It's not a million miles away, so to speak, but what this race is very, very entertaining, and it will have something from minute one to minute last, it seems, especially for those who love a little bit of strategy that comes out on the circuit.
Absolutely. 6 seconds is the gap right now between Mace and Robinson, and 6 seconds is not a lot. If you get caught up even slightly wrong place, wrong time with traffic, you can very easily have the gap extend or decrease by 2 seconds in a single corner. So for a 6 second gap, with still plenty of time left in this race, with still a third of an hour left, well then it's still plenty of time left for Jack Mace to try and close up on our race leader. But what I'm interested to see is just in the next couple of minutes, if we get any GT4 start diving into the pit lane to take fuel. And what that will mean is they were going for that strategy of no pit stops, but they couldn't get the fuel number right, and they're going to have to dive into the pits and not be able to actually make it to the end without a stop. So that's going to be interesting to me, is to see which drivers have tried to go for the no stop, but haven't been able to hit the fuel number required.
And that's going to be the key there. You can see the BMW there, car number 13, having a pretty decent run of things right now. Jack Mace has done well. Bob Woodhouse has had to jump out of the way of a couple of drivers over the course of this, but as one driver does leave the pits, that will be Mark Grondijk there, just trying to leave himself there in car number 45. This has been a very, very entertaining one in terms of now, what do you do in this position? Looking at the times between Robinson and Mace that last time by, 17.5 against an 18.2 from Jack Mace, 7/10 the other way, Peter. That's going to be the big hurt in terms of the way that the race is going to be run. Need to try and chase down times, not finding any way to chase down times. This is going to be a little bit of a game of, well, it's starting to go the wrong way in terms of battles. Race leader right now has got 3 cars to deal with, and keep this in focus here. 3 car scrap. This is Daniel Tenorio. You've got Niall Richardson, who's been overtaken on this lap by Jack Johns.
Yeah, well, it's all happening here in this GT3 battle, and when you come through here, as we show on screen with Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel, it's just all one line through there, and as we saw, some drivers trying to make it 2 line. Of course, it doesn't necessarily work. Now, just to mention, for the GT4 battle, all of the top 4 have not pitted, so they are on their original tyres and their original fuel. First person who has been in pit lane is Jimmy Broadbent. So this is all coming down to whether this M4 that's brand new to the service, just been on the service just a couple of days, the BMW M4 GT4, has it got the fuel economy to make it the full hour and a half? We know that from experience, the Cayman should be able to do that. Hopefully the BMW will have it as well.
Well, that's going to be something to just keep in mind. In terms of drivers making progress, someone who's not been very lucky, Matt Gallagher, he's currently in 13th place. And in terms of our fundraisers targets at the moment, we're on a fantastic £11,300 plus at this moment in time. So we thank you very much for the money that you've brought in to help support us in terms of the racing, and actually to help support a fantastic charity that has been working tirelessly to make sure it all works out and well. But we need to get to 15,000. So if you haven't already, go to Just Giving right now and make sure that you get yourself into the WTF1 work. Because did we mention at all, at any point in time, Bo, did we mention the fact that there are prizes to be given away with a £5 entry?
No, we did not, and there are some fantastic prizes on offer today, Jake.
Oh, there absolutely are. You can get yourself so many great things. There are 7 signed hats from the likes of Daniel Ricciardo in Renault. You've got the likes, of course, of what's been going on with Haas. You've got 2 McLaren hats that are there and ready and available, as well as a Racing Point hat as well, which are all signed and ready to be given off if you can get yourself there. If you're very lucky and you love your sim racing as well here, Peter, you've got a nice Fanatec wheel that could be coming in, part of the podium series, so that's going to be something absolutely fantastic to see here. A Fanatec wheel could come into full effect and full use for someone who's wanting to improve their skills when it comes to sim racing.
Absolutely. Fanatec, one of the real premium brands of sim racing equipment. You'll see a lot of the professional esports drivers do trust the Fanatec technology, as you see on screen there, and we thank them very much for providing one of their top-of-the-range podium wheels. Of course, these are not cheap pieces of equipment. There's well over £1,000 for a podium direct drive wheel, and that is really the cutting edge of sim racing technology, where you get such good feedback through the wheel and really get a feel of what it's like in real life to drive these BMWs, Audis, Mercedes, all these kind of thing, and especially on a service like iRacing. So yeah, get in there, donate £5, help us get Matthew Gallagher in a bath of milk on 15,000, and even Tommy WTF1, let's get it up to 20,000 so he has to get a tattoo on himself, and give yourself a chance to win one of those Fanatec wheels, because I tell you what, if I could afford it, I would have one too.
There is also a Codemasters gift bundle if you are able to win in terms of the prize to be given away. All prizes announced will be determined 1 week from today, ladies and gentlemen. You will not find out now, but enter yourself in by donating just £5 only. Just £5. It's not very much at all. That's very much, like you could say, I would say, a very nice lunch meal, you could say, in terms of comparison. Just treat yourself to, say, a friend and put yourself an extra £5 in to just give and to just help out. Look at Honjic, as there's actually issues that we're seeing out on track. Bo, what's happened?
Sadly, for Mark Gronjic, it has not been a very nice few laps. I actually noticed just a moment ago that I had a spin at Cops, and that was a disaster. I had a very slow lap time, and sadly he's gone around again in the opening part of the lap. And sadly, that Audi for him has not been playing too nice. He had a number of little issues, and we'll have a little look on board now with one of our BMWs who was right behind and saw everything. In fact, it was second place Jack Mace who saw the issue for Mark Gronjic right in front. You can see he's running a little bit too wide onto the grass, and boy, oh boy, Jack Mace was so lucky to get away with that without any kind of damage to his car. So he was very heads-up awareness there and was able to get away without any kind of issues. But sadly, for Gronjic, it has been a very disastrous couple of laps, with some of his laps even being in the 3-minute mark, such as the difficulties he has been suffering. So perhaps for Gronjic, not taking tyres in his pit stop, and maybe that's beginning to play against him as the tyre wear is really starting to kick in.
Jaroslav Honjic very close as well, so some brilliant battling going on. I've just caught an eye on Jimmy Broadbent. He's had a moment as well with Jack Johns, and he's got himself turned as they got very close together coming out of Luffield corner. So Broadbent's going to have a look at that one. The stewards will have a look, but look at Jaroslav Honjic here on the back of Jamie Lawrence. Lawrence has had a couple of poor laps. You look at lap 33, 2:04.6, lap 34, a 2:05.2. That's where Honjic's brought the gap in between second and third. The nerves will start to be jangling a little bit for Jamie Lawrence, because he knows there's not very long left to go. We're into the last 13 minutes right now, Peter, of this race.
Yes, and his tyres are, Lawrence's tyres 3 laps newer as well, so that really will help his cause as well. But like you say, when the nerves are jangling, that Audi is just as nervous as its driver at this case. And of course, that BMW of Honjic is so nice and planted. It's just such a friendly car to drive, and perfect endurance car that had so many, when it's, of course it's not really in service anymore, but 67 race wins in the real world for that BMW Z4 GT4, including an IMSA championship in 2014.
Well, that's going to be a key. So Jack Johns gets a penalty then, and he'll get a drive through for exactly what he needed there, or not what he needed, with contact with Jimmy Broadbent. And ultimately, I think this is the first time we've got to say this, Bo. It was a case of please no Punterino, and Jack Johns, well, he did not oblige.
Yeah, sadly there was plenty of Punterino on the corner exit there, and he turned just about Jimmy Broadbent around, lost a lot of time. And I've had a look at the incident myself, and I can definitely see how that penalty came to fruition for Jack Johns. So Punterino there, and sadly for Jimmy Broadbent, he did lose a lot of time, but thankfully there is no damage to his BMW M4. So he's continuing on the race now, and his next target on track is quite some way in front. So for Jimmy, sadly, it may be a case that he's stuck in his current position in class. So not ideal for Jimmy after what was such a promising start to the race, where he was leading quite early on, but sadly a bit of an incident with a slower class car, or a faster class car I should say, tagging the GT4 race leader. Jimmy nowhere to go and collected him, damage sustained to both cars, and that was the end of Jimmy's race in terms of challenging for the race win, which has ended up with Alex Robertson still leading as we enter the final 12 minutes in this race. And we still need to keep an eye on, although it is the dying stage of this race, this GT4 battle, although again it's not very close right now on track, there is plenty being played out right now in terms of fuel strategy. And if these drivers can stretch that tank, which is 125 litres for these BMWs compared to the 115 for the Porsches, can they stretch it all the way to the final lap of the race?
Remember, Robinson's had a hit already in this race from Ben Craner, who was trying to get through. Jack Mace has been squeaky clean throughout the entirety of this race. He's been having a really good run of things. That battle, second and third overall in your GT3 category, that's been really, really close as well. So that's worth keeping in mind, as well as this battle that's been going on for 8th and 9th place overall. Leon Penn has not gone away from Stevie Adams, who started 7th position overall on the grid. Penalty early dropped him back positions, but ultimately now he's in his own battle at the moment. But what is key is that Honjic and Lawrence, that gap here, Peter, is staying almost identical. It's like you can put rubber bands between them and they'll never move.
Yeah, and we're just coming into the critical part of this race now, and just coming up for 10 minutes to go. So between 4 and 5 laps left, and Jaroslav Honjic in that BMW, you know, just as I say, when we come to the very last moments of the race, I'd want to be in that BMW, just a little bit more stable, a little bit more comfortable and easier to get on the power without too much of a fuss. But Jamie Lawrence making that Audi work really nicely so far. As well. It'd be interesting to get on board with one of the leading GT4 cars of Robinson or Mace, because it'd be really interesting to see how they're going to be. We know they're going to have to be saving fuel, but how are they doing it? Are they doing it with a lift and coast, so coasting into the corner and lifting off the throttle early and coming onto the throttle a little bit later and changing up the gearbox that little bit earlier? It'd be interesting to see if they're just going to be able to stretch that fuel load.
Well, let's go on board with Jack Mace. Let's hear into Stowe Corner then. How much lifting and fuel saving is there? Let's go on board.
Didn't sound like too much lift and coast into there. He sounds pretty confident at the moment, doesn't he?
No, he certainly seems to be pushing here, does Jack Mace. Alex Robinson right now is having a bit of traffic to deal with right now, which is not going to be ideal. So he's really trying here as Jack Mace to chase down Alex Robinson. Either he feels like he doesn't need to fuel save his vehicle, or he's in a position where he knows he's committing to a stop and he'll be very, very quick when he goes to make it. So keep that in mind as they all go on forward. Not many laps remaining, and that's going to be another factor here right now, is when the likes of Jack Godden crosses the start-finish line, because he's doing very nice 201s, very high 201s at the moment, which is the fastest driver overall out on circuit. He's got himself 25 seconds now over Jamie Lawrence and Jaroslav Honjic here, who are 2nd and 3rd position. And the key here for Jack Godden, when does he cross the line? He should cross the line with about 30 seconds left to go come the very end of this race, and that will mean there'll be an extra lap for everybody to go on by here at the moment, Mr. Mackay.
So it's been a brilliant drive from Jack Godden. Of course, we mustn't forget that he was pointing backwards at turn 3, involved in a little bit of action at the beginning of our race, and he's done very well to just run cleanly since then in his Ferrari 488. Yesterday I was speaking to Rahel Fry, who of course runs in the Ferrari 488 at Le Mans in the GTE AM class, which is a very close sister car to the 488 GT3, and she said it's a brilliant endurance car, the Ferrari, a great car to run long distance races with.
Oh, and we have seen a great 90 minutes so far. Penn starting to fall away from the back of Adams in the battle 8th and 9th in your GT3 category at the moment. Robinson doing enough to hold Jack Mace off at 1 arm's length at the moment, but it's 2nd and 3rd where the concentration lies, because Jaroslav Honjic here is trying to chase down Jamie Lawrence, as we've said, for about the last 10 minutes or so. It's just been stuck in that gap. Now, Bo, we have managed to do something that is practically unheralded when it comes to endurance racing. We've gone about 1 hour and 21 minutes without saying a certain word in that acronym, and that acronym is Balance of Performance, the BOP, the BOP. Jaroslav Honjic there in a different vehicle to Jamie Lawrence. What are the advantages and disadvantages that Honjic's going to have in terms of this scrap?
Well, right now, the advantage with the Audi is it's so good in the high-speed corners. Yes, it can be a little bit twitchy, but if you know how to drive the Audi, if you know how to get the most out of it, smooth inputs, and not being too aggressive on your release of the brake pedal, that thing is brilliant through these sections. Maggots, Beckett's, these high-speed corners is Audi territory every single time. But when you get onto a straight, an initial punch from the BMW is pretty strong. The BMW is very good out of slow-speed corners and building up to its speed. When it gets up to straight line speed at the end of the straight, the BMW perhaps isn't as strong as, let's say, a Mercedes or an Audi, but that initial punch is good at getting a run on your competitor, and that's where the BMW excels. And right now, Jaroslav is doing a fantastic job at closing in on the Audi in front of Jamie Lawrence, who I think is beginning to feel the pressure just a little bit as we head to 6 minutes left in this race. And the gap is closing down. They cross the line, and this time around for Jamie Lawrence, they're 202.8. Well, it's a 202.8 for Jaroslav as well. There is nothing between these guys.
Just a few thousandths, a bit of chump change, some would say. The difference between those times, between Lawrence and Honzik as they make their way through the right of 3 and onwards. Matt Gallagher has got himself side by side right now. The last battle's on the leading lap here as he battles William Hardman. And, well, you're going to have to be a really hard man to try and defend against Matt Gallagher when you know he's got all that prestige. But you can see he breaks early, allows Gallagher to go around the outside and pick up the place. So Gallagher now holds on, maintains that 12th place. His next vehicle down the road is 30 seconds away. That's Ben Craner, who's found the back of Ben Gilchrist and in fact has just gone through on Ben Gilchrist here, down into Stowe Corner, got himself down the inside and comfortably picked up the place there, Peter. So that is Ben Craner finding himself now back inside the top 10 late in the day.
Yeah, making his way up after what has been an eventful race for Ben Craner. Just a mention to one of our donators on the Just Giving page, Jack Valpy, who says he is downing a beer for every Matty Gallagher spin. So I hope he's feeling okay so far. But thank you very much for your donation, Jack, and thank you for your support with downing the beers. That's very noble of you to do that for such a great cause.
Well, I count that as 3 at the moment that you've got to deal with. As Gallagher's short on fuel, he'll come down in, he'll splash, he'll dash, he'll go a lap down to Jack Godden here, who is having a very, very good run. And Jack Godden does not have long in his race. He's got himself 4.5 minutes. That's 3 laps around this track because, of course, mastermind rules when it comes to racing like this. Once you cross over the line, when the timer expires, you have till the end of your lap. So to speak, Bo, you started, so you may finish.
Well, right now, these drivers do have a fair way to go. And 3 laps, I know it doesn't sound like all too much, but there is still, for these drivers, a lot of focus required because it's so easy late in the race, especially an endurance race, to just begin to lose focus a little bit. At this point, they're fatigued, they're feeling the burn, and I had a driver off the road, they're actually pulling off the circuit. It's Benjamin Gilchrist. What has happened to Benjamin Gilchrist? I'm going to go back and have a look.
Oh, it's a big one.
There is no drive in that car, so what we might do is get a replay up on screen and see what has happened here to Benjamin Gilchrist. And you could see that he was stopped on circuit, and yeah, just lost all drive, and the car goes off to the side of the circuit, hard into the wall, and big damage to the Ferrari 488 GT3, and Gilchrist there, sadly, his race will come to an unfortunate end, and he is now back in the pit lane, so there will be no safety car called to end this race early, but for Gilchrist, that is a disastrous way to end what was overall a fairly strong race for him.
I'm surprised he actually got that moving again so quickly. That was some brilliant work on his part to get it off the track under advisation. Advisation, is that even a word anymore? Well, he was advised by race control there to get that going, but look at how Honzik has just put lap after lap after lap of slowly increased torture-racked pressure at this point on Jamie Lawrence. Traffic in front, though, is Liam Mangan. This is not going to be helpful right now, and you can see has to check up through the right there, the left of Beckett's, and now through Chapel. Honzik's got the best chance available, looking for the inside. 2 tyres in, round, and into the tyres goes Jamie Lawrence from third, who was spooked. He was spooked, and look at this on the rejoin, bang, contact with Dave Christie. Christie into the wall as well, and I expect a penalty there for Jamie Lawrence, who did not hold his brake.
Yeah, no, that's
I think he maybe got a little bit of a help. Yes, he did. That looks to me from that angle. Be interesting to get on board with Tomczyk there, because wow, that looked like a little help from the BMW, the 39 car. Let's get a closer look at this from Jaroslav Honzik. He gets it. Oh, it's so hard to tell there if there was contact or not. It'll be interesting to hear from our drivers at the end if there was or not. Let's get a closer look. Oh no, he did it on his own, but it could possibly be netcode where there's just an ever so slight discrepancy between the where the sim thinks the car is and where the driver thinks it is. It's just tiny margins, but was enough. And the other possibility was that it was a little bit of a snap oversteer moment on the Audi, which we know that they are prone to. So what a shame for Jamie Lawrence. He's still showing on the timing screen as being in third place, just 3 seconds ahead of Hopkins, so he might still be able to climb the podium. We'll just have to wait and see, but still no GT4 pit stops, so it looks like, say it quietly, these BMW M4s might just be able to stretch it on the fumes coming over the line.
Don't count your chickens just yet, as the likes of Mason Robinson still have to race on. Stewards will be looking at that Jamie Lawrence incident and the one with Yaroslav Honjic as well, and they're going to take a little time to deliberate on that, because there was so much that went on with that incident. Of course, netcode is something that happens when it comes to sim racing as they go together, as they go on through. So that has really changed a lot in terms of this race. But Hopkins right now trying to chase down, trying to have a good run of things, doing well at the moment, but at this point in time, got some great battles going on. Niall Richardson running behind Daniel Tenorino at this point in time. Sorry, Tenorio at this point, but you've got that going on at the moment. Robinson staying out just in front. Jack Mason also staying out, going on a little bit more. Very much not long to go. We are, of course, now onto the final lap of this race with Jack Godden in control at the moment at the front of this field. So one lap to go and nobody coming in, and it's going to be a penalty for Jamie Lawrence then, and that's going to really hurt his race from third position. He will have to drop on back as he comes in, serves the penalty, and will have to get out again. He may not even finish on the leading lap. He may be dropped back to 10th place overall come the way this race is ended. Jamie Lawrence, after that late incident, will get a drive-through or a stop and hold for a unsafe rejoin there, and that is going to hurt Jamie Lawrence's race no end at this point in time. No worries though at the moment for Alex Robinson. Car spins though just in front of Jack Mace. That was Niall Richardson who's gone around, so no worries at all for him. He's able to keep this one going. But now to the second half of the lap for Jack Godden. No real worries in front. He's got one bit of traffic there in the form of Mark Woozy, and he's got to try and get himself in and around. They can see through the left then comes along of the Chapel corner, and then down the right of Chapel comes down in that left, of course, being Beckett, and now onto the hanger straight for the final time. He's had to work incredibly hard for this race. Yes, he started on pole position, but a spin at turn 2 on cold tyres really did not help in terms of his run. He dropped back as far down the order as 15th place in the early stages, but what he was able to do to mastermind a way back up through the field, nothing short of sensational, and to still have a winning margin of over 30 seconds around this place. Jack Godden, you've got to tip your cap off, because he has just dominated when it has come to the endurance race. Some magical racing, and of course, you look back behind here, Bo, to Alex Robinson right now, trying to have a really strong run home. He's only a couple of corners away.
He is, and he's not showing any signs of lift or coast or any fuel-saving technique. He is looking okay right now. He's just got 2 more corners to go and only 1 braking zone in that space of time. Late on the brakes he will go, and it has been a strong performance indeed. He had to fight off with Jimmy Broadbent early in the race, but he held his nerve despite everything that was thrown at him, including the fuel burn. But overall, after 40 laps of racing, Alex Robinson will take the checkered flag in your GT4 class in a brilliant showing, where he will finish only narrowly ahead of Jack Mace, who drove a brilliant race in second. And it looks like the driver of Bob Woodhouse will finish in third place as well to make an ERT Esports 1 and 3 for the team.
And that will be something exciting. Seb Hopkins will get a podium as well with that car 33. And Pascal Juan Marcos Radchen, we have talked almost nothing about him over the course of the race, but what a 4th place that he's going to get in the GT3 category there, jumping over the line. And you have to say, after some brilliant racing that we have seen here over this opening race, we've got a Pro Invitational coming up after this, of course, Peter, but that was something pretty entertaining.
It was. You think 90 minutes, a long race, and you'll have plenty of time to settle in. We didn't have any of it. That was a pure sprint. And I have to say, it's brilliant to see Alex Robinson getting the win in the GT4 category, because as he said, when he got that, when he was taken out by Ben Craner and also Jimmy Broadbent getting tangled up in that incident as well, he thought his race was over. He thought his day was done, but was able to get back going again and nurse that car home to the finish. And I don't think there'll be much fuel left in those BMW M4s after that. So really pleased to see him get the win. And also Jack Godden, after getting turning around at turn 1 and turn 2 to win the race by such a convincing margin. Fantastic stuff.
Colin Bliss there having a good battle towards the end. It was, Colin Love, battling close towards the end. Angus Love winning out that battle over to the end. Aidan Bliss dropped 2 positions, so I wouldn't call that sweet bliss, but let's get results then up on screen. This is how everything finished. Overall, Jack Godden picking up the win. An hour, 31 minutes and 40 seconds of hard graft racing, with Jaroslav Honzik there in second behind, having started his race on the 6th row of the grid in 12th place. Seb Hopkins picks up third, with Pascal Juan Marcos Radchen there in 4th, and Christian Furtzer, after spinning out of 2nd place, gets a top 5 for his troubles. Tom Leben, in the end, gets 6th position overall, with Stevie Adams surviving a drive-through penalty early on to get 7th. Leon Penn there in 8th, with Jamie Lawrence. A high-profile incident towards the end drops him to 9th, and it was Ben Craner who ended up rounding out the top 10. Bo with 11 to 20.
And all of our drivers from 11th to 20 ended up 1 lap down at the checkered flag, and they were leaded in 11th place by William Hardman and Maurice Glaser, who finished 11th and 12th. Daniel Torino in 13th, with Niall Richardson and Jack Johns collecting top 15 results at the end of our 90-minute race tonight. Mark Ronjek sadly ran into a couple of issues throughout the race. He would finish in 16th, but he does have the distinction of saying he did beat Matthew Gallagher, who would round out the race in 17th place. Angus Love would finish in 18th place, with Sam Cole and Aidan Bliss in the top 20.
And they can see here 21 on back here. You've got Josh Trappett there 21st, Harry Reynolds 22nd, Ben Gilchrist fails to finish in 23rd, Jody Mills 3 laps down in 24th. And now you hit the likes of your GT4 field, which of course, Peter, you kept a very close eye on.
Yeah, our winner of our GT4 category in the brand new to iRacing BMW M4 is the number 21 of Alex Robinson. But he was pushed very closely by the 13 of Jack Mace, who kept it nice and tidy all the way through. Rounding out the GT4 podium is the 046 car of Bob Woodhouse. And in 4th place in GT4, the 16 of Liam Mangan. Back in 5th was the 00 of Jimmy Broadbent, very much a competitor for the race win out in front there, but sadly caught up in that incident. Rounding out the last of our finishers here, in 31st position was Cohen Visser, 32nd was Andrew Mather, 33rd was the 42 of Mark Woozy, in 34th was the 37 of Dave Christie, 35th was Marcus Sohom, 36th was Hisham Ashraf, 37th Andrew Chinichi, who was our GT4 pole sitter, don't forget, 38th was Advait Dedwar, 39th was Rhys Atkin, and 40th Freddie Scattini.
The final couple of drivers, Archie Forsyth, Darren Cassie and Callum Ireland, didn't make it over the line, so they ran themselves into a bit of trouble in the early goings. But ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to step aside ever so briefly, catch our breaths after a very entertaining race. When we come back, we're going to get ourselves a bit of conversation, so to speak, with these drivers who had themselves a very good race up at the top. And on top of that as well, we're going to start gearing up towards the Pro Invitational. You do not want to tune away from this right now. We'll step aside. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your 10th anniversary WTF1 charity event fundraising for the Royal Brompton and Harefield Foundation Trust. Some brilliant work has been going on from them. If you haven't already, there's a Just Giving link. You enter £5. You can get yourself entered for an event, which is going to be absolutely marvellous to keep in mind. We have smashed through the raise target of 10,000, and we're at £12,500 at the moment. Remember, you want to get to 15,000. Donate if you can, because if we hit that 15,000 mark, there's a Lando Norris special challenge going for Matt Gallagher. He is going to have to take a bath in milk, so we'll keep that in mind as things go on. But our drivers coming in have had a brilliant run of things. Some brilliant racing has been going on, but first and foremost, we have to talk, of course, to our race winner, Jack Godden. Jack, that was a very tough race for you, knowing that you spun in the opening couple of corners. Just talk us through your perspective. Cold tyres catch you out?
Yeah, I underestimated that quite a lot. I went into turn 1 thinking everything would be fine, it'll just settle down, it'll be all normal. Next thing I know, I'm pointing everyone and everyone's just driving past. I'm like, oh no.
Well, always going to be difficult in the early stages, but talk about how you picked apart driver upon driver trying to push through. Was it a case of head down and really having that narrow tunnel vision drive of, okay, one position at a time, or was it a case of maybe looking at the race big picture, seeing drivers run into troubles left and right and going, hang on, my race is back on here all of a sudden?
I knew I had time, I think, that because it was a very long race, obviously. And I just found myself passing a couple of people. Some guys let me by, which is quite nice. Two was very difficult was Matt. He was parking it all over the place. It took me ages to get past, so I found it so difficult. But once I passed him, I was suddenly like back in 7th for only like half an hour in or so. And I was like, okay, maybe we'll get a chance later on. And it was there like by the time we pitted. It was all good.
It was certainly all good, and of course, we're just looking over towards the next section of racing right now with the Pro Invitational, but a big victory around the Silverstone track where you found yourself clear come the end by 30 seconds. Was that a margin that you were expecting when racing started? You were down in 15th?
No, not at all, no. Definitely not.
Not at all, no. But before we let you go, Jack, a massive victory. You've got an opportunity to thank however many people here on the Races YouTube channel, this WTF1 event. Anyone you'd like to thank? Shout out sponsors.
All the people at my team, Rev Up Racing, all the people hosting WTF1. Fantastic. Thank you all.
Well, there is Jack Godden, who picked up the race victory overall, but crucially as well, there are a lot of drivers who had some brilliant work into second position and victories all of their own. I do believe, if I've got this right, that we have found another winning driver. Am I right in saying you're Mr. Robinson?
I am Mr. Robinson.
That's very good,
That's
because
correct.
Bo Albert's going to talk to you.
Okay.
Mate, it was a fantastic drive in the end. It wasn't an easy one for you in the GT4 class. You had all kinds of things going on. Talk us through at first, though, that battle at the start of the race where you found yourself fighting door to door and also trying to pull away from Mr. Jimmy Broadbent.
Oh, it was hard work. Yeah, basically it was side by side for quite a few laps. My heart was pounding. I was just so nervous not to take him out because I knew there's a lot of people watching. Yeah, and then I finally got away, started making a little gap, and then we had a little incident with the GT3 leader, I think it was. But yeah, it was hard work racing, keeping your eye in the mirror, looking at the GT3 cars coming up behind you. It was hard, man.
Of course, one of the big talking points when it came to the GT4 class was the ability to try and stretch your fuel over the entire stint to make it home. Was there any point in the race where you thought, oh boy, I'm actually tighter on fuel than I expected, and you had to really focus on just how much you were saving fuel?
Not really, actually. I found I had 5 laps left at the end, so I was kind of just cruise mode. After about lap 22, because my steering was damaged, so I was just taking it easy, trying to nurse it home, and the fuel kind of kept building from there. So yeah. I was fine.
You talked about being very nervous at the start of the race fighting with Jimmy Broadbent. How were you in those final laps when you knew the gap behind you was only about 5 seconds? You thought the fuel was okay, but like you said, there was traffic moving around. You had to keep the car on the road, and it was only 5 seconds, so you could not afford any kind of mistake as you watched the clock slowly tick down.
It was nerve-wracking again. I was just, every time I come into the final complex, I was like, please, please, white flag, please be the white flag. But then I finally got it, and that was it. Then it was just cruise, just take it easy, and just make it through that last lap, and just watch the mirror for any GT3s.
Well, mate, it was a fantastic drive. Before I let you go, is there anybody you want to thank?
I just want to thank my teammates in the ERT esports team, Rob especially for helping me with the setup for the race, and just anybody who donates really to the charity. It's a great cause, and just thank everybody.
Well, congratulations again on behalf of all of us for the race win. And again, hopefully we can see you in the future in more events. But until then, Jake, back over to you.
And I'm going to hand over to Peter Mackay, who stood by with the driver who came second in the GT4 category, that being Jack Mace.
Hello there. Hi.
Hello, Jack.
Hi there.
Congratulations on your runner-up finish in the GT4 category today here in the brand new BMW M4 GT4. Tell us what this new car is like.
Oh, it's so much fun. If anyone who's been playing iRacing is familiar with like the upper tier cars in the production car challenge, it's a lot of fun. They'll understand immediately. You can push this car incredibly hard. You know, you saw by the fact there that I did the entire race without stopping. In fact, all the front four of us did. It just keeps going and going and going, and it's just so consistent to drive.
And was the dreaded fuel light coming on in the closing stages, or how much longer do you think it could have gone?
I could have got one more lap out of it. I was praying so much to avoid every single incident that I could, because I knew that was just gonna really hurt the fuel consumption. I was really hoping that Alex in front, after his incident, was going to be more draggy and have to worry about fuel, but I could have got another lap out of it in the end. I did feel slightly lighter than the guys around me, but only just.
Wow, that is extraordinary. And how did the tyre last? Because 90 minutes, was the fuel wasn't a worry too much, but did those tyres start to really get a bit tired out by the end of the race?
The first 5 laps were when they had their peak, definitely. That's when you saw like 215s, 216s from us. After that, they stayed really solid until about 10 minutes to go. Then it started to get a little bit slidey at that point. The rear was coming out quite a bit, going onto like the main straight especially. But they held up pretty well considering, you know, we were doing, again, 90 minutes on them. And I understand that we're not, you know, the top tier of sim racers around here, but I feel like we gave them a good showing at least.
You certainly did. There's some very decorated people finishing behind you in the order, so well done on that one. Before we go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out or say thank you to before you let you go and have a beer?
Thanks to everyone who's been donating to the fantastic cause that we've had going on here today. I heard 11,000 being raised. I could be wrong on that one. But that's just really good to hear, because we're all here at the end of the day to have some fun, raise some money for charity, and just thanks to everyone who's donated, essentially.
Thanks for coming in to chat to us, Jack. Well done.
Super. Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, that was Jack Mace, who came home second. Very quickly, we'll talk to the two drivers who came third. First is Seb Hopkins here. And Seb, that was a quiet race by your standards, you had to say. No real dramas to speak of. A bit of battling in the early goings. But aside from that, you found yourself near the front, come late. And then it all sort of, you know, was gifted to you on a plate, so to speak.
Yeah, it was. I can't say it was a bit lucky for Lawrence to come in the pits second to last, but I just kept consistent, and with that penalty Lawrence got, I managed to get P3, which I'm really happy about.
Well, you've got to be really happy with that, especially a big result in a big event like this. And one of the keys of sim racing is how to grow and develop in terms of the way that sim racing continues to go on. Were you expecting a result like this today? You really picked up a good turn of pace. You kept it nice on the circuit, and maybe this is something to kick on for you in your sim racing career, Seb.
Yeah, I had quite a bad quali. I made some mistakes, but I still qualified P11, and so to get P3 from P11, I'm really happy about, because I wanted to just stay out of trouble and see where I could end up.
Well, you ended up in a very, very incredible position, a P3. Anybody you'd like to thank, Seb?
Yeah, I want to thank who's in the race as well, and my teammate in real life, Tom Leben, who finished P6. We both worked on, especially him, on the strategy, and he helped with the fuel and tyres of how we can manage it. So especially, I just want to thank Tom because I don't think I think I would have been a bit lost with the strategy if he wasn't around.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. A fantastic P3 there for Seb Hopkins, who will be incredibly happy with that. That caught me off a little bit by surprise, so to speak. But, Bo, you've got Dr. Rob alongside you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Dr. Rob, and of course, a brilliant drive for you. How was the race from your perspective?
I was a bit surprised with my qualifying. I did not expect to be on the front of the grid. And yeah, it all got a bit much. Jimmy got me into turn one, and yeah, I then got on the gas a bit too hard, getting onto the straight, and just spun it and put it in the wall within 5 corners. But yeah, I just then got my head down and yeah, stuck in it and managed to come back for a podium. So yeah,
And it was a fantastic drive back to the podium, like you say. And of course, a lot of the strategy was being able to manage your fuel in that class. How's the fuel situation for you?
yeah, I mean, we went into the race believing that when we done our calculations, we thought we were about 80 minutes and we were done because we were going to split the race half and half. But when we realised we could go so deep, it was like just fill it up and see how we go. And yeah, once I had my damage and so forth, I was down on a bit of speed. And where we have to lift off for these GT3s coming by, we just ended up saving more and more and was yeah, as we were getting to the end, it all came back to us, and yeah, didn't need to pit.
You mentioned there the multi-class situation with the GT3 cars as well. How was that from your perspective, and have you done much multi-class racing on iRacing before?
Yes, yeah. I mean, with my teammate Alex and Rory Alexander, we won the Bathurst 12-hour earlier on in the year. We were split 13, but yeah, we've been doing it a bit with our teammates, the ERT esports team. And yeah, so we've done quite a bit of endurance racing, all the special events last year, and we've done a couple this year. So we're trying to get into the swing of it, and that's what brought us to iRacing. It's the endurance element. It's just so much more enjoyable than the sprint racing.
Well, it was a fantastic job from ERT Esports, like you say, with a win and a 3rd place in the GT4 class. Before I let you go, is there anyone you would like to thank?
Well, just you guys for putting this event on. Such a worthy cause, and yeah, it's an honour to be part of it. And yeah, thanks to all you guys for putting it on.
Well, fantastic. There we go. 3rd place in GT4 class. Jake, back over to you.
Well, we've seen some fantastic racing. We're going to move on to the pro race in just a couple of moments' time. But Peter, this is the part where we effectively say goodbye in terms of this broadcast to you. But how did you find things and proceedings today after what was a very, very hectic race that happened in your GT3 and 4 race?
It was busy, to say the least, of course. With GT3 and GT4, you've effectively got 2 different races going on the same track, which always adds a spice to proceedings. So it was very busy, keeping an eye on the timing screens and seeing what everything was happening. And of course, the GT3 race, we had 3 or 4 drivers who looked like they were going to win it and then made mistakes. And yeah, it was all action. And I hope those tuning in enjoyed the race. I certainly enjoyed commentating on it. And I think sounds like you guys are going to have a lot of fun in this Pro Invitational with some pretty big names taking part in some F3 cars at Laguna Seca. So have fun with that, and everyone watching, don't forget to donate, because it's been a great show today from our drivers.
Oh, absolutely, and it's been brilliant work throughout from all of you donating as well as the drivers and the work they've done. But we're going to be 30 seconds. We just got to jump over and maybe even pay a bill or something like that. But we'll be back in 30 seconds. You stay there. We're going to jump. And welcome back. There's our little jump, and we are back, and we have magically transformed ourselves with a fantastic teleport over to the virtual WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, with many a driver trying to prove their worth here today to see if they can win the Pro Invitational. It's 45 minutes worth of racing, no pit stops required, but there are going to be some interesting battles out in performance. I'm Jake Sperry, that's Bo Albert alongside me. We've just said goodbye to Peter Mackay, but we've got some fantastic names here from both the world of racing and, of course, the world of the internet as well. And I think you have to say, Bo, this is, I would say, a very, very class field in both respects.
Absolutely. The talent in this server right now is incredible to look at. I can't wait to see what kind of racing we're about to see. Of course, we've got a couple of familiar faces from the WTF1 side of the site. We've got some YouTubers, we've got some real-world drivers. Overall, it is a stacked lineup, and everywhere you look, there's someone that's going to be a very familiar name to everybody who's watching right now.
Well, we're going to go through a lot of names here of drivers who are here. First and foremost, car number 20 right now. This is one that I'm incredibly excited, or someone I'm incredibly excited to talk over. Matthew Sadakist Trivet, who is someone who, if you're in the CSGO, the Counter-Strike Global Offensive scene, he is probably a legend when it comes to the commentary scene, and is probably someone that a lot of people who get into sim racing or get into esports in general look up to, idolize, and say, I want to talk like that guy. That guy knows what's going on. You can keep going down the names of people who come into that sort of walk as car number 21. Not yet on track, but keep an eye on car 21. The name is a little bit backwards, but expect some passion from a former GP2 champion, Davide Valsecchi here, Bo.
Absolutely. If anyone has heard Davide behind the microphone, one of the most excitable people you could ever possibly meet. He's so passionate about racing. He loves it. Whether it's real or virtual, of course, doing work with the F1 esports series as well. Davide just loves his racing, and it is fantastic to have him here tonight on the grid. But like you say, there are some big names in here. One that really stands out to me is one of our drivers is Emerson Fittipaldi, the oldest driver in the field at 73 years of age. But my word, a two-time Formula One world champion. Can you believe we've got Emerson racing tonight? I think that is fantastic and already on track, showing he has not lost a bit of speed.
Oh, absolutely. He has been absolutely fantastic in terms of what he's been able to do over the years. And if you've seen him in the rFactor 2 Legends Trophy, he has been someone absolutely entertaining to keep an eye out on. Someone that's maybe a little bit underrated in terms of what element he's done, but has certainly come up to, I would say, prospects over the last couple of years. Is an eye on what I believe is car number 77 out on track, who is Aidan Millward, and he tends to do story time, which is the weird, wacky, wonderful, and did I just steal your segment, Aidan? I do believe I did. Moments of racing, Bo.
I have to just quickly point out to the entire broadcast, Sperry has been waiting all night to say that line. He's been absolutely jumping with joy to steal Aidan's lineup. But of course, Aidan, a very popular YouTuber, and very awesome to have him on the grid today. He loves his sim racing, as do other people who also do YouTube. We have Benjamin Daly, or as you may know him, Tiamat Marduk, here on YouTube. And of course, driving for Veloce Esports as well. Benjamin, a very talented driver in his own right, but not so much on iRacing. He did do a little bit of it in his past, but tends to play on other games these days. But right now, he's on iRacing and looking very comfortable in an open wheel car. Plenty of downforce, which is what he is used to. So I look forward to seeing how Tiamat Marduk gets on tonight.
Currently at the top of the timing stands is Sandy Mitchell, a Super Trofeo race victor. He's done absolutely fantastically over the course of this practice session so far. To get 35 minutes, we're about 15 minutes away, 16 minutes right now from the start of qualifying, which will be 10 minutes or 2 laps or so. So Sandy Mitchell right now currently at the top, Matthew Gallagher second, and there's Oliver Rowland there in third position right now. And of course, Oliver Rowland, very storied racing career up there as a very, very quick driver. Currently resides in Formula E right now, but he's had some very, very accomplished results over the course of his tenure so far, Bo.
Absolutely, of course, probably the highlight for him, I would say, is the 2015 Formula Renault 3.5 championship. And of course, he also backed it up just 2 years later with a third place in the Formula 2 championship as well. And like you said, or alluded to, now driving for Nissan in the Formula E series. He's got a lot of potential and is always at the front of the field there. And I can't wait to see what he can do when Formula E goes back racing at some point in the next too distant future. But like you said, it is a stacked field. We have Ollie Webb in here, of course, racing for Bikoles, and is the 2014 European Le Mans Series winner in the LMP2 class. Very, very competitive series, and Ollie fighting right at the front. We've got Kelvin van der Linde, who is a very familiar name, even outside of what he does in the real world for sim racing. He's very talented in sim racing as well. And yes, Barry.
Absolutely, we've got some brilliant drivers there as my internet decides it wants to go through a loop at this moment in time. That's very nice, isn't it? We've got some other drivers here who are looking to go and do very well. Callan O'Keefe, someone who's maybe not so well known, but someone who would definitely be looking to try and get up. He's had a very good regional and European sim racing career, has the racing career, sorry, I should say, the South African, and is looking to try and push on forward here in this race. Only a couple of tenths of a second behind a driver who was once touted as the next Lewis Hamilton. Well, the current Lewis Hamilton having a good run. This is Enam Ahmed right now in the number 42 machine, because that at the moment is the answer to the life, universe, and everything.
You just had to say that, didn't you? But of course, NM is 2017's British Formula 3 Championship, and just last year was third in the Japanese Formula 3 series as well, so he's got a lot of potential. And having driven a Formula 3 car in the real world, he's one you've got to put a bit of pressure on for today's race, but sadly the pressure gets to him, and he goes for a little bit of a loop there on screen through turn 1, which is a very tricky corner indeed. Another driver who's a little bit perhaps not used to being in this sort of a competitive field is Mike Channel, and some of you may know him from the Outside Xbox YouTube channel, where he does some fantastic work, always very entertaining. Right now, he's got a beautiful livery on his car to actually match his work that he does on YouTube, but sadly right now the lap time not quite where he would have liked it, but thankfully he still gets 13 minutes of practice to try and improve on that. But another YouTuber who we did see in the previous race who makes a return is of course the ever popular Jimmy Broadbent. And I love in your little notes here, Sperry, that you've had to make a proper point here to say that he lives in a shed.
He does, and you know, it's a fact. He's got a Subaru that is absolutely fantastic to run around, as well as Matt Gallagher. In terms of the notes for Matt Gallagher as well, it is worth noting that he is going to be on track. There is no rain as current simulated in iRacing, so he's got no choice here, Bo. He has to put dries on.
He absolutely does, which is good news, and thankfully no more horrific flashbacks for him. But if it all does go wrong in this race, he can at least say that he had the privilege to party in the Amber Lounge with Nico Rosberg, which is of course a very important thing for Matt, and something he prides himself very much on in regards to those who have seen the brilliant series that he used to do with plenty of other drivers, some of which are in this field as well. But it is a stacked field. We have Ross Gunn, the GTE driver for Aston Martin Racing, in here as well. We'll see what Ross can do. Currently very competitive towards the top of the timesheets, but one driver he does have ahead of him is the creator of HasMaldonado.CrashJet.com and calls himself somewhat of a YouTuber. It's Alex Gillen.
It absolutely is Alex Gillen, and Gillen will be trying to move forward with a good race. Now, here's a driver that I'm very interested in terms of seeing race. It's the 1-2-3 machine. It's the whiz kid himself, Billy Munger. And of course, everybody knows 2017 at Donington Park. We don't need to talk about the fact that he is a double amputee when it comes to his legs. But in terms of sim racing and actually how much you can adapt to a rig with sim racing, I've seen so many brilliant results. For example, someone that we work with very closely, the Southpaw racer Reese Gardner, he doesn't have access to his right hand, so he's able to have a modified steering wheel to drive with effectively only one hand. So Reese, you know, there are a million ways to adapt here to sim racing and to real racing as well, and that's some of the work as well that comes through elements such as Team Brit.
Absolutely, and there are some great programs out there for drivers who perhaps don't have the full capabilities that they otherwise would have. And Billy, of course, is a very strong story for that. Of course, we've all seen the video, unfortunately, of a terrifying incident that happened to him just a couple of years ago at Donington. And for a lot of people, that's something that could knock you down and really put you out and, you know, down in the dumps, so to say. But for Billy, he is one of the most positive, bright, you know, people who was just willing to live life to the fullest at every single moment, I'm sure for a lot of people is what they would call an absolute inspiration.
Exactly, and that's the key here. We're here to inspire. We're here, of course, for charity. And if you haven't already, all you've got to do is just give £5. Remember, just £5. It's not very much at all. £5 gets you a lot when it comes to this series, because it enters you into a chance to win one of some very many brilliant prizes, Bo. And of course, you've got to look at the likes of, say, the sign hats from current crops of drivers in the Formula One paddock. You've got that Fanatec wheel, and of course, if you don't win the Fanatec wheel, there's 6 coupons that you can get from Fanatec to help spend on your money and make sure that you are getting a good upgrade in terms of where your sim racing is going to get, as well as that Codemasters bundle. If you're looking for a little bit of racing, Codemasters is going to help you out a little bit with a little bit of help to go forward. So this is going to be something worth keeping in mind. Drivers will be looking to try and find a bit of pace, find and improve. But of course, for you at home who are trying to get there, remember, 15,000, that's going to be key. That 15,000 is going to be all about that milk challenge that, of course, one driver in this field is going to have to do, and that would be Matthew Gallagher. So he's got to be really careful. If you haven't seen already, you can catch Matt Gallagher's view on the WTF1 YouTube page. Thank you for watching here at the race. But of course, this is a group collective effort right now, and any way you can share your love and have your love, Bo, over towards this fantastic cause, we absolutely want you to come in and help as much as possible.
Absolutely. We're all working towards the same goal. We're all trying to raise funds for a brilliant cause. And it doesn't matter if you're watching our stream, if you're watching what is happening on WTF1, or even Jimmy Broadbent, or whoever else's stream that you might be watching right now. It's all going towards the same cause. We're all here for the same goal. So we don't mind as long as you guys are having fun. You're enjoying what we're putting on for you guys, and also donating towards the cause. That's what we're all here for. And it's great to see so many of you have had supportive comments and are contributing as well. And we are getting very, very close now towards that goal of Matt having a Lando Norris special or a bath in milk, which I know some people may be interested in seeing. For me, that's an interesting thing that perhaps my eyes don't need to see. I wouldn't have to have eye wash to unsee that at some point, but of course, it is for charity. So I've already put a little bit towards the fund, and hopefully we can make that happen at some point in the future. And if we got up to £20,000, like you say, we'll get Tommy Bellingham, who's also finding himself in this race. He'll get a WTF1 tattoo on himself, which is something fairly incredible.
Well, he certainly is going to be incredible. Suddenly we've got an Ollie Webb who's joined us right now for the moment. So that was a little bit interesting. So Ollie joining us right now. Ollie, how are you finding things right now when it comes to this Formula 3? Seems like the mic may not be working, so we'll just move Ollie to one side for the moment there as he jumped in alongside with us there for a brief moment. But, Bo, let's talk Laguna Seca for a moment, because this WeatherTech Raceway, the former Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, this WeatherTech Raceway track, people know it, people know of it. It's a very famous track for one famous corner. I always like to think that the track looks very much like a statue, like a face. And when you go through the corkscrew, you go through the nose of the circuit, and you run down through the chin, through the curves, through 9, 10, 11, and effectively as a track, it's absolutely fantastic. It's a true racer's track.
Well, it absolutely is, and it's funny you say that the corkscrew is a bit like a nose, because everybody knows about the corkscrew. It is a fantastic track, and has a lot of overtaking up characteristics. The big braking zone, downhill into the Andretti hairpin, is a brilliant overtaking spot. We've seen some great action over the years through there. We've got turn number 6, which leads onto the Ray Hall Straight. That is a brilliant corner where the car's compressed quite violently, and they're moving around quite a lot. I have to be careful not to run out too wide onto the gravel as well and cost yourself all kinds of speed. The rainy curve, it's a long left-hander. You have to be so crucial with your turn-in points. Turn in too early, you're going to lose all kinds of speed. You go too late on the turn-in, you're going to be in the fence. It's one of those corners that challenges the drivers. And like you say, Laguna Seca is full of brilliant corners, but everyone knows it for the corkscrew, turn 7 and 8 as it's otherwise known. And that is a section where if we get some kind of side-by-side racing tonight, there is going to be some brilliant highlights to come of that, because it's always entertaining to watch as drivers scrabble for power out of there.
And this is something to keep in mind as well here, Bo. Yes, there is one fast repair available in this series, but you have to remember these Formula 3 vehicles are part of iRacing's new damage model. out on the sim, and that means that wheels will go flying if they get themselves too clumsily into an incident. And of course, having that carnage, having that debris fling over the circuit, that's not going to be doing many people a lot of favours here today. So in terms of how they're going to race for 45 minutes, this is going to be a tough and tall challenge for these drivers, because if they get it wrong, yes, they will have one fast repair available to themselves today, but they only get the one.
Absolutely, and that one fast repair can be used up on the first lap if you're not careful. So for these drivers, you do need to make sure that you're being patient and are not trying anything too aggressive, because 45 minutes, yes, is a lot shorter than the race we've just had in the Endurance Series, but overall, 45 minutes for a Formula 3 race is quite long, especially for open wheelers. That's half of a Formula 1 Grand Prix. So for these drivers, being careful, making sure you're giving each other racing room, and also trying to stay out of trouble yourself. We're already seeing in this practice session quite a lot of drivers just going for single car spins and over-rotating the car in a number of places. So being able to keep yourself on track is going to be oh so critical.
Well, it is certainly going to be oh so critical as Ollie Webb joins us once again. Ollie, do you have a copy of us, buddy?
Dude, can you hear me now?
Absolutely, loud and clear, my friend. So, in terms of the way that you're approaching this event, you know, we've got a very interesting battle. It's 45 minutes. The tank is absolutely full to the brim when you go out there and race, but you've got a different range of drivers here today. It's very much open forum. So, how are you expecting your chances right now? Currently, you find yourself about middle of the pack.
Yeah, I think survival's going to be a bit of a key. I'm a bit of a newbie with iRacing. Have only used it the last couple of weeks for the BRDC Championship. So I think just going to use it as a big practice session. Learn off the quick guys at the front. Ollie Rowland, who's been really competitive in the BRDC Championship, is I'm constantly got half a second to a second to find off him. So I'm doing about 16s I was earlier in practice, but I think a 15's pushing it.
Well, you've got 10 minutes and 2 laps in practice to make sure that becomes a reality for you, Ollie. But in terms of this event and bringing everything together, you've got some drivers here that you know are quick, that are sim racers, that have been around and have done everything before. You've also got drivers towards the back who maybe don't have as much experience, but will be looking to try and run around and put their name out there in lights. So how are you going to be approaching driver-to-driver battles? Is this going to be a case of you're erring on the side of caution?
I think so. Yeah, it's obviously for a good cause. There's a good range of talent in here, both sim talent, race talent, and some good fun people coming together for a good cause. So we don't want to, with damage being on, we don't want to ruin anyone's race and vice versa. So I think I certainly don't have the sim talent on iRacing to go lunging down the inside. So I think you might see a few cautious moves at the beginning, and then I'll see if I can get used to the fuel burn and the tyre wear and make my way up.
Well, hopefully we'll see you make your way up, but one final thing before we let you loose and get you back into practice. What are your chances you're feeling of this one? It seems like drivers have had a lot of offs here in practice and they're really exploring the limits. Do you feel like this Laguna Seca track is maybe going to be one of those circuits which is going to bite back on a lot of drivers?
I think so, certainly in the race. It's an interesting one because in qualifying, the track limits are defined by the gravel and sand anyway, so it means that in that sense no one will be trying to cheat too much and have deleted laps. But on the other hand, in the race it means it's going to bite and spin a few people off, so I'm hoping to capitalise that and get some consistency in.
Well, hopefully we'll see some consistency from you there. Ollie Webb currently finds himself in the mid-pack at the moment, but having a fantastic run. And of course, he's been doing absolutely fantastically so far over the course of this event so far. Some drivers all will be looking to get themselves ready and going. We're about a couple of minutes away here, Bo, from the start of qualifying. And this is going to be closed session qualifying. So what that means is all these drivers will effectively get their own track to themselves. They will get 2 flying laps to go around the track, or 10 minutes, whichever comes first. What's crucial is they have to get their 2 laps done today within those 10 minutes. They don't get the extension when the flag goes down. Once that flag goes down, that's it. Qualifying's over.
Absolutely. So these drivers need to get out on track pretty much immediately in the session and get those 2 laps in. Because of course, we've seen a lot of these drivers having spins and offs and all of that. So if that happens on their out lap or the first flying lap, they need to make sure they give themselves enough time, get themselves onto that second lap, and at least give them some chance of getting a decent qualifying time and up the grid. Because I think, especially with this race, more so than the endurance race, qualifying at the front is going to be quite a game changer for you if you're able to avoid the carnage that I'm sure we're going to see in this mid-pack. We've seen a lot of drivers, even those that have been close together in the practice sessions on track, they have found themselves touching each other a little bit and causing damage. And like you said, these cars with the new damage model, you're going to bend front wings, you're going to bend steering wishbones. If you want, you can even rip the entire tyre off if you make enough contact. So for these drivers, just being cautious and they're giving each other room is going to be crucial. But if you can get yourself onto the front 2 rows of the grid, bolt away at the start, you don't have to worry about the carnage behind.
Well, absolutely not. And of course, remember, safety cars could come into full effect here with this race. And when you've got drivers who are looking to try and make that push, it's going to be a very, very good battle here today. That safety car could be the great equaliser to see how this field will all stack up. But what's crucial right now is that practice is all but complete, ladies and gentlemen, which means we now move over to qualifying, and the drivers here will be on a fixed set for qualifying and, crucially, a fixed set for the race as well. That means that they won't have maybe as much to navigate and change when it comes to the vehicle, but Bo, it's going to mean now that it's going to be all about drivers' skill today, not who's the best engineer.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great thing for this series where, like Ollie sort of alluded to there, we have drivers who are used to the sim racing world. You look at Aiden Millward, you have Jimmy Broadbent, Matt Gallagher, Ben Daly. These guys are used to driving on sims, whereas Ollie Rowland, he said that he only got iRacing a couple of weeks ago. He doesn't have the exact technical knowledge that you need on iRacing itself. Of course, very talented in the real world, but some things don't quite translate in the same way. So for Ollie, being able to not have to worry about the setup is a brilliant advantage for him, and it means that, sadly for some of these drivers, they can't use setup as an excuse because it's all an even playing field. The cars are identical, so even in the real world, where you might get different, teams having different performances, how they do things in the car, being able to make a difference. In this, literally everything is identical. Setup, car, chassis, tires, no excuses. It's your right foot, your left foot, and your hands. That's what makes the difference.
Absolutely, it does, and it's a big difference when you get yourself going. Some drivers will be looking for their first flying laps in just a couple of moments' time. In terms of our goal, ladies and gentlemen, we're at £13,500. We're just 1,500 away from a milk bar. So please, if you haven't already, go to justgiving.com/fundraising-WTF1-charity race, and that's going to be a very, very interesting battle. And I think I've got my hyphens and dashes the wrong way round. Either way, laps starting here for drivers right now as they go and get themselves going. Look at this then as they start pouring through the opening few corners then out on track. This is going to be all about money on the opening laps. This first lap, you would feel here, is going to be a banker around this place here today, and that's a spin, and that is Oliver Rowland who's going to find the fence.
And that was a big hit too. You can see the car getting all kinds of damage, so that is a disaster there. We go and look at the 6th car though, as they continue on to their race, or their qualifying lap now, as they cross the line. That is Ollie Webb, who has been able to reset and get back out on track. Sandy Mitchell, one of the drivers who was really punching at the front in practice. Can they translate that pace all the way into qualifying as well? They have to be the favourite going into this. Billy Monga, what can he do? What a fantastic effort for him to get himself into a top 10 in this race. As Matt Gallagher on his first qualifying lap spins it at the corkscrew, and he will reset, and crucially what that's going to do is mean that he's not going to get the warm-up phase for his second lap, so his tyres now are going to be cooler than anyone else that decides not to reset and just finishes both their laps.
First lap comes in, Aidan Millward at the top of the timing stands on a 1:17.3. That's half a second quicker than he was able to manage when it came to qualifying. Likes of James Poole will be the next over the line. It's a 17.5, which is 2/10 off. Remember, these drivers cannot go off the circuit and skate across a little bit of the lap. They'll get their lap invalidated as Max Aitken there, Jack Aitken, going to the top of the timing stands there with a 1:17 flat out on track, which is more like a 1:17.1. So good time at the moment, but this is going to be key. We could see a lot of drivers run into trouble. Sadekist up to 3rd.
And that's a great effort there from Sadekist to get himself up the order, and a brilliant lap there. So we'll see what he can do on the second lap now as the tyres come up to pressure. Who else can punch in a very nice lap? The answer is Sandy Mitchell, who goes straight to the top by a staggering 1.4 seconds, decimating the field. That is a fantastic lap on the very first opener for them. So still one more lap to go to find even more time. Kelvin Vanderlinde, bit of a mistake on that lap, 1:23.8, not competitive, and an off track as well. Needs to pull it out on the second lap. Mike Channel for Outside Xbox rounds the final corner. A 140 in practice, not ideal, but in qualifying go even faster to a 137.
Well, his 120, he did improve in practice, but the time not validated there as he went on through. Ben Daly is out there. He'll be looking for 2 good laps with Tiamat Marduk making the push here in terms of the times. James Pull improves to a 16.1. That puts him half a second behind Sandy Mitchell and what he's done at the top. But there is Aitken moving quicker to a 15.9, stays second. Millward's second lap doesn't count as he went on through, and we are seeing improvements. That's Inam Ahmed moving up into 4th position. Ross Gunn now jumps the gun up into 4th place. Sadakist improves but stays in 6th place at the moment. Webb 10th place only. That is up to Knight on a 17.4 with that time. A good time going through, but some drivers have run themselves into troubles. Other drivers haven't really started their laps yet. We could see a lot of drivers here starting from effectively the back of the grid, where they will be determined their grid position by, of all things, iRacing.
Can you believe it? This race coming down to iRacing for a few. We have 3 drivers yet to start a lap. One of them is Davide Valsecchi. The other is Benjamin Daly and Tom Bellingham yet to finish a lap. But Tom is about to start his very first flyer, and with still 4 minutes left in this session, will be able to get 2 laps on the board. So no pressure, Tom, but all eyes are on you as you start your lap. Mike Channel crosses the line. A 124.9. Does the lap count? The answer is a yes, I believe. But Benjamin Daly across the line. It's a no. Unfortunately, Benjamin Daly across the line in P12. That won't be ideal for him. He would have been looking for more and does still get another lap to try and improve on that. NM Ahmad goes from a 16.3 to a 15.7, and the lap will not count, sadly. So using track limits in the wrong places, sadly, will invalidate his lap. As Jimmy Broadbent, the king of Somalia, what can they do as they go and cross the start-finish line? A 117.3. Does the 16.6 count? The answer is yes, it does.
Jumps Sadakist behind Billy Munger coming over the line. Matt Gallagher crosses over the line. Needed a good time. It's a 16.2. That was conservative, but it's still good enough for a top 5 at the moment. Emerson Fittipaldi's out there getting some practice laps in. What about Tom Bellingham, though? The owner of WTF1. Remember, if you hit £20,000, he's going to get a tattoo of WTF1 somewhere on his body, and that's permanent. It's never going away. On the brakes, into the left-hand final corner of turn 11 at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and the push over towards the Andretti hairpin of turn number 1. Can Bellingham find a good time on the opening lap? To 120.5. It is very much out of pace at the moment. 2 seconds off of Werner Nemeth there, who is close. Daly improves, so Tiamat Marduk improved time, but crucially not position. A 117.6 only with that lap. And as far as things stands, with 3 minutes to go in session, he is the only driver out there on track. So that means that every driver has put in their 2 laps and put in their 10 cents, so to speak. So Bo, we can say that from 16th on down, we don't know how they're going to grid up, but we do know that the first 16 that all put times in means that Sandy Mitchell, who dominated practice, the Super Trofeo winner, well, he's going to be on pole position, and he was on pole by a good margin, 4 tenths over Aitken there in second place, and Toby Sowery there in third place. Always going to be interesting for car 51 to try and make some progress in. Quite close going through. From second all the way down to 7th was split by just 4 tenths of a second.
Yeah, the field was extremely close, which is great to say, and it should prove a pretty good race in the end if we can get these drivers matching lap times that closely. So whether or not that will translate into the race, we can only hope. But I think in the race, we will see consistency be a much bigger factor than these lap times. But it is very promising that all these drivers, especially, like you said, all the way from 3rd all the way down to 7th, are very, very close indeed. And that continues all the way down to the top 10, all below the 117 mark, which is a very competitive lap around this circuit.
Of course, it's going to be incredibly interesting, and it's going to be a very good battle. We're about a minute and a half then from racing. You look backwards, James Pull in 4th, Matt Gallagher 5th, Ross Gunn 6th, and Ahmed will start from 7th with Billy Munger going from 8th. The Whiz Kid trying to push. And then row 5 is star-studded in terms of commentary. Of course, on Gran Turismo broadcast, you get Jimmy Broadbent as colour. When you see some Counter-Strike, you know that Sadakist may be there. Aidan Millward on row 6 with Oliver Webb. There's Ben Daly in 13th. Tiamat Marduk, not the best qualifying. Was expecting a bit more out of him. Adam Coughlin there in 14th place with Vernon Ametz 15th and Tom Bellingham last of the times in 16th. I'd expect the likes of Jody Mills and Alex Gillen to be up near the top, but you've got drivers up and down the order who didn't set a time. Someone I was surprised with by was Kelvin Vanderlyn, because of course Kelvin Vanderlyn is part of one of the greatest sim racing institutes in the world, that being Dom Doohan's Team Redline.
Absolutely, and Kelvin is no stranger to iRacing either. We've seen him in a number of events, including the Redline bolstered series that ran for a while as well, which was won by Max Verstappen. So for Kelvin to not set a lap time, that's a little bit of a surprise, and something that I'm sure he'll perhaps be looking forward to in some ways, because in the race he gets to try and move forward and see how many cars he can pass. And it's always nice to say that even if you don't win the race, if you finish 4th or 5th and you can say, well, I did it from 24th on the grid, that's always a nice little thing for Kelvin to say, to think that he passed that many cars. But that is officially qualifying done and dusted. And one person that didn't even try and set a lap time actually was Davide Valsecchi. Never actually left the pit lane. So he's going to have a lot of work to do in this race in particular.
Well, he's going in completely blind, and, well, I'd be very scared if I was jumping in for one of the first times ever onto iRacing, knowing that, okay, I've not done qualifying, going to start from the back and going to go in blind and come in with a strategy. So maybe that is the Davide way, to come in with a strategy and hope that this all works. Drivers will get 2 minutes to grid themselves up on the starting grid, or they start from that dreaded place which is known as pit lane, which might not actually be a bad strategy for today's race, knowing the fact that there may just be a few dramas here for all of these drivers. A lot of people here, quote-unquote, will be here just for the safety rating. Of course, this is not an iRacing official event, therefore there is no safety rating here on the line. It's all for fun, and who wants to be the one that plays for keeps and leaves this event here on the race? The perspective of Matt Gallagher's on WTF1's YouTube on what has happened over the course of this racing. Mitchell, Aitken, Sowry, Pull, Gallagher, your top 5, and this is going to be a huge, huge battle. Very quickly, Bo, your favourite for the race win?
Well, just judging from practice and qualifying, I think it's hard to look past the likes of Sandy Mitchell. But, I mean, there are some very fast drivers in here, so you can't rule out the likes of Jack Aitken and Toby Sowry to really try and produce a bit of an oddball and a bit of a drama to try and off-put Sandy Mitchell during this race. So I'm going to throw a curveball here, go Jack Aitken for the win.
Well, I say that the stopwatch never lies, and Sandy Mitchell might just be best placed to pick up this victory. So this is going to be a tall order for these drivers. They may have to refuel depending on the numbers. It's going to be close here when it comes to these margins, so keep that in mind. Drivers will be getting themselves up on the grid. 2 minutes will come up. Welcome to the circus. It's all cool on the surface, but when you dig deep down, it's going to be a very crazy race. Welcome to the race. Welcome, and let's get underway. There's a jump start there from Billy Munger, who did not get going off the line. Someone else didn't get going off the line there. I think that could have been Ross Gunn, who had a slow start, but it's unchallenged into the opening corner here from Sandy Mitchell, who's got it easily. One car goes straight over into the tyres, on cold tyres going through, and there's a spinner in the middle as well as everyone has to thread through. That's James Pull, who's gone around, and a huge bit of contact there. Ross Gunn was the person who went around. It was Tom Bellingham who almost T-boned his way through like Schumacher and Liuzzi.
Yeah, very big hit there, and Ross Gunn limping around on 3 tyres. He may as well tow that car. It's undrivable in its current state. That is a disastrous start for many of our drivers, but we all saw it coming. We saw it and it was expected, and sadly that is the way it's panned out. But at the moment, Sandy Mitchell with a fantastic launch has already got a breakaway.
Broadbent's gone around there at turn 6, so coming up the hill, the left-hander, did he catch the curve? I think he may have done, and needs to get it going again, and does so. And I think we've just caught it. A big incident, though. Oh, a huge incident down at the corkscrew there. That's Ollie Webb who's around.
And Kelvin Vanderlinde was involved in that as well. The two made contact entering the corner, and already Kelvin has taken the toe. He has gone back to the pit lane. That's a disaster there. Was another driver slow? That might have been Aiden Millward who was a little bit slow there. So sadly, a lot of our drivers getting caught up. Contact to the final corner almost as well. And Callan O'Keefe will go for a bit of a spin there at the final corner. Try and flick spinning around almost into the path of Mike Chattel, who dives. And what we might as well do is go to a replay up on screen and see exactly how this is all panned out. We saw multiple cars off the road. The 63 of Callan O'Keefe was the driver who rotated all by himself pretty much at the final corner. Had to flick spin around, and you can see Mike Chattel in the gravel and going for a bit of a trip as well.
I have to say, Sadekist had some brilliant heads-up driving to avoid that incident. He was pretty much eyes on a swivel, and that you could say was a flick shot, so to speak, the way that he had to try and get himself avoiding that incident, though. Sandy Mitchell miles ahead at the front, Aitken in second, Gallagher there in third. Here's Anam Ahmed in fourth place, trying to chase down here on the brakes at the corkscrew. Not close enough here on lap 2, but Anam Ahmed currently hoping that a podium could be here on lap 2 through the left of turn 9, and all of these drivers now second, third, fourth in their own world, in their own wonderland at this moment as they hit the brakes into the final corner, Bo.
Absolutely, this is a close little trio all fighting for second. It's getting a lot closer as there's a bit of a moment out of the final corner there from Jack Aitken, who's under all kinds of pressure right now. Gallagher looks to the outside. It's going to be a long way around the outside of turn 1 if he dares to try it. And we'll see what he does. And of course, Matty G is going to try and make it happen. Sadly, though, nothing forthcoming and has to stick behind for yet another lap as we have Werner Nemeth now off the road at the final corner once again. Emerson Fittipaldi into the pits as well with big damage.
Gallagher's around at turn 3, so he gets himself through the left. He caught the anti-cut curb on the inside, and he's got that horribly wrong. Something about iRacing. This is one of iRacing's free tracks here around this place at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Most sim racers know it like the back of their hand. Matt Gallagher finding one of the pitfalls.
Absolutely, touch one of those little anti-cut curbs and that will spin you around extremely quickly. And for Gallagher, that suspension travel was not enough to survive that little bump there, and sadly he went around and paid the price. Drops down to 7th, and what that has done is now promoted as Oliver Rowland finds himself in a big battle out of the corkscrew, side by side into the minor curve. He'll go absolutely diving aggressively against Oliver Rowland, who goes off through the gravel. But that was a brilliant exchange, and what that actually does is allows Oliver Rowland up 15 spots from his starting position. So Oliver Rowland has had a fantastic start to this race.
Well, he's paying off here for the poor qualifying, and he's made it up through the race so far. So brilliant work as we got some battling going on. It looked like maybe a spin there for Jody Mills potentially, and that would have allowed Matt Gallagher a way through, and absolutely it does. So positions gained then as they go on forward. We've got battles going on up and down the order right now. Here's a 3-car scrap because you've got Ben Daly on the back, so it's a battle of the sim racers here between Gallagher, Daly and Mills. But behind that as well, Jimmy Broadbent and Callan O'Keefe currently close together right now.
Yes, they are. Of course, got Broadbent and O'Keefe there coming through turn number 3 right now, and O'Keefe has the advantage, but you would not want Jimmy Broadbent behind you. He's got plenty of speed behind him when it comes to sim racing. And a penalty as well, causing a collision with car number 12. Car number 12 being Emerson Fittipaldi. So Jimmy has got the punterinos out, and sadly, the steward's not a fan of that.
Well, if you're going to attack royalty like Emerson Fittipaldi, a 2-time Formula 1 world champion, well, why don't you get a penalty for doing so, some would say. So Jimmy Broadbent then finds himself in a bit of trouble then, as that's James Pull, who's around at the corkscrew, and he's left himself in a really awkward place to the circuit. He was almost perpendicular 90 degrees, and with vehicles coming down the corkscrew, it's blind through that section. He ultimately looks like Austin Powers.
Just about. Thankfully, he pulled himself out of that situation, but did lose a whole bunch of spots in the process. Will gain one as Jimmy Broadbent dives into the pits to take his penalty that he received for hitting Emerson Fittipaldi. But for James Pull, not ideal in the slightest to be sideways at the corkscrew, where it is a blind corner, of course. It's very difficult to see the exit, and anybody could make any kind of contact at any moment. As you can see, a great battle now between the 42 car, which is Enem Ahmad, who's hunting down Jack Aitken. These two very close together, and Jack cannot afford a single mistake, because Ahmed will find a way through very easily as Emerson Fittipaldi, slow on the left side of the road, will let these two leaders through. But Ahmed looking very threatening right now, Jake.
through the left-right chicane of the corkscrew, down the hill towards the Rainer curve. And now it's all about procuring a position for Enam Ahmed. Remember, this is a 45-minute race. We are only 7 minutes through it at the moment. So if it's been this exciting so far, then who knows what will happen later on here as they go through the left-hand corner. A lot more heavier on the anti-cut curve with Max Aitken trying to get as enough rotation as possible to now move towards turn number 2 out on track. The Andretti hairpin through this small left kink of 1. Ahmed looking for the inside. Aitken blocks, but Ahmed's going to go around the outside looking to try and get this one done. Ultimately is unable to do so, slots back into line, and now 2 right-handers remain, defended every stage of the way by Aitken. This is only allowing Sandy Mitchell to pull away more and more, and this could be very much a Friday night's drive for Mitchell here in the number 19.
5.7 seconds is the margin from our race leader back to this scrapping duo of Ahmed and Aitken. So 5.7 seconds is not being caught up in a hurry. That's a brilliant opening few laps, opening 5 laps only at the moment from Sandy Mitchell to open that margin as Ahmed loses a bit of time to Aitken now, who gets a brilliant run onto the Rainer Straight. And we'll see how this continues now through this little battle. But Ahmed needs to find that gap because that is a bit too much to make an overtake in the next few laps. So Jack Aitken with the advantage, using all of that experience that he has in single-seater open-wheel racing, and is using that to great effect to pull away now. But Ahmed will be back. We know the speed that he has. He showed that in practice. He showed that in qualifying, and is already making a great jump up 4 spots from where he qualified, though.
And that's going to be key for Enam Ahmed, who started 7th, now up to 3rd, trying to stay with Max Aitken, but over that lap did drop a little bit of time, that little bit being half a second right now out on circuit. So has to be careful of dropping that time consistently over the course of the race. So this one's still going to be close. Ben Daly, though, and Alex Gillen having a scrap right now. Daly just disappearing for a couple of seconds. It seems like he's not having the best of days at the moment with the connection, but Gillen, I think, may have just picked this one up. It depends on if Ben's having a nice run of things. He's not right now, so Alex Gillen will have the worst job in the world. Here's some side-by-side, though. This is Callan O'Keefe going at it with James Pull, who is a lap down, mind you, so that's not going to be helpful. But there's Aidan Millward just quietly waiting behind. He's in 13th place right now, and he would love to get up to 12th.
Absolutely, and right now with the battling that's going on between James Pull, who's a lap down, and Callan O'Keefe, that is just bringing Millward back into this little battle, and that's allowing him to just get a chance at attacking Callan O'Keefe in the next few laps, especially if James Pull continues to harass Callan. But I think Callan now has broken away enough that Pull not able to try anything, but now it's the challenge of Aidan Millward to try and find a way past James Pull, who is clearly willing to fight the race leaders, whether it's a lap down or not.
Well, that's going to be the key. If he feels he's faster, he has a license to unlap himself. It's not what we call code of conduct, but if he feels like he's got enough, he'll do it. But he lets Aidan Millward have a little run through. Vernon Amet there just behind in the number 8 machine too. So that's going to be something just to keep in mind. He could have a very, very good run of things, longer things go on. Gillen has gone through on Ben Daly, who is struggling at the moment with certain aspects of his racing, but it is still on, of course, for 2nd and 3rd, and suddenly they have found a level, a happy medium at the moment. Sandy Mitchell, 16 flat that last time by, but Aitken a 15.7 and Ahmed a 15.5 as Broadbent's going to run it off the circuit, trying to gather it back up. He does, but this is crucial. These two drivers, Aitken and Ahmed, they are both pushing each other closer to Sandy Mitchell.
They are. So they've both taken about 0.6 of a second out last lap around compared to our race leaders. That's a big chunk of time to be gaining. So if they can continue to do that, I said that 5.7 seconds previously was quite a lot of time, which is a big dive up the inside. Contact between the two. Ahmed around and Aitken off the road as well. And that is a disaster there for 2nd and 3rd. That gap to your race leader has just extended drastically. Toby Sowery now is going to move up the order, and Ollie Rowland profits from that as well. So the driver that just keeps gaining track position up 16 spots from qualifying now has done it again.
Well, we know that Enam Ahmed was really aggressive, and there was Sowery going through, very nearly getting caught up in that with the rejoin, trying to get the car righted around there. So that was always going to be dangerous there at the final corner. It was bold. You can't fault him for commitment, but execution, well, I believe that's an F on my grade paper, so to speak. But Enam Ahmed right now back down into 6th place. That promotes Matt Gallagher back to his starting grid slot then in 5th place. But now it gives Sandy Mitchell a 10-second margin here at the front of this field. A huge gap in terms of the way this race is running at the moment. And something to keep in mind is the slow pace of Adam Coughlin right at the moment here in 12th place. He was 3 seconds slower than Callan O'Keefe and co over that last lap, needing to find that happy medium once again, because Millward's on the back looking once again for 12th place.
He absolutely is, and what can he do in regards to overtaking Adam Coughlin? The answer is pretty easily, because Coughlin is just going to pull off the road and allow Aiden Millward through. So we were hoping for a bit of a battle there, Jake, but sadly, nothing coming to fruition. And that's a very easy spot there for Aiden Millward, who slots on through and gains that spot. One driver I want to give a quick shout out to, though, is the driver of Mike Channel. He's not punching out the fastest laps in the world right now in 16th spot, but everyone around him is falling off the road, spinning, and Mike is just hitting his marks, running his own laps, and is finding spots because of it. Tom Bellingham went around on the previous lap at the corkscrew, and Mike just waves as he drives on past, not losing control of his car, driving a very smooth race, and I think that needs to be credited.
Yeah, and that's going to be key here for Mike Chanel's race. He's running very, very strongly right now, and he'll be looking to try and push on forward and get himself going. I've seen one vehicle run into a couple of issues there down at turn 4, I do believe that was. So someone's had an off, and I didn't quite catch who that was going through, and I think that might just be Jimmy Broadbent, and it is, and that is Jimmy Broadbent out of the race. So finding himself in a spin, and that was pretty much all that he wrote from that one. So Jimmy Broadbent out as he went on through, but look at this between Roland and Sowry at this point in time. These two nose to tail for 3rd and 4th.
Ollie Roland, the driver that just keeps finding track position, 16 spots gained since he started the race, and is now hunting down for a podium, believe it or not, in just 11 laps time in this race. That is a fantastic effort there, and Toby Sowry cannot be feeling too safe at all, and Jack Aitken only a couple of seconds up to the road as well. So Ollie Roland punching in an incredible race right now, and I'm intrigued to see just how high up he can finish in the order.
And that's going to be key here. Ollie Rowan, remember, started 20th on the grid. He is now up to 4th, and he can see 3rd and 2nd just in front. But now you hit the proverbial brick wall when it comes to sim racing, because he's stuck in the draft behind one Mr. Toby Sowry, and there's not much of a dirty air effect when it comes to Formula 3 vehicles, but there is enough of one.
There is. So if you turn in a little bit too close to the car in front, you will find there'll be a lot more understeer than there was if you were in clean air. And how close Roland is now to the back of the 51 car in front, that is definitely going to be becoming a factor in this race. So for Roland, something he has to deal with. And we do have a spinner on track, and it is Tom Bellingham at the final corner, nudged into the wall as well, and does get driving back on track now, but finds himself a lap down. So not ideal for Tom, who does continue driving and continues fighting on this race, which is great to see. But sadly, it has not been the race for him, as Sowry continues to get hounded by Roland behind in the 44 car. And at the moment, Roland definitely looks pretty fast in the back half of the circuit. But on this initial part of the lap, Sowry looks like he's got the measure covered of the Nissan Formula E driver.
Well, that's going to be the key. Oliver Roland and Toby Sowry close together. Bellingham's spin, he almost caught it, but then he lost it again as the tyres still spinning up with the pace. Broadbent back out on circuit and going again after a few more repairs and getting himself out there for the fans. And why wouldn't he at this point in time? But up the hill, heading towards the corkscrew once again for 3rd and 4th. Sowry and Roland on the brakes they go through the left and the right, and it's all about how early you can put the power on down the corkscrew. You can see both very, very even as they head themselves through turn number 9. But again, it is the case where Oliver Roland just cannot find a way, a chink in that proverbial armour of Toby Sowry. But here could be the chance down on the inside of the final corner. Doesn't quite find it, but there is Mike Chanel just in front now. Lap traffic, that could be the way forward.
It absolutely could. We saw it in the endurance race, how many passes could be made with a little spice of traffic. We're looking backwards at the back of Toby Sowry as Mike Chanel turns in through turns 1 and 2 right now, and he's only meters in front of this little battle. So we'll see how this pans out. We'll see if there's any opportunity for Roland, but if there's going to be an opportunity, he needs to be closer right now. He's not where he needs to be, as Sari has to turn in right underneath the rear wing just about of Mike Chanel, who will pull off the circuit. It's going to be in a straight line just about, or doesn't. He stays in front of the battle pack, almost contact, and then there could be an opportunity as Roland now tries to get up the inside, but the issue is Chanel is still there. It's nip and tuck, and although there's no pass completed, look how close Roland is. He's got the run down this back straight, down the Rahal straight, into the corkscrew. Does he go for the Zanardi lunge? Does he try something? He looks to the outside. Side by side, he'll go, locks the brake all so much, but can't quite do it.
Not
on
quite.
the exit, and he's so close, isn't he, Jake? There's just no opportunity right now.
Not quite. That's the key. It's not quite just yet. And pick up the run for the final corner. If you can't, you can look at turn 2. That's one of the prime places to get it done. Pick up the run off the exit, and Sari again sees Roland behind, who's got a good run there out to the final corner. And this could be the chance heading towards turn number 2 out on track. Is there a look to the outside? Inside covered as they go on through. Roland will search the long way round. Sari goes deep. Can you thread one up and under? Absolutely you can if you're Roland. And that's a wonderful move, but not complete. Sari on the inside of turn 3. Up and under attempt comes looking, but cannot find it. Defended hard as they go on through. A great scrap between those two. And Sari clinging on to the cliff with just his fingernails. And again, defends hard as they head through turn 5. And spins and finds himself in the kitty litter.
He does, crucially does not hit the wall, so there's no damage to his car, but that is a disaster. And for Ollie Rowland, it's 17 spots gained since the start of this race. But the issue is Matt Gallagher has the run, is now attacking into the corkscrew corner. Can't do anything with it though, and Rowland will hold the place, but Gallagher quietly finding his way up the order, just like Ollie Rowland is, who had to work so hard for that. Looking every single corner except for the up and under. None of them forthcoming, but eventually the error was forced, and he found the way through. Roland now into third as Sandy Mitchell continues to lead in this race. Jack Aitken 12.5 seconds back, but we still have a long way to go, and we've already seen that there's so much unpredictability in this field that anything could happen with still 27 minutes to go, as we have Callan O'Keefe now a retirement in this race as well. So overall, there has been a lot of attrition in this one, Jake.
Absolutely, Calvin van der Linde, Ross Gunn, Ollie Webb, and now you start to see more names crop up in the list of retirements. They did have a fast repair, but if they've run into trouble early, we're on lap 14 then of the event here at this wonderful, wonderful WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca circuit. But it is close, but not quite close enough for a couple of drivers looking to make some moves. Gallagher again is looking like he's in a nice position trying to deal with his scrap, but we have seen a few drivers run into troubles over the course of this race, and these drivers now just getting themselves into position. For example, Coughlin right now falls one lap down to the hands of Sandy Mitchell, 12.5 seconds down the road, but it is on for third place here, and they have lost a lot of time here to Aiken there in second position, who has 4 seconds now of a margin here in second, with Gallagher harassing for third.
Yeah, absolutely. Gallagher's not going to let this one go compared to the Nissan Formula E driver, and of course the 2015 Formula Renault 3.5 Series champion as well. Ollie Rowland has been in this situation plenty of times in the real world, and Gallagher, with an extensive sim racing history himself back in the day, knows what to do as well. So I'm interested to see how this little battle pans out as well, as Billy Munger finds himself in a great scrap with Werner Nemetz and finds the way through. So Nemetz has no answer to Billy Munger, who's charging back through this field and setting very fast lap times comparable to drivers well up the order compared to him.
Well, that was all Nemetz, just being very narrow heading through turn number 5 up the hill and just carrying the speed a lot better. Round you go. Oopsie daisy for Werner Nemetz, trying to get it going quickly. Oh, very nearly takes both drivers out there, Mitchell and Poole. So the race leader able to avoid the spinning and rejoining Werner Nemetz there without really too many worries at all. But that one very nearly ran itself into a whole heap of dramas going out on track. But look at this then. Look at this once again. It's going on at this stage. So we'll see what's going to happen for Gallagher. He's dropped a lot of time then to Ollie Rowland. But behind that, Mills and Sari very, very close on track as we get a replay of what's happened here. Here's Werner Nemetz. He goes down the hill, all nice and calm. But here comes the next spin. You can see just catches the curb on entry and, well, never had balance of it there, Bo.
No, he didn't. There's the rejoin. Oh, so close. Even closer looking on that chopper cam that we've just witnessed as well. And that's why we say you can't just say that although Sandy Mitchell has a great lead right now, which actually is being reduced slightly, I have to say it's gone from about 13 seconds now to about 11.8. So, of course, that would have been due to the incident we just saw slightly. But Sandy Mitchell, you cannot say they've got this in the bag because there are so many variables in this race right now. And if there's a major incident, a safety car, which is a possibility in this race, could very quickly bring this field back into condensed form. And that means anyone can have a shot, including Ollie Rowland, who provisionally is 1.2 seconds faster than your race leader last lap around.
Exactly, and this is going to be key here. You've also got this battle going on as Jody Mills in the 92 machine deals with Toby Sowery, trying to get back inside the top 5. On the brakes, down the hairpin, big puff of smoke coming off of the brakes there in the tyre. Jody Mills trying to run it through that section and through the left once again. Not close enough yet is Sowery, but he's going to be trying to gear up for a move. They were very similar last time by only 3/10 in it, but on the brakes into the hairpin, or the final corner, which is actually 120 degrees worth of left-hand corner. Sowery now just hoping that there's going to be a chance for a move, and there's a caution flag that's going to be out on track. There is a caution that's going to go on, and it's for Jimmy Broadbent, who's in the wall, hard in the tyres up through turn 5. So what happened here for Jimmy? Catches the curb, goes straight on, and bang into the tyres. He finds himself going. A safety car will now eradicate a 12-second gap for Sandy Mitchell.
Absolutely, that's what we're just talking about. But onboard, big inside curb strike for Broadbent and strike into the wall. A huge hit there. And no surprise to see why the caution was eventually caused and deployed there. So good to see that Broadbent's going to walk away from that one unscathed in his virtual racing machine. But sadly, that was a big, big hit and one that he'll be feeling in the morning for sure. But one thing Sandy Mitchell will be feeling is disappointment because, like you say, a 12-second lead where he was able to control the race fairly comfortably in the end has sadly been completely removed. And towards the end of that little section of racing there that we saw, it was Oliver Rowland who was definitely the form driver, punching in very strong laps, lap after lap, and not really making any kind of mistakes. So on the safety car restart, Ollie Rowland goes from about 17 seconds back from third all the way to your race leader. He'll go to about half a second, Jake.
That's going to be key. They're going to spend probably about 3 laps here behind the safety car as they all pull up behind and try and get themselves ready and in position. So these drivers will all slow it down, will make sure that they get themselves in line and give themselves another opportunity behind the iRacing Porsche first safety car. And of course, some brilliant events that iRacing do, such as the World Championships. You see that Porsche being run. So drivers now have to keep the temperature in the tyres they run on by, but crucially, as well as the fact that it's slowing the field right down here, Bo, it's also going to take a lot of time off of the clock. Remember, this is a 45-minute race, and they're going to be spending upwards of about 2.5 minutes now to get themselves around a lap of this WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca circuit. So from what was half distance we're at right now, it's going to take a lot longer here to get themselves ready for racing action with what happened to Jimmy Broadbent earlier on. And the one thing I will say about Jimmy Broadbent's accident, thank goodness it's sim racing.
Absolutely, that was a big hit into the wall, and he went deep underneath the tyre barrier as well, briefly, as the car impacted the wall there. Fortunately, he did find one of the only parts around this circuit where there is tyre bundles to protect the concrete walls, because there is a lot of this circuit that has unprotected concrete, so very easy to find yourself in a lot of trouble. But Jimmy will thankfully walk out of his shed unscathed, as look at this, we're seeing strategy here. Now, we did see at the start of the race that there was a bit of discussion about whether or not these cars could make it to the end on a tank of fuel. And Sandy Mitchell right now is giving me the impression that that answer is a no. So we're seeing pit stops under safety car right now, which is not something we particularly expect in this race. And one thing we always see in open wheel racing, Jake, is tyres make a difference. Does anyone here take them?
Well, someone's not, and that's Emma and Ahmed right now, so will become the race leader. Almost everybody has dived down for pit lane and looked to make their stop. Who's out first? It is Aiken who has gone first. Then it's Roland and Gallagher and co. And where is Sandy Mitchell? I think it's one of these things for Sandy Mitchell. Either he stayed in the box for 15 seconds for speeding on the lane, or he's gone and ticked absolutely everything and the car's filling back up to max again.
Absolutely, so that's a lot of time lost there, and we'll see how that affects a lot of these drivers who have lost so much time in the pits.
Well, we're going to see drivers looking to get themselves back onto the back of the safety car. So at the moment, you've got drivers like Vernon and Metz here and Adam Coughlin here who are looking to try and gain some laps back. You've got there, of course, Enam Ahmed, who did not come down in crucially and make a stop under safety car conditions. You will be on 20-lap old tyres going from now to the end of this event. So from those who have pitted, it's Aitken from Roland, then it's Gallagher, Mills, Millward all of a sudden finds himself up there. And there's Toby Sowry, who lost a position. Aidan Millward with a great pit stop.
Absolutely. So he's managed to find his way up the order a little bit, although on my timing screens, it's almost showing that he's not even taken a pit stop at all. And he was actually quite far down the order before the safety car came out. So I'm wondering if Aidan has played a bit of a strategy card here to get himself up the order and find some track position that way, because of course that is a smart thing to do. And we do have a couple of others who have decided to do that strategy as well. Warner, Lamette, Adam Coughlin, amongst those drivers who have elected not to take a pit stop. But overall, the entire order has just been completely shaken up from their safety car period, and I think that's fantastic to see. But Adam Coughlin, not a fan of the strategy choice he made. He's doubling back on it now.
Yeah, going to dive down in onto the lane as Nemet's going to run a little bit wide as they all check up behind him as they all go on through. So ultimately now it's going to be a very interesting scenario that these drivers find themselves in. Nemet's is a driver 1 lap down on the field, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. So at the moment it is control of the pace for Enam Ahmed at the front of this field. You've got Aitken there in second. Third is Oliver Rowland. Gallagher in fourth. Mills in fifth. Following that is Millward, followed by Munger, Sowry, Gillen, and inside the top 10 now is Matthew Sadakis Trivet there, who will have mirrors full of Sandy Mitchell, who will have to come back in the second half of this race now, Bo, from 11th place all the way up to what is going to be position number 1 if he can. And what's going to be crucial as well to note at this point in time, the lights are off on top of the iRacing Porsche first safety car, which means we are going to green flag racing again, this time by.
Absolutely, and what a restart this is going to be. The entire order's been shaken up. We've got drivers on different strategies, some with new tyres, some with the tyres they started the race with, some almost 30 minutes ago now. So for these drivers on this restart, there are so many variables towards who's got pace, who won't have pace, and who's trying to make a comeback in this field. And Sandy Mitchell is definitely going to be a big talking point. We've seen passes possible. We've got the driver of Oliver Rowland in third currently, up 17 spots in this race. So you can't say passing is impossible. But for Sandy Mitchell, that is a long way back. And there's only going to be, according to my timing screens, 13 laps to make some moves happen.
Well, 13 laps are going to be interesting. Let's see how this one happens then for Enam Ahmed, who is at the front of this field. This could be crucial right now. We'll have to check up the safety car and try and get himself going. Remember, they can go on the green flag and get themselves going, or they can give themselves a bit of a gap. Look at Jack Aitken trying to get himself into position. Ollie Rowland just behind, wants in. Enam Ahmed, remembers, on old tyres, and he's trying to check up the field as much as possible, and he makes the dash immediately as he goes through the final corner and gets the green flag going straight away. He's timed that to absolute perfection. He needed to on that restart because he's got the old tyres. Has it caught everybody napping? Some side-by-siders, Millward and Billy Munger go at it side-by-side as they go on through. How good is this going to be on the brakes in towards turn 1? Are there dramas in this section? Yes, there are, because off goes Millward straight on at turn 1 after a little bit of contact. Gallagher looking for the inside as well on Rowland.
And there was more contact at the front as well as Aitken overshot turn 1, and Rowland just gave a small little nudge there, and I think has actually hurt his front wing. So the driver we saw making so many passes early on has now damaged the right side of his front wing ever so slightly, and is under all kinds of pressure from Gallagher, who runs wide for that long left-hander and puts himself under pressure from Jody Mills, who continues to attack in this race right now. And we're going to see how this little battle pack pans out over the next few laps. But I think Rowland has gone from being the attacker to having to hang on for all his worth.
Well, Matt Gallagher will now want to try and prove what he's got as the face of WTF1 as he looks to go through. Remember, donate if you can to the 10th anniversary fund. We are supporting the Royal Brompton and Harefield trust right now. We are close. We are 1,200 away. If you haven't already, make a donation because we want to see, of course, Mr. Matthew Gallagher have a milk bath if it's possible, and he's going to try and get a move done here for second position. Sarri will get a penalty administered to him, a drive-through penalty. That's going to hurt. Gallagher to the outside, though, trying to get the move for the podium with Roland. Tyre to tyre, they almost touch, but ultimately it is safe from Oliver Roland.
When it comes to racecraft, you don't get much more aggressive than Ollie Roland. He's not going to give this up without any kind of fight. This is going to be a war for Matthew Gallagher if he's going to find a way past. He's got a great run now. Can he do anything with it though? He looks to the right. It's going to be a long way around the outside if he's going to do it from here. He tries to get a cutback. But with the cambered nature of that corner, being a little bit wide as Roland was, doesn't actually matter all too much. He's able to carry the speed. And Gallagher carries way too much speed right into the back. Big contact. Roland's off as well. Damage to his car. Jody Mills finds themselves off the road as well. Billy Mongo into third, under attack from Toby Sowry, who has themselves a black flag penalty. So Sowry is going to have to dive into the pits for a penalty. So that will leave Billy Mongo now into third place effectively, with Alex Gillen will be able to move up the order as well. So all change at the front of the field.
Mills now under pressure. This is Sandy Mitchell trying to find a way through and does so. Mills gives up the position. Into the pits comes Sowry for his drive-through penalty for his incident with car number 77, that being Aidan Millward. So that's crucial then. He's going to drop down in, and now drivers gain a position. Front two unfazed at the moment. Enam Ahmed doing well on the old tyres. Max Aitken there in second, and now Billy Munger, WizKid himself, up into third place, having a great run at the moment. So it's all down to this. Some side-by-side in the background. Oh no!
Almost a massive spin there and a crash into the wall for Billy Mongo. As you said, a brilliant drive in third place. He almost threw it all away there. That was a disaster there. A bit of a pass in the background. Werner Lamette loses a spot there to Alex Gillen. Sorry, that's a lap down for Lamette. But Gillen there moving on up, and he's providing a bit of a dark horse situation there. He's got plenty of pace as he tries to work his way through the order now, as Roland, Sowry and Gallagher all into the pit lane, some for damage, some for penalties. So those drivers who were looking so promising at the start of this race have now fallen down the order. Roland was up almost into the podium there after a great drive, and sadly plummets down to just 10th place, and not much hope from there with just 11 minutes left in this race. But Billy Mongo into third, lucky not to throw it all away though, Jake.
Very, very lucky is the WizKid himself trying to push through, but dare I say it right now, Bo, at this stage, Enam Ahmed's decision to not come down in and make a stop may just be the right one here in this race, with Max Aitken now outside of 1 second. He's not going to get those benefits of the draft, and Enam Ahmed, after the incident that he had earlier on, able to walk away at this moment and starting to stretch his legs.
The issue is, though, is the fuel critical? Of course, we did see at the start of the race that there was the question of if they have enough fuel to make it to the end of the race. I'm sure the safety car period would help conserve some fuel to some degree, but is the fuel tank still enough to last another 8.5 laps this race? I think the tyre advantage we're seeing right now for Ahmed is due to him already having the tyres up to temperature. That's why it's a very fast restart for him to fire away from Jack Aitken, who is now losing it almost at the corner. A massive wiggle under brakes there, locking it all up. But plenty of reaction time, and Jack Aitken holds it on the track. But for Aitken, when those tyres come to pressure, I reckon he may just start to lurch and attack back on for that race lead.
Easy, Tiger. This race isn't over just yet. You've got to stay within a range. And right now, look at this range for the podium. Munger and Gillen and Mitchell on the back now, starting to challenge. Get a look at these times they cross the line. Munger, at the moment, he will cross up the hill over the stripe, 1:17 flat. You look at Alex Gillen's time, 16.4, took 6/10 out of Billy Munger. But you can see Sandy Mitchell took a further 7/10 of a second out of Alex Gillen, 1.3 over Billy Munger. A brilliant battle, P3, 4, 5, out on track.
Absolutely. And Billy Mongo's done it at the same corner again, off the road. And sadly, the battle of three comes down to a duo fighting it out right now for third place. Alex Gillen will lead that little train for now, but he has a very fast and a very hungry Sandy Mitchell lurking right behind, trying to get that place back. Of course, they were leading the race so comfortably early on, and sadly, a fuel strategy error when it came to the pit stop has hurt Sandy Mitchell considerably. But this is an impressive comeback right now, and Sandy Mitchell is looking feisty.
Absolutely, looking for what is now third position on the road. Alex Gillen, he's made the website hasmaldonado.crashed.yet.com. He's been very clean, very stable over this one. He'll be hoping that he does not find himself in any forms of trouble. On the brakes they go, into the left of the final corner, and let's start running ourselves towards turn 1 once again. 10 minutes remain on the clock, and under the gap at the front now stands at what is 3 seconds, but Sandy Mitchell is the quickest driver of anybody out on track. Into turn 1, Gillen, little bit of a lock up there as he goes through and cuts the nose off slightly there, and Mitchell had to lift out of it there for fear of losing the front wing.
Absolutely losing the front wing right now as any chance of P3 absolutely snatched away. And Sadicus now into 7th place, and under quite a bit of pressure by the looks of it from Ben Daly right behind. But Sadicus, with a brilliant effort right now, he restarted this race after the safety car period in position number 10 and is only moving forward right now.
Exactly, he's up to 7th. He held off Daly there into turn number 2. He got that done earlier on in the lap, so that's a great run from Matthew Trivett, the man known as Sadicus. He's now into 7th position right now, having a storming drive of things at the moment. Still, Sandy Mitchell stuck behind Alex Gillen, cannot quite get there, and now you start to wonder if he used the tyres. Spinner though down at turn 10, that's Mike Chanel, who's done so well actually to spin it off of the circuit. It looked like he would be slap bang in the middle, but lets the brake or keeps the brake off, so to speak, and then runs himself back off into what is some of the gravel around here in Salinas, California. So well done from Mike Chanel there to get out of the way and lets all the leaders go through. But suddenly, look at Jack Aitken. He is struggling since that pit stop. Something's gone horribly wrong for him. His last lap of 1:19.4 was a whole 3 seconds slower than what Alex Gillen did.
And Gillen now in the slipstream of Aitken, so Aitken is under a lot of pressure here, and the potential for Sandy Mitchell now not only to try and attack Gillen for third, but also the chance of being runner-up in this race as well, which of course won't be any much consolation after leading this race early on. But second place will be a great recovery drive from 11th on the safety car restart. So for Aitken, under a lot of pressure right now, and Sandy Mitchell, all of the opportunities in the world.
Exactly, and look at Aitken struggling up the hill. Gillen's got a great run, has to lift out of it early. Aitken struggling then, he's got the car pulling over to one side, I think. And now on the back of this as well, you can see Billy Munger's back again. So they're being held up right now. Enam Ahmed is clear, he's away right now, and there's no way anyone's going to catch him unless he makes a mistake late in this race. But at the moment, here comes Sandy down to the inside, and no Super Trofeo just yet. It may just have to be what I would call a normal Trofeo if he's looking for a podium, but you can see Billy Munger immediately behind, wants to find a way through, looking to the inside here at turn 2, but on the brakes, Mitchell is so much later.
That move that Sandy Mitchell tried at the final corner murdered the exit speed, and sadly nothing was forthcoming there, and nothing into turn 3 either, despite a look up the inside of Alex Gillen. But maybe turn 4 is the opportunity. Side by side they will go, so close, so nip and tuck between the 2 millimeter stuff, almost touching on the X's. They go side by side. What can Munger do there? Lurking in the background, waiting for any opportunity to slide past both of these two as they go side by side. In this next corner, you can't do side by side, guys. It's not possible. Don't even try it. And Mitchell backs out, and now we'll try into the corkscrew corner. Down the Rahal straight, though, is where the opportunity needs to come, and Billy Munger is the only one taking opportunities as they go side by side again. Everyone's squirming. Any kind of pass not quite possible at the moment. They're looking for opportunities, but they can't execute nothing as Jack Aitken now skips away in second.
Exactly, Alex Gillen is fighting for his life right now. He's doing everything that he needs to in terms of this battle. He's holding on well. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Make the car as wide as possible. He won't matter about second place. He won't mind about the race win. A podium for Alex Gillen could be absolutely massive right now, with Sandy Mitchell just lurking, looming large, looking for the inside at turn 1. Looks for that inside, but again holding the outside line. Ran it slightly too deep. Had to take a double take, did Gillen, and there goes the podium. Sandy Mitchell finally will feel like he's got that move done, and he's only got 5 minutes now to try and get this move sorted on Jack Aitken, and he just now needs a little bit of a something to make sure that he gets himself home and dry for second. But that's going to be a long order right now, with Max Aitken desperately trying to hold on here with the last of his car.
0.8 of a second is the margin between the two, but we know what the pace of Sandy Mitchell as Alex Gillen sadly loses focus, loses a place in the process, as well as Billy Munger will all of a sudden gain a spot. But you said closing the gap to Jack Aitken would be a challenge. No, it was about 4 corners, and Sandy Mitchell is there right behind right now, the rear wing, attacking everywhere, looks to the outside immediately, wants this, doesn't want to get this in the final lap, he wants it right now. What can happen in the final corner? We've seen moves attempted from Sandy Mitchell before through here, but now tries to get something happening now. As we can see, I think that's Tommy off the road there at the final corner. Sadly, the owner of WTF1 having a nightmare race, but all in good spirit as Sandy Mitchell in the slipstream, too far back, but we'll try the outside anyway into turn 1, but that was always going to be a risky move to try.
How early on the brakes do you want to go, Jack Aitken here? Second, third, fourth, fifth. Or you could throw a net over them right now, and they'd all be caught up. Wide goes Mitchell through turn 3. Billy Munger tries to attack. Turn 4's not the sort of place where you can go and get an opportunistic move like that, but maybe at 5, we might find it here with 4 minutes to go. On the brakes, left hand up the hill, and now Billy Munger, the whiz kid, wants to try and find a way past Sandy Mitchell, and can he find the chance? Not yet. Gillian waiting in the background, lurking in the catbird seat right now, but Aitken is slow right now and is defending with everything he's got. Mitchell desperately wants it. Banzai! Banzai! Billy Munger! And has he got it? No! Contact! Round goes Mitchell, and off goes Munger. Round goes Munger.
And Jody Mills involved in it as well. Lucky to get away without any kind of damage, but sadly for Mills, was attacking there from 6th place, trying to get 2nd place in a great effort in the dying few laps. And sadly, wrong place, wrong time. Jack Aitken will, as we go to a replay right now, I'll forget my old statement as we go and see exactly what happened there. And it was a big move up the inside, wasn't it? Into the corkscrew. Munger just tried it. It was a late lunge on Sandy Mitchell, but the room was left. But sadly, as they plummeted downhill, you will see it. Contact was made, which sent the driver around. And you can see just on the inside there, bang, contact. And both run into issues. The rear right wheel of Billy Munger into all kinds of trouble. Contact eventually there as Sandy Mitchell left in the sand.
Dare I say it, that's a racing incident, because Billy Munger did so well to get that. He had control of the car again. P2 though, look at this. Alex Gillen's going for 2nd here on Jack Aitken. Enam Ahmed's tyres starting to fall off suddenly. Did a 99 that last time by, so he's starting to worry here with only a couple of laps to go. But Gillen, you can see, is close, but not quite there for the moment. They'll head to the next section of road, down the left-right corkscrew, and searching for that 2nd place is going to be so key. It's side-by-side backwards as Sowery goes through on Billy Munger, jumps himself then up into what is going to be 5th place on the road. Oh, sorry, that's a lap down, Sowery there, just unlapping himself. Gallagher lap down as well. But we are going to see Aitken down on the lane. I think he was trying to fuel save. I think he was in trouble. Billy Munger's got a penalty for that incident going through, so Munger's got to drop back. And we're on the last lap of the race all of a sudden. And Enam Ahmed is clear by 6 seconds here at the front of the field. So Billy Munger will have a drive-through penalty on what is going to be effectively the last lap of the race, and he goes in, he serves it, and that's a shame for Billy. I think that was a little bit harsh on him in terms of that incident, as out comes Jack Aitken behind Ben Daly. A couple of drivers running into troubles late in this one. Jody Mills and Sandy Mitchell still going at it. This is for a podium, mind you, and you know what? He's going to let him have it here as Jody Mills. He knows that he's trying to limp this one home, maybe low on fuel, so Sandy Mitchell ultimately gets it going, but the corkscrew now awaits for car number 42. The answer to the life, universe and everything at the moment was all unlocked with the strategy. Through the 3rd to last corner here, the Rainer curve, and now through the next right, and one final left remains for Enam Ahmed. He chose not to come in and make a stop, and what a genius decision that proved to be, because Enam Ahmed is going to come over the line unchallenged and wins here at Laguna Seca with a fantastic drive. Overall, Gillen will get a great 2nd, and Sandy Mitchell, how he will rue his stops here, Bo. 3rd place overall. No, we're not actually, sorry. 5 seconds short, he's got one more lap.
There is one more lap to go, and Enam Ahmed has to continue pushing on. Is there any more twists and turns left in this race? We're about to find out. But right now, everything's just going on as Aitken involved in a fight. We've also got a Millwood upper spot as well. All kinds of people scrapping at the moment. Bellingham is fighting as well. He's in a big battle with Emerson Fittipaldi side by side. They will go through the long left-hander. How will this go? This is a big battle packed between the two. Fittipaldi and the owner of WTF1 side by side racing between the two, and Tom backing out of that one. Aiden Millward up the inside as well. It's all getting a little bit dicey right now. Almost contact on the exit as well, Jake.
Brilliant work indeed, as there in comes Munger with damage, big damage, but take two, why don't we, Enam Ahmed? It was the same story a lap ago as it was right now, and there's not much more that really needs to be changed about that. Enam Ahmed is going to come home and pick up the win, and it is pretty much plain sailing from that point onwards for everybody else in the field. Here comes Ahmed over the line and wins. There is second for Gillen there, who's done fantastically for second. Sandy Mitchell in third will be ruining that stop, as I said previously. But it's a long wait to fourth for Jody Mills. Just enough fuel to get it over the line. And here's a look for fifth. Ben Daly struggling here with fuel potentially. And Aitken could steal a top five away here. On the brakes they go. Final corner. Lungy's gone far too deep. There, Jack Aitken saw glory in his eyes. And the eyes were bigger than the belly. And he ate too much.
And here comes Ollie Rowland, and Rowland is going to steal this one away right at the finish compared to Jack Aitken, who will be very unhappy with himself, but he had to go for it. If the gap was there, you know Aitken's going to try it. And that was a fantastic little exchange there. So we'll go to a replay and see exactly what happened in that final desperate move there for these two drivers. As you can see there, looks up the inside and sadly was not to be, as that's just an enormous lunge. But I don't really think in any reality, in any time frame, that was going to pay off.
Crossed up more than sailors' knots, and ultimately at this fantastic circuit, a very entertaining race put on for you, of course, in the name of charity. Confirmation of results then. Enam Ahmed will take the victory in 46 minutes and 12 seconds. He was 5 seconds short of one lap before that, and he did have that gap, 5.6 seconds. His margin of victory over Alex Gillen. Sandy Mitchell will come home with third place overall after, some would say, throwing away the race victory overall. Jody Mills will get fourth with Ben Daly in fifth. Oliver Rowland will pick up sixth place overall with Max Aitken in seventh, losing out in the final stages, trying to go for the top five. There you can see, Jack Aitken even. There you can see Matthew Sadakis-Trivet there in eighth place. Sadakis with a great run to eighth. Aidan Millward picks up ninth, and it's Toby Sowery who rounds out the top 10 a lap down.
In position number 11 will be Adam Coughlin. A bit of a tough race there for Coughlin, but nonetheless, Billy Monger finishes in 12th. A very aggressive race and was involved in a lot of scraps, but sadly a penalty right at the end would end any chance of a good result. Matty Gallagher in 13th, Vernon Amet and Mike Chanel in the top 15. That's a great effort there from Chanel to finish that high up. Emerson Fittipaldi, the two-time F1 World Championship, went door-to-door or wheel-to-wheel with Tom Bellingham in 16th and 17th. James Poole in 18th. Broadbent, sadly, would cause a late race safety car and retire in 19th place. And Callan O'Keefe in 20th.
And then the final couple of drivers, Oliver Webb, retirement, Ross Gunn as well, Kelvin van der Linde retired very early on in the race, and someone who didn't make the start or didn't even make a lap around this place today, Davide Valsecchi, who ultimately, you could say, has not been able to find himself a way onto the circuit for this race, which is a bit of a shame. But what an entertaining race that was. It had absolutely everything and a little bit more as we bring in drivers for interviews very, very quickly. Enam Ahmed picking up the win. Well, Enam, that was all about strategy for you surely today. Only driver out of the top 10 to not come in and make a stop. And look how much of a treat that pulled out for you.
Well, actually, I did do a stop, but basically, you know what I spun with Max Aitken in fighting for second? I don't know if you guys saw that in the last quarter. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah. And then basically, I got going and I was behind Matt Gallagher. And then I had an incident with the back marker where he just turned in on me and he broke my car. Oh, sorry, it's my little sister coming to me. Well done. Okay. And then I had to box. And then I said, oh, well, I think we all have to box anyway. So I just put a little dash of fuel, quick repair, and let's just go. And then luckily the safety car came out. Everyone boxed. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is brilliant. I'm in the lead. Thank God for that. And then, but the thing is, I didn't quite put enough fuel in. So in the last 8 laps, I was fuel saving like mad. But I think Max was as well because he dropped off me a lot. But I was fuel saving a lot as well. I was like 2-3 seconds off. and then I crossed the line and I won. It's the first major iRacing race I've won, and I've always come really close, like seconds or thirds, like in the BRDC Sports Championship, or like, but never quite got the win. Always something quite happened. So I'm really over the moon because I tend to be a shunter in esport racing. So I'm happy, you know.
Oh, you're the happiest man in the world by the sounds of things. But talking about this race, it's all about charity. It's all about this fantastic driving collective coming along together. And in terms of an event like this, ultimately, it's a fantastic event that's come along. It's got a lot of things that's gone for it. In terms of what you've seen from this race compared to different sim races that you've had in your career, certainly a little bit different, some would say.
I actually like the pit stop strategy because it just mixed up the race a little bit. And you know what was nice for me is that I had a shunt with a back marker, damaged my car. In any other race series, because the races are shorter, like you're out of the race unless like half the field crash. But it was nice to have the safety. It was a nice touch to put the safety car in. And it's obviously great to do good entertainment for a good cause. And before this lockdown, I was never a sim driver. I was always one of the worst sim drivers. I've never been good, but I've been working really hard to become quicker. And I've got a lot better recently. And I've really enjoyed sim racing. And I hope that in the off season, when things go back to normal, we can do more little championships like this. It's just really, really fun, like in December or something.
Absolutely, it's a whole new world when it comes to sim racing. But in terms of now looking to try and find a normal again resumption of racing with all of everything going along right now in the world, and it's a very crazy place, a very unpredictable place. Surely now you can use that as a bit of motivation and momentum now to really kick start on your career now moving forward with the next stages of development.
Well, yeah, this year I'm racing FIF3, and you know, I really, because we really get no track time. Things like this with these hard races, like with top drivers like Oliver Rowland, Sandy Mitchell, you know, Toby Sowery, like Aitken, so many good drivers just in this race. I knew it was going to be hard, and so many more. And it's just really good to keep me sharp. And iRacing is always getting better and better. It still needs some improvement because it's a bit too easy to spin, in my opinion. You know, it's just so great, and I feel really ready for the championship I'm going to do because I get no testing. I pretty much go straight to the race in July in Austria.
Well, a simulation, of course, is only an eye's view into racing. It's never 100% perfect. There's always room for improvement. But Enam, not really much room for improvement. Race victory. Shout out sponsors. Anyone you'd like to thank, my friend?
I'd like to shout out my parents for letting me move my simulator into their place. Thank you, Mum and Dad. Sorry for all the late night noise. And it's been worth it in the end. Yeah!
Awesome. Enam Ahmed picking up a huge race victory. Someone who would have not expected second position today was Alex Gillen, stood by with Bo Albert.
And Alex, I want to take you right back to qualifying. You don't set a lap time at all, and then you begin the race on 19th on the grid. Was second place ever a thought?
Oh, not at all. Yeah, completely bottled quality. Just didn't even set any sort of lap. I was saying all the time, I just need to set a lap, and just didn't. And yeah, I managed to get through the start. I had to avoid about 5 incidents, I think, on the first lap. Plenty of carnage to avoid, but managed to avoid it all. Don't think I hit anyone all race by small margins sometimes, and yeah, somehow ended up with a P2. No idea how.
It was definitely a very close race, and in a few situations very close to touching wheels with a few others. But on that safety car, what was your thought? Was there any thought of perhaps not taking any pit stop and just trying to use the safety car to finish the race on your old tyres? Or was it always the plan to come into the pits when that safety car was deployed?
Yeah, there was definitely a decision to make there. I did consider staying out because I thought there might be some lap one like carnage on the restart maybe, and that I'll just be able to pull away from it. But no, in the end, I think the pack hadn't really quite caught me, so it was a no-brainer just to go into the pits and take the free stop effectively. Although I think I did lose a couple of positions, but was able to again just avoid the carnage and get back up to P2.
And you definitely did a fantastic job. And after that restart, you found yourself in a big scrap with Billy Munger, Sandy Mitchell, and Jack Aitken. How was those final few laps where everyone was battling in front of you and you were kind of just sitting in the background, just waiting for any opportunity to capitalize?
Oh yeah, I mean before that I could see that Jack was lifting and coasting, just desperately trying to save fuel, clearly trying to do a zero stop, and I was like, I could potentially get him here, but I'm more worried about Sandy behind because Sandy, obviously the pole sitter, was just so fast, and yeah, tried to keep him behind, but just couldn't. Lost the positions, and yeah, at that point I was just praying for essentially what happened. I was just hoping that there'd be some sort of incident or battling maybe where I could just sneak through again. But yeah, obviously in the end there was that incident they had, and I managed to sneak through.
Absolutely, it was a great effort. And of course, has Maldonado crashed today? You are the creator of it. You did not crash today in any way, shape, or form. Alex, before I let you go, mate, is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I mean, I guess Maldonado then. Why not? Let's thank him. I did a anti Maldonado through that race, avoided all the incidents and got to the end. Cheers, guys.
Anti-Maldonado, indeed. A great effort there from Alex Gillen to round out P number 2. Jake, back over to you, my friend.
Yeah, we're going to get a chat with Matt Gallagher shortly, but let's get a chat with Sandy Mitchell first, 3rd position. But Sandy, you had a 12-second gap at the front of the field, but then the safety car came out, and then it all just started to crumble away like shortbread.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, it was a really fun race, so thanks everyone for having me. But yeah, it was. I was surprised a little bit with my pace. I had a good qualifying, and then a really good start to the race, and managed to build up a lead. And then yeah, the safety car kind of threw me off a bit. I wasn't really prepared, and didn't have a good pit stop with the settings that I had in. So yeah, my own fault for that one. Can't blame the crew like I could in real life, but. Yeah, it was a good race, and I think Enam got a bit of luck because I think he pitted because he had some damage earlier on. So then when the safety car came out, he went straight into P1. So yeah, good on him. But it was a good fight, so thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, a fantastic fight nevertheless, but talk about an event like this, very hectic, especially in the late stages, a 4-car scrap for 2nd position onwards, and just talk us through your incident down at the corkscrew with Billy Munger.
Yeah, it was really difficult, and I mean, we were all keeping it pretty clean and had some good moves, so that was really good because that's not always easy to do on the sims compared to real life. So yeah, we did a good job, and then I think Aitken was fuel saving by the looks of it because I think he maybe didn't pit when the safety car came out, and then had to pit later on in the race, so was maybe trying to make it to the end. So it meant he was kind of lifting and coasting and braking quite early, which was backing me and Billy up together, and as well as Aitken, so it made it quite difficult because it made it a bit tighter than it should have been. And Billy told me on the private chat that he didn't mean to go for the move, but it's just because the two in front of them braked a bit earlier, so he had to send up the inside, and I didn't see it until late, so I wasn't able to give him the place. And 2 people going through the second part of the corkscrew doesn't often work, so it was just a tangle of wheels, but no intentions.
Well, a tangle of wheels it was, a podium it is indeed, and moving forward, of course, you've got a Super Trofeo victory to your name as a fantastic driver in your own right. So moving forward, what's next for Sandy Mitchell?
In the real world, hopefully this year I'll be competing in British GT alongside Rob Collard with Barwell in the Lamborghinis. So yeah, I've had a good couple of years in the Blancpain Endurance Series as well as Super Trofeo in the States. So yeah, going in to British GT feeling confident. So hopefully we're due to start in August, and yeah, hopefully that'll happen.
Well, the floor is yours, Sandy. Shout out sponsors, anybody you'd like to thank?
Big thanks to Black Bull Scotch Whisky. You can see them all over the car. They've been my main sponsor, and Christie and Tunnocks on there as well. So yeah, thanks to them, and looking forward to joining the Black Bull Barwell crew hopefully in a month's time or so for some testing. And yeah, thanks all for having me. And if the viewers enjoyed the race, it would be great to donate to such a good cause if you haven't already.
Absolutely, and of course we're all here to just give Sandy Mitchell 3rd place here today. Now we're going to move over and chat with Matt Gallagher here, and Matt, well, first and foremost, as we go down the list, I hate to inform you that you are going to have to do the Lando Norris challenge, which is, of course, having a bath full of milk. So we do apologise about that, but over £15,000 donated so far to charity. It's been absolutely sensational. But in terms of 2 races that have been very different in terms of their style, but both produced entertainment, I think this event has gone absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it kind of just blew every expectation out of the water in a lot of ways, because there's been a lot of charity events, there's been a lot of sim races over the last few months, and I didn't really know what to expect. We set a £10,000 donation goal, not really knowing whether we'd hit it or not, but as soon as we started to push it, as soon as we did a giveaway and things like that to incentivize a few people, we smashed the target out the park. And the fact that it's 15,500 or more right now is just mind-boggling. And the charity is quite close to me, just purely from what I know about Tommy's brother-in-law. I met him once, and I know the story behind it. But it means so much to Tommy. He obviously founded WTF1 to then kind of have it in conjunction with the 10 years of WTF1. It was such a special event.
Absolutely, it was. And of course, we're all here for charity. We're all here to give. We're all here for a fantastic cause. But Matt, we got to talk about your racing a little bit as we drag you in.
If we have to.
Of course we have to, because spins in the opening race, spins in the second race. It's safe to say that you haven't had the best night. It's been a case of, walking into a fight with Anthony Joshua and then finding out you got Tyson Fury to follow up straight after, which isn't quite exactly what was needed. Was it a case of you having dries on that was the issue?
Oh goodness me, that phrase will haunt me for the rest of my life. Well, yeah, race 1 I was very surprised to even be near the front, and to be fair, if this wasn't my event, I would have sweated so hard to try and get good. Unfortunately, it was my event, so I had to do all the admin behind it. So there's my excuse that I didn't manage to put as many hours in as I wanted to. But at the same time, I was extremely surprised with the fact that I could see first and second, because when I saw quali was like 1.2 or something to pole, I was like, well, see him at the end of the race. But yeah, that was a fun race until I spun. Again, just not very good with those cars, and 1 lap pace is all right. And then the second race, I've done a hell of a lot more in the F3 over the last, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, when iRacing was hosting that Laguna Seca with F3, and I was pretty good, but unfortunately it just didn't really translate. I was still up there. At least I showed the stream that I was doing that I was near the front at some point, and hopefully they all just stopped watching after that, because it all went downhill in both.
Well, you can always hope and you can always dream, but of course, Matt, we're in this brilliant stage, and of course everyone celebrates in a different way. You've had a rough night, so maybe party with Nico Rosberg in the Amber Lounge?
I don't think he's available, and I don't think the Amber Lounge is open for business right now. I don't think they do socially distanced nights out, but maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future, you never know. But Matt, we'll give you the floor right now and say anyone you'd like to thank, everyone you'd like to thank at this stage.
Yeah, obviously for the giveaway, thank you so much to Fanatec, Codemasters, and everyone else that got involved to allow us to give away such amazing prizes. The F1 teams as well got involved with signing F1 caps a while ago, and obviously that's incentivized people to donate, which is amazing. Obviously, thank you to every single person that watched, donated. It's just been unbelievable to see, and as I say, it's blown every expectation out of the water. And the charity needs so much money right now for the renovations that's required, and obviously the whole current situation as well. Every penny counts, like as much as that's cliche. It's been amazing to see, and I cannot wait to see what they do with the money. And yeah, just thank you to everybody. It doesn't matter if you donated or not, just for supporting, for sharing, whatever you're able to do. It's been amazing. Obviously, thank you to you guys for getting involved. You've been incredibly professional, and it's been great to work with you. I can't wait to watch the broadcast back until I spin, and then I'll turn it off. But yeah, it's been amazing to be involved with it and to host it, and hopefully we'll do one in the future.
Absolutely. Matt Gallagher there, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute class act as per usual. But Bo, final thoughts as we bring proceedings to a close here today with what has been some fantastic events.
I don't think you can really sum it up in a single word. It's one of those events that's just been incredible from start to finish. The endurance race was full of action, strategy, drama, everything you could ever hope for. We moved over, of course, to the Formula 3. We had all the big names, and all the big excitement came from that as well. But I think at the end of the day, you can only end it up with, it's been a fantastic event for an even better cause. And I'm so glad to see the response it's had. I'm so happy to see that we've had such a great response to all the donations that have come in, all the support, the kind words, everything. It's been perfect.
Absolutely, it has. And of course, there's some more wonderful sim racing throughout the world of the internet if you can find it. And of course, you've been watching a global sim racing channel presentation here on The Race. And if you haven't already, like, share and subscribe to The Race and the Global Sim Racing channel. Global Sim Racing channel does some brilliant sim racing events time and time again, and the team, they're absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. If you want to help promote grassroots sim racing, that's one of the best places to go and look at it. With The Race heading towards 300,000 subscribers, if you haven't already, they are very firmly becoming one of the great places for top 10 lists for analysis, reactions, everything that goes around along with racing. Make sure that you subscribe to the race as well. But a massive thanks, of course, to WTF1 for the event, and of course the work for charity that has been done all alongside that as well. To all the drivers that have given up their time to go and race for this wonderful event, and for all of you who are watching, this has been for charity. This has been fantastic. This has been amazing. We hope that you continue to find your support and love in this world when it's been such a difficult time for so many people in so many scenarios. From Sean Ambrose, who has been on the cameras provided by Dougie Beard, from the likes of Peter Mackay, who joined us for the early stages for our opening race, from Bo Albert, who's been alongside me all this time, and of course myself, Jake Sperry. It's been 2 ways to shine. It's been some brilliant racing overall, but the one great thing about sim racing is that it always delivers a smile on people's faces. This has been a fantastic event. We love the fact that you've tuned in to join us, and hopefully we'll see you in an event sometime soon.